Initially, the Flower of Seven Sins members were about to blow up in rage at Shifeng for looking down on them. However, when they saw Angry Tyrant's attributes, they were all stupefied. How is this possible? Aren't these attributes too overpowered? Everyone present was surprised by Angry Tyrant's attributes. Although the bracers did not possess any active skills, their two passive skills were practically tailored for berserkers. An increase of 20% in strength and 30% in attack speed when the wearer's HP was below 50%. Just thinking about this gave everyone the shivers. Not to mention, there was also a certain chance for the wearer's strength to double when attacking. It was practically impossible for any other epic equipment to surpass the Angry Tyrant bracers. Angry Tyrant was definitely the best among epic equipment. Only equipment at the fragmented legendary rank and above would be better. When Brute Spear saw the bracer's attributes, he could no longer hide the greed in his eyes. He was a berserker. Moreover, he preferred strength-oriented equipment. In fact, every piece of equipment below epic rank that he had equipped right now focused on strength. Strength-oriented epic equipment was something he always dreamed of obtaining. However, just being able to obtain epic equipment was already plenty difficult. Wanting to get epic equipment that perfectly suited him was practically a dream. How could such excellent equipment for berserkers possibly fall into the hands of a swordsman? I must obtain it. Unfortunately for Brute Spear, although he wanted Angry Tyrant, just like Shifeng said, he indeed could not produce any top-tier epic equipment that was equal or superior to the bracers. No matter how he thought about it, he had only two items on hand that were worth more than Angry Tyrant. One was an item that the Flower of Seven Sins wanted, while the other was the epic rank Tool Soul Orb. Eventually, Brute Spear gnashed his teeth as he said, "Do you think I can't take out something of even higher value? I have an epic tool here. It is definitely more valuable than your Angry Tyrant bracers. If you can defeat me, I wouldn't mind gifting this epic tool to you." Epic tools were generally more valuable than epic weapons and equipment because epic tools did not take up a player's equipment slots. Players could use an epic tool even if it was in their bag space. Hence, the price of epic tools was generally double that of epic equipment, more if it was an epic tool with good attributes. An epic tool? Shifeng feigned hesitation as he said so. Inwardly, however, he was extremely excited. All right, let's sign a contract. He had deliberately exposed Angry Tyrant's attributes precisely to bait Brute Spear. Now, he had succeeded. As for whether the tool Brute Spear would wager was the Soul Orb or not, Shifeng was 100% sure that it was. Epic equipment was already quite rare. The chances of Brute Spear obtaining two epic tools at this stage of the game were lower than winning the lottery. Brother Yifeng, is there really a need to do this? Passing Monarch was bewildered as he watched Shifeng sign a contract with Brute Spear. Originally, if their whole group fought against Brute Spear, they'd had over a 70% chance of winning. Now, however, Shifeng was going up against Brute Spear in a one-on-one. Even if Shifeng was very powerful, in passing Monarch's opinion, Shifeng would be lucky to have even a 30% chance of victory. After all, Shifeng had already used his Berserk skill. Meanwhile, Shifeng was actually gambling epic equipment on such low odds. This was simply insane. Ha ha ha. That fool really signed a contract. Boss Brute sure is lucky. Not only did he obtain an epic tool from completing the quest this time, but he is even going to get a pair of excellent bracers for berserkers. That's right. I wonder what kind of expression that person will reveal when they see the strength Boss Brute reveals. With the addition of these epic bracers, Boss Brute will have 3 pieces of epic equipment in total. He will definitely become our Sin of Pride's #1 berserker with this. Brute Spear's several companions began a hushed discussion among themselves as they looked at Shifeng. They all considered Shifeng extremely foolish to gift away such excellent equipment. As a peak expert, Shifeng indeed possessed the qualifications to be prideful. However, Brute Spear was similarly a peak expert. In their opinion, if it were before Brute Spear had completed his quest, he would have had roughly a 60% chance of winning. The reason for this bullish evaluation was Brute Spear having been a high demon. After he transformed, both his main attribute and physique would receive a 20% improvement. If both sides were almost equal in attributes and combat standards, A 20% improvement to physique would allow Brute Spear to achieve an overwhelming victory. The only way Shurfeng could make up for this difference was through activating a Berserk skill. However, as far as they knew, Shurfeng had already used his Berserk skill and wouldn't be able to use it again within a short period. This doomed Shurfeng to a lower chance of winning. Meanwhile, now that Brute Spear had completed his quest, his strength had received another considerable improvement. Even if Shurfeng's combat standard was above Brute Spear's, Brute Spear still had a 90% chance of victory. With the contract signed, both sides distanced themselves and provided Shurfeng and Brute Spear with sufficient space for a duel. As the duel timer began counting down, Brute Spear retrieved the crimson spear slung on his back and slammed the spear's butt on the ground, causing an earth tremor. As thanks for gifting me the angry tyrant bracers, I'll let you have the honor of witnessing my full strength, Brute Spear sneered. Originally, I intended to reserve the strength for competing against Bart for the position of number 1 berserker in the group. Saying so, Brute Spear let out a low shout as his entire body began releasing scorching hot, pitch-black smoke. This pitch-black smoke quickly wrapped around Brute Spear's entire body. In the next moment, the berserker began transforming. In the blink of an eye, he had become a demon. However, unlike the black-clad ranger from before, Brute Spear's demon form had 3 sets of wings. The aura he radiated was also much stronger than the black-clad ranger's. There was absolutely no comparison. We're doomed. After seeing Brute Spear's demon form, the last strand of hope passing Monarch clung to vanished entirely. At this moment, Brute Spear's companions likewise had shocked expressions on their faces, having all received a fright from Brute Spear's transformation. This is an ignoble demon? Amazing! High demons simply cannot compare. With this transformation, Boss Brute will no doubt become the number 1 berserker in our sin of pride in the future. After demon players transformed into demons, they would still have ranks, which was also the reason why demon players were half a tier stronger than ordinary players. When players first demonized, they would start out as low demons. Afterwards, they could promote to high demons through hunting for a large number of player souls. However, further promotions after reaching the high demon rank depended on more than just harvesting sufficient souls. One also needed to possess the corresponding status, in other words, attaining nobility. Meanwhile, after Brute Spear completed his quest on Demon Island, he had gotten promoted from a high demon directly to a baron. As a result, his strength had also undergone a qualitative improvement. Ha ha ha! So this is the power of a baron demon? Truly amazing! At this moment, Brute Spear could not help but revel in this newfound power of his. Baron-ranked demon players received a 30% increase to both their attributes and physique when transformed. Currently, both his attributes and his body's physique were already at the Tier 2 standard. The only thing he lacked now was Tier 2 skills. Aside from that, he could already be considered a Tier 2 player. The disparity between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes was much greater than that between Tier 1 and Tier 0 classes. If a Tier 2 class fought against a Tier 1 class, even without using any skills and under a situation where both sides were at the same level, the Tier 1 class would be powerless to resist. After Brute Spear stretched his body a little, his blood-red eyes shifted to the swordsman before him. All right, I'll let you have a taste of despair now. When the duel timer came to an end, Brute Spear walked at a measured pace towards Shurfeng. It was as if he was strolling casually through a park right now. He did not take this duel seriously whatsoever. As expected of a quest that could prompt the demon god to emerge, it instantly promoted a high demon to the baron rank. Shurfeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and killing ray, his expression turning serious as he looked at the approaching berserker. Even after 10 years had passed, demon players that managed to reach the baron rank had still been uncommon, with the majority stuck at the high demon rank. If one wanted to get promoted further, they needed to get the acknowledgement of the demon god or upper-class demons and have them willingly share a portion of their power. However, upper-class demons and the demon god were allowed to bestow their power on only a limited number of people. As a result, the number of demon players that could become nobility was extremely low. Currently, Brute Spear, who was level 45, already possessed 240,000 HP. On the other hand, even after reaching level 50, Shurfeng's HP was just slightly over 42,000. The disparity was nearly sixfold. Moreover, Baron demons possessed much higher defense and magic resistance than high demons. Even ordinary Tier 2 expert players would find it hard to kill the current Brute Spear, not to mention that there was not a single Tier 2 player in God's domain yet. When Brute Spear was only 12 yards away, Shurfeng abruptly stomped on the ground, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position as he dashed straight at the Berserker. So fast! The 5 Flower of Seven Sins members spectating from the side were astonished when they saw Shurfeng appearing before Brute Spear in the blink of an eye. Shurfeng was definitely the fastest swordsman they had ever seen. If it were them fighting against Shurfeng right now, they would be caught off guard if they were not careful. Moreover, Shurfeng's movements and judgment were also considerably acute. Unlike berserkers that used greatswords or battle axes, berserkers that used spears had a longer attack range. Their spears could reach roughly 2 yards farther than the other weapons. The optimum attack range for a spear-wielding berserker was between 4 and 8 yards. Meanwhile, a swordsman that used a longsword had an optimum attack range between 1 and 3 yards. Although their sword auras could reach up to 5 yards, enemies that were standing within 4 to 5 yards could easily dodge such an attack by retreating 1 or 2 yards. If a longsword-wielding swordsman wanted to suppress a spear-wielding berserker, the best way to do so was to close in and move within 1 to 3 yards of the latter. This way, the berserker could not utilize the spear to its fullest potential. Conversely, if Shurfeng allowed Brute Spear to gradually approach him, then before he even reached his attack range, Brute Spear would have already begun attacking, a considerably disadvantageous situation to Shurfeng. Hence, taking the initiative to launch a fast attack was an extremely wise decision. You have quick reactions, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, you met me. Brute Spear was indeed surprised by Shurfeng's speed and judgment. However, while others might have difficulty keeping up with Shurfeng's speed, he could see the swordsman's movements perfectly. Moreover, due to his improved physique, he had a much clearer grasp of his surroundings. Right now, he could perceive everything within a 20-yard radius. In fact, the instant Shurfeng prepared to take action, he already knew what Shurfeng would do. Whirlwind Slash. Having long since anticipated Shurfeng's attack, Brute Spear swept the spear in his hands horizontally, his move capable of dealing a serious blow to all enemies within a 10-yard radius. An explosion rang out in the air as he swung the crimson spear, the spear moving so fast that it became invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Shurfeng was currently still 6 yards away from Brute Spear. By the time he could start attacking Brute Spear, the Berserker's spear would have long since landed on him. Although the spear was weaker than the greatsword and battle axe when it came to raw power, it was superior in terms of speed. Pong! Spear and sword collided, the impact forcing Shurfeng to take a few steps back. What a high skill completion rate! Shurfeng was slightly astonished as he looked at Brute Spear, who remained unaffected by the impact. If speaking purely in terms of the strength attribute, he should surpass Brute Spear even after the latter transformed. After all, there was a 5-level gap between them. Moreover, the quality of his weapons and equipment was also far superior to that of Brute Spear's. Nonetheless, he still got repulsed in the end. The only explanation for such a situation occurring was Brute Spear's skill completion rate. When a player's skill completion rate reached a certain percentage, the skills they used would generate some additional effects. For example, when the Berserker class's Whirlwind Slash achieved a completion rate of 99% or above, aside from having greater destructive power, the skill would also come with a knockback effect. A skill completion rate of 99%. This was a completion rate that Shurfeng could only occasionally achieve when both his body and mind were in an excellent state. Despite that, the Berserker before him was able to achieve this feat casually. Is this a hidden ability of a demon noble? Shurfeng did not believe that Brute Spear himself was capable of achieving such a high completion rate. After all, the Berserker had just been promoted to a Baron Demon. After transforming, the bonus attributes he received should be much higher than when he was just a high demon. He should have great difficulty properly controlling this newfound strength immediately. He would need some time to adapt. Hence, the only explanation was that this high completion rate was a hidden ability of a demon noble. In the past, Feng had never gotten the opportunity to fight against a demon noble. Or to put it in another way, he had not possessed the qualifications to do so. As a result, he had only a little information on demon players. As for the hidden abilities of demon nobles, there hadn't been any fools that revealed such a secret. No wonder Chun Su said that you're powerful. Your strength attribute is actually so high. Looking at his still trembling spear, Brute Spear could not help but turn to look at Feng. After this brief exchange, he grew even more fond of the bracers on Feng's arms. Even after transforming into a demon, he was still weaker than Feng in terms of strength. If he were fighting against any other swordsman right now, such a situation would have been impossible. The only explanation for this was Feng's weapons and equipment. After saying so, Brute Spear directly used charge at Feng, the spear in his hands stabbing at Feng's heart. When Brute Spear used charge, he became like a shooting star. He was not only extremely fast but also exerted powerful pressure on Feng. However, this pressure didn't come from Brute Spear himself. Instead, it was a deterrent effect that appeared when charge's completion rate reached 99% or above. This hidden effect reduced his opponent's reaction speed by 20% and movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 1 second. When Brute Spear got to within 6 yards of Feng, the crimson spear in his hands suddenly transformed into a streak of red light. Boss Brute is finally using his trademark move. An assassin familiar with Brute Spear said, chuckling. This was a combination technique Brute Spear used to gain fame for himself in the Flower of Seven Sins, merging a combat technique with a system skill to exert even more power. Lightning Speed. Originally, charge had already allowed Brute Spear's Crimson Spear to move at a frighteningly fast speed. Then, during the time he was using charge, he would transfer the power of his entire body to his spear, applying additional acceleration the instant it was about to reach its target. This speed made the attack practically impossible to dodge or block. Pong! At the critical moment, Feng activated parry. When the Crimson Spear came into contact with his swords, Feng instantly felt both his arms go numb. His entire person also was forced to retreat 6 steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He blocked it. Brute Spear was astounded right now. Just how high is his agility? The lightning speed he executed this time was the most perfect one so far. Logically, after including the suppression effect of his charge, Feng should not have been capable of executing parry at all. Since it is so, let's see if your reaction speed or my attack speed is faster. Saying so, Brute Spear flapped the wings on his back and began hovering in midair. His body then split into 3, and all 3 attacked Feng simultaneously from different directions. The skill he had used was called Demon Flash, something he had learned after becoming a Baron Demon. It allowed him to attack his opponent from 3 directions, and each clone mirrored his original body perfectly. There was also no need for him to control his mirror images as they would carry out the same actions as he did. During the attack, he and his clones would also gain an enormous movement speed boost. Overall, it was a skill many times more powerful than charge. After Brute Spear used Demon Flash, he and his mirror images moved faster than when he used charge. The surrounding spectators could barely see the 3 berserkers' afterimages, much less their real bodies. Is this his true strength? Passing Monarch was deeply shocked when he saw this scene. It was no wonder Brute Spear was so confident before. With that kind of speed and destructive power, even if all of them went at him together, they would be fortunate to land an attack on him, much less shave away 1/5 of his HP. So fast. Although Feng's physique had improved a lot after reaching level 50, in the end, he had yet to obtain his Tier 2 class, which would provide a massive boost to his physique. At this moment, his eyes could no longer keep up with Brute Spear's speed. He could only rely on the changes in his surroundings to determine Brute Spear's movements. You should consider yourself fortunate to fall to this move of mine. Brute Spear executed lightning speed on Feng once more. Compared to the time he attacked with charge, the speed of his spear this time had increased by a large margin. Moreover, his 2 clones had also attacked using the same strength and speed. If attacked at such a speed and from 3 different angles, even a domain realm assassin expert would not be able to evade properly. Dang! 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 However, Just as the 3 crimson spears were about to reach Shifeng, they abruptly stopped in their paths, unable to proceed even an inch farther due to Shifeng activating the Swordsman class's strongest life-saving skill, Defensive Blade. Brute Spear was not particularly surprised by this situation. After all, the Swordsman class's life-saving skills were only second to the Assassin classes. Now that he had forced Shifeng to use both life-saving skills consecutively, he would have a much easier time dealing with the Swordsman. So what if you blocked them? Brute Spear sneered. In a single breath, he rapidly jabbed 5 times with his spear, targeting Shifeng's blind spots. Meanwhile, his 2 mirror images had also launched identical attacks. Demon Flash did not just allow him to launch a charging attack on his target. The clones conjured lasted 5 seconds, during which they would carry out the same actions as the main body. Moreover, they also possessed the exact same attributes as the main body. Overall, Demon Flash was a skill meant to counter defensive skills that could block multiple attacks. As a result, a total of 15 spears struck at Shifeng from 3 different directions, and extremely fast. Even Shifeng failed to keep up with all 15 spears. Meanwhile, these 15 spear attacks had already exceeded the number of attacks Defensive Blade could block. Sure enough, a Baron Demon really is difficult to handle. Shifeng finally understood why demon nobles were so difficult to kill. In the past, when he saw certain experts on the God's Domain Experts list successfully killing a demon noble, he had thought nothing of it. Now, however, it would seem that killing a demon noble of the same tier was a very difficult task. Shifeng immediately activated Killing Ray's additional skill, Summon Lightning. Boom! In the next moment, arcs of blue lightning shot down from the sky one after another. Not only did these lightning arcs deal 400% lightning damage to all enemies within a 15-yard radius to Shifeng, but they could also inflict a numb effect for 5 seconds on the target struck. Afterwards, his attack range would even increase by 20 yards for 30 seconds. However, Brute Spear simply sneered at this attack. He did not bother dodging the lightning arcs at all as he abruptly stabbed his spear at Shifeng. He intended to compete and see who could deal more damage. While the 15 spears struck at Shifeng, the lightning arcs also bombarded Brute Spear's body. The block count of Shifeng's defensive blade was instantly exhausted. As for the several spear strikes that got through, Shifeng used his swords to deflect them, so he did not receive any substantial damage. In contrast, Brute Spear had over minus 13,000 damage from the lightning strikes. What high magic resistance! Envy sprouted in Shifeng's heart when he saw this damage. If a normal level 45 player received this move of his, they would either die instantly or have very little HP remaining. However, a Baron Demon's high magic resistance had greatly reduced the damage Brute Spear received. Brute Spear had over 240,000 HP. By relying on battle recovery alone, he could recover over 2,400 HP every 5 seconds. In addition, Summon Lightning's numb effect was ineffective against the Berserker. As Summon Lightning ended, Brute Spear launched 5 spear strikes once more. This time, however, Shifeng no longer possessed Defensive Blade to protect himself. What a pitiful bastard! He actually dared to challenge Boss Brute to a duel. He might have had a fighting chance if he had his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, he's already used it against Chun Su. However, Boss Brute is also amazing. I feel that the skills he used all have very high completion rates. When the 5 Flower of Seven Sins members saw this scene, they all knew that this fight was as good as over. Originally, Brute Spear already possessed a huge advantage in HP and defense. Now, he was even using an attack method that trumped all defenses. If Shifeng wished to deal damage to Brute Spear, he would have no choice but to clash head-on as well. However, Brute Spear still had 2 clones assisting him. It was simply impossible for a melee player like Shifeng to stop Brute Spear. From this scene, Shifeng also understood what was going through Brute Spear's mind. However, he also had to admit that this was a good plan, as he really did not possess any method of coping with it. Shifeng used silent steps right away and appeared behind Brute Spear. He then pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Berserker. Abyssal Bind. Immediately, black chains materialized in empty space one after another, every one of them shooting straight at Brute Spear. Seeing this, Brute Spear sneered as he activated a control removal skill without hesitation, causing Abyssal Bind to lose effect. He then charged at Shurfeng and launched another barrage of attacks together with his mirror images. You want to compete using HP? Shurfeng smiled. Come then. Saying so, Shurfeng activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Although his doppelganger only possessed 80% of his basic attributes, which made it slightly weaker than Brute Spear, it should have no problems holding off one of the Berserker's mirror images. Meanwhile, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms summoned by 9 Dragon Slash could also easily stop the other mirror image. This way, the duel would revert to a one-on-one fight. At this time, Shurfeng activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed by 150%, damage by 50%, and decreasing the damage he received by 50% for 30 seconds. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Brute Spear and executed Sword's Orbit. Starlight suddenly filled Shurfeng's surroundings. However, Brute Spear paid no attention to this phenomenon whatsoever as he used all his strength to send out multiple spear strikes. Immediately, both sides' HP began falling continuously, the rate of decline giving the surrounding spectators a fright. How is this possible? The 5 Flower of 7 Sins members were dumbfounded as they looked at Brute Spear's plummeting HP. At this moment, Brute Spear was losing over 10,000 HP with each attack he received, 20,000 HP with a critical hit. On the other hand, although Shurfeng was similarly losing HP, he was only losing around 3,000 HP with each attack he received. Moreover, the rate at which his HP fell was much slower than Brute Spear's. For each time Shurfeng's HP fell, Brute Spear's HP would fall 2 or 3 times. After just 2 seconds of exchanging hits, Brute Spear had less than 70,000 HP remaining, down to less than 1/3 of his HP. On the other hand, although they could not see the exact value of Shurfeng's HP due to him having hidden it with his black cloak, the HP bar revealed above his head showed that he had lost only 1/3 of his total HP so far. The difference between the two sides was obvious at a glance. However, despite this situation, Brute Spear himself remained unfazed. Just when Brute Spear's HP fell below the 30,000 threshold, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Backtrack, Brute Spear roared. Immediately, a blood-red magic array appeared in the air. A red light then shone out of the magic array, enveloping a radius of 30 yards around Brute Spear. This was the strongest skill Brute Spear obtained after becoming a Baron Demon. Blood Backtrack. As long as he was not dead, the skill would allow him to regain the HP he had 6 seconds before. This was the reason why he dared to exchange damage with Shurfeng. In the next moment, Brute Spear's HP directly recovered to full. In contrast, Shurfeng had less than half of his HP right now. Despicable. He can actually recover his HP. Passing Monarch could not help but curse out loud when he saw this scene. Brute Spear simply sent a contemptuous glance at Passing Monarch. Sure enough, he really does have a trump card hidden. Shurfeng was not particularly surprised by this scene. In reality, he also knew about Blood Backtrack. This was a move that all demon nobles knew. Even monsters like great demons had used it frequently since it was a skill specifically used to trap others. Hence, he also held back a trump card. Suddenly, the 2 swords in Shurfeng's hands released a blinding light. Flame burst. Sword's Orbit. One sword light after another flew at Brute Spear. A sure kill skill? Remaining unfazed, Brute Spear activated the additional skill of his epic equipment, Magic Shield, which reduced the damage he received by 30% for 10 seconds. He promptly brandished his spear to deflect the oncoming sword lights. Although Brute Spear failed to deflect all the attacks with his body's extraordinary physique, he still managed to deflect the majority of them. In the end, he got struck only 3 times. However, these 3 hits shocked him as each one actually took over 60,000 HP from him. In just 3 blows, he had lost over 180,000 HP. When Flame Burst ended and Brute Spear was preparing to counterattack, Shurfeng activated Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath was an AoE skill that was impossible to block. Moreover, it dealt much more damage than even Flame Burst. Instantly, Dragon Breath devoured Brute Spear's remaining HP. At the same time, Shurfeng emerged the victor of this duel. After the duel was over, Brute Spear had a look of horror on his face as he looked at Shifeng. How could he have such a high explosive power? Brute Spear could not at all believe that he had just lost. He was a Baron Demon. He also had 2 pieces of epic equipment equipped. He himself was a peak expert in God's domain. With his 240,000 plus HP, even if he just stood still and did nothing, it would take a berserker of the same level quite some time to kill him, yet he had been killed almost instantly. How could he possibly accept this loss? Nonetheless, there was no way the duel result announced by the system could be fake. It was also an inescapable fact that he only had 1 HP remaining right now. Unlike the duels in arenas, the system would leave players with 1 HP when they were defeated in a duel held in the fields, preventing them from dying. The match is over. You can hand over that epic item of yours now, Shifeng said as he looked at Brute Spear, who currently had a dazed expression on his face. Although Brute Spear possessed the transformation bonuses of a Baron Demon, the difference in levels and equipment between the two of them was simply too massive. It was not something a single demon transformation could offset. Powerful weapons and equipment not only improved a player's basic attributes but also strengthened a player's skills. Just who are you? Brute Spear asked after taking a deep breath. Anyone capable of steamrolling right over me can't be someone unknown. In terms of HP and defense, he indeed possessed an absolute advantage. However, Shifeng was leaps and bounds above him in skills and other basic attributes. Meanwhile, needless to say, the reason for Shifeng's advantage in attributes was definitely the swordsman's weapons and equipment. Any player that could surpass a player like himself in terms of weapons and equipment could not be an ordinary expert. Most likely, Shifeng was a peak expert from a superpower. Moreover, far from just any ordinary peak expert, Shifeng was no doubt a peak expert heavily nurtured by his guild. What? Want to take revenge on me? Not willing to accept defeat? Shifeng asked. That's only one part of the reason. Brute Spear nodded in acknowledgement. The other part is that I don't want to lose without even knowing whom I lost to. He had indeed thought of taking revenge on Shifeng. After all, the reason he lost this time was not due to techniques but rather weapons, equipment, and skills. This result greatly frustrated him. He was actually killed instantly by 2 sure-kill skills. If news about this spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng walked up to Brute Spear and said quietly, "Fine, I can give you a chance. You can call me Frost Eye. In any case, this is a name others have given me. If you wish to have a rematch, then you must wager epic equipment at the very least, just like this time. As for the venue of the match, let's set it at the imperial capital of the Fire Dragon Empire. Once you're ready, you just need to spread the message in the Fire Dragon Empire. When the time comes, I'll naturally find out. You're Frost Eye? The number 1 person on the bounty list." Brute Spear's heart began racing when he heard this and stared incredulously at Shifeng. Frost Eye was very famous in God's domain. After all, Frost Eye had managed to enter the main headquarters of the Super Guild King's return and kill Hell Fiend all by himself, then escape with his life. This incident had long since become a legend in God's domain. Even now, King's Return was still hunting Frost Eye. Moreover, the bounty the guild had placed on Frost Eye had increased from the initial 20,000 gold to the current 50,000 gold. King's Return was even offering a reward of several hundred gold to anyone that could provide some clues leading to Frost Eye. This incident had also prompted the various superpowers in God's domain to search for Frost Eye. Because of Frost Eye's ability to enter places with heavy security like the Divine Colosseum and pull off an assassination. Since Frost Eye had killed an expert like Hell Fiend, he was naturally capable of killing other guild upper echelons as well, perhaps even the guild leaders of superpowers. A guild leader's assassination would deal a massive blow to the guild's reputation. Hence, the various superpowers in God's domain were searching for Frost Eye. The Flower of 7 Sins was no exception. As an organization that dealt in assassination work, if the Flower of 7 Sins could recruit such an expert, its fame would undoubtedly rise significantly. That's right. Since you already have the answer to your question, you can give me my item now, right? Shifeng nodded. It seems I have not lost in vain. At this moment, A trace of admiration flashed across Brute Spear's eyes as he looked at Shifeng. He then took out the soul orb from his bag and passed it to him. In reality, Brute Spear did not place any particular importance on the soul orb. After all, epic items like the soul orb were not particularly rare. Practically every superpower possessed one or two of such items. Take the epic tool the Dark Arena had auctioned, for example. The tool could be used to brew magic wine that had a calming effect when consumed. The calming effect was similar to when a player was in a high mana density environment. The soul orb was similar to that epic tool. However, unlike the magic wine, which required rare materials to brew, the soul orb needed players to willingly offer up a portion of their souls to produce soul water. Moreover, the souls of 100 players were needed to produce 1 drop of soul water. Rather than doing something as tedious as collecting souls, gathering raw materials would be much faster. Hence, Brute Spear felt that the soul orb was somewhat useless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it as a wager. Soul Orb, epic rank item. An orb crafted by demon god Paimon using the fragments of a destroyed powerful soul treasure. Additional active skill dash, Soul Water. Creates soul water from the souls willingly contributed by players. No cooldown. Every 100 souls of players absorbed will produce 1 drop of soul water. Currently, this item has been sealed by demon god Paimon. Item will drop upon death. Those without the power of demons are unable to use this item. If you're not interested in this epic item, I can use 7,000 gold to buy it back, Brute Spear said, grinning as he looked at Shifeng. Although items like the soul orb were indeed rare in God's domain, there were still a few of them, which usually sold for around 20,000 to 30,000 gold. However, since only demon players could use the soul orb, its value was much lower. For someone like Shifeng, who was not a demon player, even if he obtained the soul orb, he would not be able to use it. In other words, it was no different from a piece of junk. At the end of the day, it is still an epic item. Keeping it as a decoration isn't a bad idea either. Although a surprised expression had indeed appeared on Shifeng's face after he read the soul orb's attributes, he still stored the item away. He then turned around and left. The corners of Brute Spear's mouth twitched involuntarily when he heard Shifeng's words. Most likely, only the number 1 person on the bounty list could say something like using an epic item as decoration. As for preventing Shifeng and the others from leaving, Brute Spear did not think he and his companions had this ability. If Shifeng was capable of leaving King's Return's main headquarters unscathed back then, it would be child's play to get away from the 6 of them. Following which, Shifeng led Passing Monarch and the others away from Demon Island. Brute Spear and the others had failed to notice that the reason for Shifeng's surprised expression was not the fact that only demon players could use the soul orb. After all, this was something Shifeng had long since known. Instead, he was surprised because the instant he touched the soul orb, the golden stigmata on him had reacted. The golden stigmata was originally a tool for Shifeng to search for the 7 treasures. Previously, when he went to Lake Heart City, a clue relating to one of the 7 treasures had appeared. However, the signal had been brief, disappearing after a moment. Fortunately, he had already gotten a lock on the NPC wielding that treasure. Only, as Countess Katie Green was too powerful for Shifeng right now, he did not want to alert the NPC any more than he already had. Since entering God's domain, Shifeng had already been to quite a few places. However, he had managed to find only 1 clue relating to the 7 treasures so far. Despite that, the instant he touched the soul orb, it had actually triggered a reaction from the golden stigmata. How could he not get excited over this? This was also the reason behind Shifeng's decision to give up on entering Demon Island for now and return to White River City first. After all, the soul orb was an item that dropped upon death. The ancient ruins on Demon Island were extremely dangerous. With the demon god's aura causing the monsters on the island to go berserk, the risk of death was simply too high right now. It was much better if he returned to White River City for the time being. Following which, Shifeng said his goodbyes to Passing Monarch and agreed to meet up with him tomorrow at the sea's end. Meanwhile, on Demon Island, the black-clad ranger Chun Su, who had just met up with Brute Spear's group, nearly had his eyes fall out of their sockets when he saw Brute Spear sending off Shifeng and the others. "Boss Brute, are you letting them go? Just like that?" Chen Su could not believe this was true. We lost a lot of men to them. As demons, they lost 3 levels each time they died. Just the number of Flower of Seven Sins members killed by Shifeng alone numbered over 70. If their superiors were to find out about this, they would no doubt receive severe punishment. After all, turning ordinary players into demons was not an easy task. We can only consider ourselves unlucky this time, Brute Spear replied. Boss Brute, even you weren't able to defeat them? Chen Su asked in shock. Brute Spear was a peak expert in the Flower of Seven Sins. Moreover, every one of the 5 others in the Berserkers party was stronger than Chen Su. They should be more than capable of dealing with Shifeng, whose berserk skill was on cooldown. Moreover, Brute Spear had already been ennobled into a Baron Demon. In terms of overall strength, he could already be considered a Tier 2 player. How could he possibly not be a match for Shifeng? Brute Spear turned around and asked, "Do you know who that peak expert is?" Chen Su shook his head in response. Shifeng had been wearing a black cloak the entire time. Hence, Chen Su had failed to discern any information about the swordsman. Pinpointing his identity through his class was also impossible. After all, there were just too many swordsman experts in God's domain. Not to mention, many of the swordsman experts that entered God's domain were not that famous. He is Frost Eye. Brute Spear smiled bitterly. What? That's the guy the higher-ups have been searching for all this time. Chen Su could not help his surprise. Ordinary players might not be familiar with Frost Eye, but he was a famous existence among the superpowers of God's domain. Even the old monsters of the Flower of Seven Sins had praised him endlessly, wishing to recruit him into the organization. No wonder he was so strong. When Chen Su recalled the scene where Shifeng had instantly killed Hammer and the others, he found the idea plausible. After all, Frost Eye was someone capable of assassinating the upper echelon of a super guild right in the middle of the guild's main headquarters and even getting away safely. It would be a piece of cake for someone like that to kill experts of Hammer's standards. Alright, go inform the higher-ups. Tell them that I already have a way to make contact with Frost Eye. Also, send in a detailed report regarding the previous battle. As for the matter regarding Demon Island, the rest of us will handle it, Brute Spear commanded. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. After returning, Shifeng immediately noticed that the atmosphere within the city had become slightly tense. Those red players are simply too arrogant. They actually dare take action within NPC towns now. Thanks to that, the loot my team got from the boss we killed is all gone. Your team is simply too careless. However, after the new expansion pack was implemented, the dark guilds and red players have indeed become more proactive. Several other teams have likewise gotten ambushed and suffered severe losses. I wonder which bastard triggered this expansion pack. I heard that the other kingdoms and empires are in similar situations. New dark towns and cities have also been popping up one after another throughout God's domain, allowing red players to exchange for many nice items there. Exchange items? That's right. Although the exchange rates are very fraudulent, requiring 3 secret silver weapons to exchange for 1 secret silver weapon or equipment of the same level, the exchanged weapons and equipment are more suited to oneself. Some normal players have even begun commissioning dark guilds and red players to help exchange items for them now. Isn't that awesome? Our team has many weapons and equipment we can't use. Rather than sell them for money, it will be much better to exchange for items that are more appropriate for us. Do you really think it's that easy? So far, the only place that has such an exchange center in Starmoon Kingdom is Evernight City as the only dark NPC city within the kingdom. Those who aren't red or dark players are prohibited entry. Moreover, if you want to exchange for high-ranking weapons and equipment, you'll need to have enough reputation with the city as well as fulfill certain conditions. Ordinary red players can exchange for bronze weapons and equipment at best. I heard that only dark players can exchange for secret silver weapons and equipment. It seems we'll have to be more careful in the future. Now that these dark guilds and red players have such a convenient source for items, they will surely become more proactive in the future. That's right. Currently, some NPC towns are no longer safe from red players. I don't know what kind of item those red players have managed to get, but they're actually able to evade detection by NPC guards for a short time. Unless they're standing very near an NPC guard, the latter won't sense them at all. Many independent teams and players were discussing the recent expansion pack and its consequences in the open-air bar of White River City's teleportation hall, and they were unanimous in hating the new expansion pack. Initially, the range of activity of dark players was not particularly large. After the implementation of the new expansion pack, however, new dark towns appeared in the vicinity of the various NPC cities. Moreover, these dark towns were all very powerful. The NPCs ruling them were usually above level 100, existences that current players couldn't go up against. As a result, this situation immediately expanded the range of activities of dark players significantly. They've begun moving already? Shurfeng had never imagined that these dark players would take action so quickly. While the Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack was indeed a blessing to dark players and somewhat of a disadvantage to ordinary adventurer players, it wasn't as though the expansion pack was a pure liability to adventurer players. Adventurer players similarly had a way to benefit from this expansion pack. Crusades. Along with the rise of the dark forces, many dark NPCs that had previously hidden themselves would become active. As these NPCs were considered enemies of normal players could kill them without suffering any repercussions. As long as players managed to kill these NPCs, aside from being able to obtain weapons and equipment just like the loot from a boss, there was also a certain chance for these NPCs to drop 7 Luminaries crystals, an extremely valuable item to both players and NPCs. Unlike field bosses, some powerful NPCs would collect 7 Luminaries crystals. This source of 7 Luminaries crystals could also be considered the greatest reward to normal players from this new expansion pack. After Shurfeng was done eavesdropping on the conversations of other players, he returned to the candlelight trading firm and entered a special forging room before carefully taking out the soul orb. "Please don't disappoint me." Shurfeng then activated Omniscient Eyes on the soul orb. Omniscient Eyes was one of the 2 active skills of the Golden Stigmata, and it allowed one to see through everything and discover certain things that were not visible on the surface. Star Moon City. Due to the Demon God's Disturbance, Star Moon City's player population exploded. The majority of these newcomers were former inhabitants of the nearby towns. With the rise of the dark forces, the surrounding NPC towns were no longer safe. The safest locations right now for normal players were NPC cities. This development also prompted many adventurer teams, which were originally active in NPC towns, to move their main base of operations to NPC cities. Consequently, the prices of land in NPC cities also increased as a result of competition among many adventurer teams. This was especially true for land in the outskirts of Star Moon City. Although the land of a capital city was much more expensive than the land of other cities, the capital city was also much safer and more convenient. Moreover, Star Moon City was the closest NPC city to Evernight City, the sole city controlled by the dark forces in Star Moon Kingdom. This proximity also drew many hidden dark players to Star Moon City. Players couldn't teleport to Evernight City. Dark players were no exception to this. If players wished to visit the city, they could only do so on foot. Meanwhile, Star Moon City was undeniably the best place to stay for convenience in exchanging for items. For a time, the situation within Star Moon City became very complicated. Meanwhile, inside Heaven's Burial's residence, a meeting of the highest order was currently being held. "Fog, how are the contacts on your side?" Singular Burial asked as he looked at the female elementalist standing beside him. "Those dark guilds have already agreed to our conditions. When the time comes, we just need to exchange some of the weapons and equipment we don't need for those rare tools in Evernight City. At the same time, they've also agreed to secretly kill the players that visit Stone Forest Town," Daybreak Fog said, giggling softly. Although the new expansion pack had driven the rise of the dark forces, only minor powers like small guilds, adventurer teams, and independent players were actually affected. Large guilds like Heaven's Burial were entirely unaffected by this situation. After all, if the various dark guilds wished to thrive in Star Moon City, they would have to gain the permission of Heaven's Burial. Excellent. Now that we have the support of these dark guilds, we'll have a much easier time hindering Stone Forest Town's development. Fog, you'll be responsible for handling our relationship with the dark guilds in the future," Singular Burial said with a nod. He then turned to look at the cleric Flame Blood and asked, "How are preparations coming along on Abandoned Wave's side?" "Guild leader, rest assured. I've already covertly leaked information that a secret land has been discovered over at that place. Many strong adventurer teams and small guilds have already begun taking action. Afterwards, if we release additional fake news about finding treasure there, even more players should head over to their deaths. It won't be long before we hit the number Abandoned Wave needs. Moreover, due to this new expansion pack, the Dark Forces have already killed a large number of players. Thus, we won't attract any suspicions even if many players die," Flame Blood explained. "However, if we supply so many players to Abandoned Wave, what if he turns his sword against us, once he is done dealing with Zero Wing? You don't have to worry about this point. We've already signed a contract. He won't dare go back on his word. Besides, the more sacrifices we supply Abandoned Wave, the more returns we'll obtain from Evernight City. As long as we help Abandoned Wave achieve his target requirement, Heaven's Burial will become the first guild to reside in Evernight City. By then, we'll be unstoppable." Singular Burial laughed nonchalantly at Flame Blood's worries. He was helping Abandoned Wave because he stood to kill two birds with one stone. The first was weakening Zero Wing. Once Abandoned Wave was done dealing with Zero Wing, even if Heaven's Burial could not become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, it could still occupy half of the entire kingdom. The second was the position in Evernight City. As the only city belonging to the Dark Forces in Star Moon Kingdom, Evernight City offered simply too many benefits. Heaven's Burial could already make a hefty profit just by reselling the items bought or exchanged for there. Currently, the majority of the players in God's domain were under the impression that only dark players could enter Evernight City. In reality, though, that was not true. As long as one attained a certain status within the city, they could even purchase land to construct a guild residence in Evernight City. Only achieving this status was tough. However, Abandoned Wave just so happened to provide the guild with a good way to do so. Once Heaven's Burial entered Evernight City, they could begin reselling the city's rarities. Meanwhile, although the various dark guilds could also exchange for plenty of rare items, at the end of the day, dark guilds were shady existences that few ordinary people wished to do business with. Not to mention, dark guilds thrived on killing players. If one did not possess a certain degree of strength, who would dare to trade with dark players? As a result, the number of channels they could sell their rare items through was limited. However, Heaven's Burial was different. Needless to say, players would prefer to trade with Heaven's Burial over the various dark guilds. In addition, dark guilds were usually of relatively small size, so how could they possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? As for the threat of the Blackwater Guild, there was no need to worry about that. The guild had already officially withdrawn from Star Moon Kingdom not long ago and diverted its attention towards the various empires of God's domain. After all, the Blackwater Corporation was extremely ambitious. Abandoned Wave was but one of the corporation's many pawns. Abandoned Wave's current actions were simply his final struggle. If he succeeded, he might regain the Blackwater Corporation's trust and be put to use elsewhere. If he failed, he would definitely be discarded. In either case, the outcome would not affect Heaven's Burial. Hence, Heaven's Burial's operation this time would only reap benefits. At the same time as Heaven's Burial was holding a meeting, an earth-shattering incident was also taking place in the distant White River City's candlelight trading firm. What a powerful aura! Shi Feng had a look of astonishment on his face as he looked at the floating soul orb. Currently, the soul orb was emitting frightening pressure. This aura was similar to what he felt from Demon God Paimon on Demon Island. However, while the aura Demon God Paimon released back then had indeed been frightening, it had also been calm. On the other hand, the aura released by the soul orb was berserk, as the soul orb contained a holy aura aside from Demon God Paimon's aura. Meanwhile, these two auras were currently in conflict, making it seem as if two gods were fighting each other right now. At this moment, the entire special forging room was already a mess. Even the magically strengthened walls cracked at the might of the two divine auras. The strength of these two auras exceeded the special forging room's suppressive ability. As a result, the auras had leaked outside, paralyzing everyone within the candlelight trading firm. What's going on? Why can't I move? This aura. Could there be a monster inside the trading firm? The lifestyle players that had been toiling in their respective workshops were all frightened. This was definitely their first time to encounter such a situation. Just sensing the two divine auras made their souls shudder in fear. Shifeng did not doubt that the clash between these two auras would have caused a tremendous commotion in White River City if not for Candlelight Trading Firm being a 3-star shop. This was also the reason why he had chosen to appraise the soul orb there. After a short moment, the two clashing auras finally weakened and eventually reached a balance. As a result, half of the soul orb turned black and the other half white. Meanwhile, the divine might the orb was exuding right now gave even Shifeng, who was level 50, difficulty in moving his body. Wonderful! It really is a treasure fragment. Shifeng revealed a look of ecstasy when he took a look at the soul orb's attributes once again. An indescribable excitement filled Shifeng as he held the soul orb. The 7 treasures were bona fide godly relics. Mere legendary items could not compare to these. Not even ancient gods would necessarily possess a godly relic, much less mortal humans. In the past, Shifeng had never even heard of a player owning a godly relic. Of course, it was possible that someone had obtained a godly relic but had hidden the fact. After all, news of something like this would cause a huge commotion throughout the game if it got out. Hence, in the eyes of God-ranked experts, legendary items were already considered godly relics. After all, legendary items were already capable of enabling players to challenge opponents of a higher tier. If a God-ranked expert really got their hands on a godly relic, the outcome would be simply mind-boggling. Although the 7 treasures were neither weapons nor equipment, they were still powerful enough to suppress Dark Abyss. However, now that Shifeng thought about it, he found the idea reasonable. The soul water the soul orb produced helped players reach an unprecedented serenity and mental clarity. This was no longer something achievable by simply raising an area's mana density. How could an epic item possibly possess such an amazing ability? Only a godly relic could produce something so unbelievable. Soul Orb, epic rank item. Originally a fragment of the Treasure of Illusion. However, due to being refined by demon god Paimon, the fragment's true power has been sealed. Additional active skill dash, Soul Water. Creates soul water from the souls willingly contributed by players. No cooldown. Every 100 souls of players absorbed will produce 1 drop of soul water. Additional active skill 2 dash, Divine Power Absorption. Absorb divine power to recover the soul orb itself. There are a total of 3 seals. The removal of the first seal requires 10 god crystals. Current absorbed number 0. Currently, although the soul orb has been sealed by demon god Paimon, it has been awakened by the golden stigmata. The seal can be removed by absorbing divine power. Item will drop upon death. Demonic power will devour non-stigmata bearers. Not long after Shifeng began to celebrate, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System. Demon god Paimon has discovered the soul orb's awakening and has issued a recovery order to all Dark Force players. If more than 3 yards separate the soul orb and the stigmata, it will be teleported back to Paimon's hands. Must the system be so serious? Shifeng was speechless when he heard the system notification. This system announcement had declared that the soul orb could not leave his person. He had to carry it with him constantly. However, the soul orb dropped upon death. If he died, the orb would return to demon god Paimon. The recovery order was also a vicious threat. Since it was a recovery order, dark players would definitely be given a special method to find the soul orb. In other words, as long as he was outside of an NPC city, his chances of encountering a dark player ambush were quite high. He was at a huge disadvantage. He had prioritized secrecy when moving about to prevent others from discovering his intentions. Unfortunately, the soul orb was a beacon for trouble, yet if he didn't hold on to it, he would lose the treasure fragment. Do I really have to head to the War God's Temple? Shifeng felt a headache brewing. The War God's Temple had tasked him with collecting the 7 treasures. While he might be able to complete his quest by handing them over, he would lose the ability to use the treasures for himself. Those were the 7 treasures they were talking about. Although they were neither weapons nor equipment, They possessed abilities that no epic or legendary item could compete with. Simply handing the treasures over after obtaining them wouldn't be worth his time. As Shifeng tried to plan his next move, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, Phoenix Rain has arrived with her people. She hopes to use the secret tablet right now, Aqua Rose said anxiously. However, we haven't decided who to send yet. Should we have them wait for a little bit longer? She's here already? Shifeng could not help his surprise. The dark auction had only ended a short time ago, yet Phoenix Rain was already here. Tell her that I have some issues to deal with for now, and that I'll need to have her wait 3 hours. Also, gather Summer, Violet, Rain, and Ueru. You 5 will enter the tablet first. The secret spellcasting technique was a massive boost to magical class players. Although Zero Wing had quite a few magical class experts, people with great potential like Aqua Rose would have priority for learning the technique. Only before these 5 entered the tablet, he needed to prepare. Now that the soul orb had changed, he had to put it to good use, stockpiling as much soul water as possible, before handing it over to the war god's temple. Understood. Aqua Rose nodded happily when she heard that she had received a slot as well. If she entered the tablet, she might be able to join the ranks of Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts. After Aqua Rose disconnected the call, Shifeng considered contacting Melancholic Smile to gather a group of the Candlelight Trading Firm's ordinary lifestyle players, particularly the firm's reserve members. As long as these players were willing to part with a fraction of their souls, they would receive an official member's benefits for 5 days. The Candlelight Trading Firm was the #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. The benefits one could enjoy in Candlelight could not be found in any other trading firm in the kingdom. Hence, a large number of players wanted to join Candlelight every day. However, not everyone could become an official member. Only those with potential could become reserve members. After becoming a reserve member, players still needed to pass Candlelight's test to become an official member. Meanwhile, reserve members did not receive any particularly valuable benefits. They were only slightly better off than certain independent lifestyle players. Even so, droves of lifestyle players wanted to join. Furthermore, EXP was secondary to lifestyle players. Not being able to kill monsters wouldn't affect them in any way, and the weakened state only lasted 4 or 5 days. There should be plenty of reserve members who were willing to accept his offer. How could I have forgotten about Charlene? Shifeng suddenly remembered the Tier 5 red official Charlene. Charlene had both extraordinary strength and status. She had even scared away the mysterious youth that had used a super spell. That mysterious youth had dared to steal the golden tablet right in the middle of Blackwing City. Even Tier 5 players were likely no match for him. Moreover, Charlene knew a lot about God's domain. She might have some method to help him keep the soul orb. Let's give it a try. If it isn't possible, it won't be too late to trade it for a reward in the war god's temple after I've stockpiled some soul water. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her collect the required members. This way, once he returned from the library, she should have gathered enough people. Although Shifeng wanted more sacrifices, the Flower of 7 Sins already knew about his acquisition of the soul orb. If he tempted fate, the Flower of 7 Sins would connect him with Frost Eye. In other words, they would learn that Frost Eye was a member of Zero Wing. If this news reached King's Return, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that happened, King's Return would do everything in its power to annihilate Zero Wing. After all, the guild's reputation was at stake. Hence, he needed to maintain a low profile while collecting souls. Moreover, he needed to do it quickly. The longer he held the soul orb, the closer the Flower of 7 Sins would come to discovering his identity. After all, the demon god Paimon had already issued a recovery order for the orb. If it were discovered on one of Zero Wing's members, the result would still be the same. Following which, Shifeng snuck out of the Candlelight Trading Firm and rode an advanced carriage to the library. On the foggy Demon Island, Brute Spear directed the Flower of 7 Sins members to carry away blood-red broken pillars secretly. These broken stone pillars radiated a faint divine might, and aside from the mana directly around the pillars, they attracted all nearby mana, increasing the density significantly. The smaller stone pillars were roughly 3 meters long. A single berserker could barely carry one. The larger pillars were 7 to 8 meters high, and transporting one required several players. These blood-red pillars littered the demon altar. "Hurry up! We need to move these before the other powers discover this place," Brute Spear commanded. If Shurfeng were present, he would instantly recognize these blood-red pillars. In the past, these pillars had been used to form the magic array that had protected the Flower of Seven Sins City. This magic array was known as the Dark Sanctuary. Under the cover of the Dark Sanctuary, the mana density within the enveloped area would reach heights that even the Tower of Four Elements could not compete with. However, this wasn't the Dark Sanctuary's greatest purpose. Rather, it was its ability to help players grow. Players could fight system-generated copies of themselves in the Dark Sanctuary's core as long as they spent enough magic crystals. Moreover, their copies could execute skills at 100% completion rate. Fighting such an opponent would help players realize their flaws and improve rapidly within a short period. Due to this magic array, countless experts had tried to join the Flower of Seven Sins. Only the magic array Brute Spear and the others had just secured was damaged. Could not be used right away. Even so, just by gathering the blood-red pillars in a location, they could increase the area's mana density. As Brute Spear and the others transported the stone pillars, the Flower of Seven Sins members received a system notification. System: Demon God Paimon has issued a recovery order for the Soul Orb. Anyone who kills the Soul Orb's wielder will receive a bountiful reward from Demon God Paimon. You will need to pay 500 magic crystals to accept this quest. Do you wish to accept this quest? This quest is valid long-term. It can be accepted at any time and does not have a time limit. The Soul Orb? Brute Spear was shocked when he heard this system notification. Isn't that the item Frost I took from me? The demon god Paimon had bestowed the Soul Orb to him as a treasure. Brute Spear had never thought that this treasure would be this important. Brute Spear suddenly regretted his decision to wager the orb. Boss Brute, doesn't Frost I have the Soul Orb? This is interesting. The demon god's reward will certainly be impressive. Many players will accept this quest. Frost Eye is in for a lot of trouble now. That's not possible, right? After all, that's Frost Eye we're talking about. Killing him is easier said than done. Boss Brute, should we accept this quest? We know that Frost Eye has the Soul Orb. We have an advantage over the other groups. That's right. Even if we can't get it, those from the Sin of Wrath and Sin of Greed will try for it. After all, there are a few among them who are close to becoming Baron Demons. The demon god's bountiful reward sorely tempted the Flower of Seven Sins members. They might get ennobled after completing the quest. Even if they didn't, they would still gain a significant amount of reputation, allowing them to reach the Baron rank more easily. This was a very rare opportunity for demon players. Let's not accept the quest for now. We should tell Big Sis about this first. We'll let her decide what we should do, Brute Spear said after giving the matter some thought. The others nodded in agreement. At the same time, the various dark forces in God's domain began to take action. A bountiful reward from the demon god? Just who is the unlucky fellow that provoked the demon god? Anyways, this is good news to us. Both the various dark guilds and the independent dark players accepted the demon god Paimon's quest without hesitation. Dark players had access to fewer quests than normal players. As a result, it was extremely difficult for dark players to raise their reputation with the dark forces. They would likely earn a ton of reputation points by completing this quest, let alone the potential reward from the demon god. Elsewhere, Shurfeng arrived at the library of White River City. More players crowded the building than during his previous visits. Many magical class players were practicing their spells in the main hall, and some were even learning from the NPC instructors to improve their spellcasting accuracy. Unlike physical classes, magical class players needed a considerable amount of training to hit monsters with their spells. This was especially true after so many God's Domain evolutions. Players that had recently joined God's Domain would have a very difficult time fighting even common monsters. Hence, they needed to practice a lot more to improve themselves. Although the various starting towns had their own combat instructor NPCs, the combat basics these NPCs taught were only useful to newcomers. If one wanted to grow more powerful, they had to enter a city. Physical class players could find their instructors in the War God's Temple. As for magical class players, their combat instructors were in the city's library. These locations were the easiest places for ordinary players to enter and train. After all, locations such as the Divine Colosseum cost magic crystals. This was a price that ordinary players could not afford. This was especially true for players that had just joined God's domain. Hence, ordinary players often visited both the War God's Temple and the library. If players wished to receive guidance from a senior instructor, they had to pay 1 silver per hour, whereas a junior instructor only cost 30 copper per hour. Even ordinary players could afford this. Hence, most ordinary players came here to train at night while spending the day in the fields engaged in battle. By doing so, they could grow stronger faster than simply fighting monsters all day. Zero Wing's members were far better off. As Zero Wing now had a 3-star guild residence, it had its own training room. Not only could the training room teach players to utilize their skills and spells, but it also taught players basic combat techniques. Neither the library nor the War God's Temple offered as much. After entering the library, Shifeng headed to the top floor. The guards have grown stronger again? Shifeng was slightly surprised when he saw the 2 black armored knights guarding the Star Moon Hall's entrance. Every time he visited the Star Moon Hall, the knights were stronger than before. Originally, the guards had only been level 180 Tier 3 knights. Now, they were level 210 Tier 3 knights. Even level 180, Tier 4 NPCs would have trouble dealing with these knights. After all, the higher one's level was, the more attributes one received with each level up. A gap of 30 levels at such a high level was no trivial matter. These 2 Tier 3 knights did not block Shifeng's path into the Star Moon Hall. Rather, they opened the doors when Shifeng came within 10 yards, as if they had been instructed to do so. Seated on the throne in the middle of the hall was a golden-haired, saint-like woman. When this saintly woman saw Shifeng, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. After some time apart, you seem to have collected a lot more treasures and coins. Currently, Charlene wore a set of exquisite, red-white robes. Although Shifeng did not know exactly what rank the robes were, they added a hint of divinity and charm to her appearance. They also exuded a fierce divine might. Divine might. Not just any random weapon or piece of equipment possessed this kind of power. It needed to be an item once worn by a god. Moreover, the item must have absorbed some of said god's power to radiate divine might. Legendary mage robes? Shifeng guessed. Take the 7 treasures, for example. As gods had created these items personally, the exuded divine might. The fact that Charlene's robes radiated divine might proved that they were extraordinary. Most legendary items in God's domain did not exude divine might. However, when Shifeng saw the faint smile on Charlene's face after hearing her comment, he shuddered involuntarily. Only now did he recall that Charlene possessed a very high-rank identification skill that could even observe the contents of a player's bag space. He currently had more than 10,000 gold on him. Why are you giving me that look? Do you think I covet your 15,739 gold coins? Contempt laced Charlene's words as she spoke. After so much time, you sure have a lot more secrets. You've even gotten your hands on a treasure fragment. I wonder how angry demon god Paimon is right now. After all, he spent hundreds of years to seal that orb. Shifeng's heart began to pound. The War God's Temple had been searching for the 7 treasures constantly. Yet based on Charlene's tone, it seemed as if she had known the treasure of illusions whereabouts all along. Do you think I'm working for the War God's Temple? Charlene said as if she had read Shifeng's thoughts. Chuckling, she said, You've sought me out to find a way to prevent Paimon from taking the treasure fragment back, right? Unfortunately, I have no way of shielding the fragment from Paimon's detection. Is there really no way? Shifeng sighed dejectedly. If he couldn't hide the soul orb from demon god Paimon, then he would have no choice but to hand the item over to the War God's Temple. Even a demon god couldn't reach the orb inside the War God's Temple. However, simply handing the orb over would be a huge waste. I never said there wasn't a way. If the treasure absorbs a sufficient amount of divine power, you can remove Paimon's seal. Even Paimon won't be able to do anything about it. If you wish to keep the treasure fragment, you should find more god crystals quickly. There is nothing else anyone can do to help you. After all, we are only mortal. We have no hope of resisting gods, Charlene explained. God crystals. Shifeng smiled bitterly. He wanted to obtain a lot of god crystals. After all, he had many items that needed divine power to evolve. However, god crystals were extremely rare, even rarer epic items. Obtaining a single god crystal was extremely difficult, yet removing the first seal on the soul orb required 10 crystals. Where was he supposed to find so many god crystals? As if she had predicted Shifeng's concerns, Charlene giggled and said, "Others might have a hard time finding god crystals, but for you, it shouldn't be a difficult task." "Not difficult for me? Why?" Shifeng asked curiously. 5,000 gold consultation fee, Charlene demanded, smiling as she stretched out her hand. Shifeng rolled his eyes at the woman, inwardly cursing her for being black-hearted. However, he still handed over the 5,000 gold consultation fee. God crystals were of utmost importance. Unfortunately, he had yet to discover any clues about their whereabouts. After receiving the 5,000 gold, Charlene's smile became all the more charming. "It's very simple, actually. Don't you have that ancient document on you? As long as you ask the ancient document, you'll find clues regarding god crystals." Charlene waved her hand, and in the next instant, the ancient document in Shifeng's bag appeared before him. Of course, this is only one of the clues you can use to find god crystals. The other one is the most important. Now that you've reached level 50, you can consider your Tier 2 promotion quest. I suggest you complete it as soon as possible as you don't have much time left. Initially, Shifeng wanted to curse at the woman. Of course, he knew that the ancient document possessed such an ability. After all, he had bought it from the dark auction. However, the ancient document would only provide a clue to one god crystal. He needed 10 for the soul orb. Moreover, he had a greater purpose for the ancient document. It would be wasteful to use it to find god crystals. "What does my Tier 2 promotion have to do with god crystals?" Shifeng asked. He simply needed to complete a quest for his Tier 2 promotion. Meanwhile, the gods themselves had used god crystals. The two were not related in the least. "Have you forgotten that you own of one of the 10 great saint legacies?" Charlene smiled as she took out an ancient book. She then explained, "This ancient book contains records of the 10 great saint legacies. Every time you complete a promotion quest, you'll be sent into a different space. The ancient gods had left these spaces behind. Gods would have certainly stored items there. Hence, for you, it isn't a particularly difficult task to obtain god crystals." Hearing Charlene saying so, Shifeng thought back to the eternal courtyard he had visited in the Origin Sword domain. An ancient god had indeed once lived there. Moreover, he had discovered the Holy Grail in that space. However, as his strength had been limited then, he had been restricted to certain areas. Just surviving and completing his quest had been extremely difficult. He had only obtained the god crystal due to luck. As Charlene had said, the sooner he completed his Tier 2 promotion, the better. This way, he would have more time to focus on other things. Once he had his Tier 2 class, he could explore new areas and find new treasures. "Lady Charlene, may I know how I should go about completing my promotion?" Shifeng asked. Previously, he had completed his class change with the assistance of a legacy item. However, his legacy item had disappeared. If he had a normal class, he could simply go to the library or War God's temple and seek out a high-tiered instructor for his Tier 2 promotion. However, hidden classes didn't have that option. They needed legacy items to show the way. "I can send you there. I charged you a friendship price the last time. This time, it will cost you 10,000 gold and an additional 188 mana stones," Charlene said, stretching out her hand as she revealed an expression that stated, "You should be thankful I am offering such a low price." When Shifeng heard this, he very much wished to say, "Why don't you go rob a bank or something?" Others only needed to pay 50 gold for their Tier 2 promotion, yet his required 10,000 gold and 188 mana stones. Even if he had the Philosopher's Stone, he still needed 9,400 magic crystals to synthesize that many mana stones. If an independent player stood in his place, they wouldn't even be able to afford their Tier 2 promotion after reaching level 100. I am giving you a great deal here. If you went to find someone else to assist you, they'll have to be a Tier 5 magical class, and you'd need 3 of them. Hiring 3 such existences will cost you a fortune. On the other hand, I'm only charging 10,000 gold, Charlene explained. All right then. However, I don't have that many mana stones on hand right now, and I need to prepare. When Shifeng heard that he needed 3 Tier 5 magical class NPCs to help him, he understood that this promotion quest of his was nothing ordinary. Most likely, only an NPC like Charlene could help him. Any other NPC with the required strength would be incredibly rare. Following which, Shifeng left the library, rushing back to the candlelight trading firm. On his way, Melancholic Smile contacted him, an excited expression on her face as she said, "Guild leader, good news! Abyss has successfully constructed the first advanced transport carriage." "He's done already?" Shifeng grew ecstatic when he heard Melancholic Smile's report. Advanced transport carriages were not that easy to construct. Even with all the required materials, it was possible that certain parts wouldn't meet the system standards, which would result in failure during the final assembly. These faulty parts would need to be remade, and the carriage would have to be reassembled. These various processes were extremely taxing in both time and energy. However, as long as the advanced transport carriages were complete, they would massively assist Stone Forest Town's development. Stone Forest Town's reconstruction was already complete. However, the transport carriages, the key to unlocking the intermediate town's true potential, were still missing. Although it was possible to rent ordinary carriages from NPCs, those carriages could hold up to 4 players at a time. Moreover, the rental price was relatively high. The amount of time one could save with these carriages was also minimal as their speed was on par with common mounts. If ordinary players were asked to spend 40 copper just to save 5 hours, they would likely choose to walk the entire way. Hence, for the moment, Shifeng had set the fee for using the rented carriages at 30 copper per player. With this, he may not make a profit, but he wouldn't lose money either. If they could have a fleet of advanced transport carriages now, they could solve many problems. First, the speed of an advanced transport carriage was on par with a mysterious iron mount. Second, it was capable of carrying up to 20 players at a time. With these 2 factors, they would make quite an income by just offering players transportation. Furthermore, advanced transport carriages could carry cargo. An advanced transport carriage could carry up to 60 non-bag space items. In player towns, a wandering NPC merchant stock depended on the town's transportation services. This was because the majority of a wandering merchant's goods were non-bag space items. The more non-bag space items a town could transport, the more rare items wandering merchants would bring to said town. Moreover, more wandering merchants would visit. This was considered a hidden benefit. This hidden benefit had only been discovered after many guilds had established their own advanced towns or basic cities in the past. When the news spread, the various guilds regretted not establishing a transportation system early on. Otherwise, they would have attracted far more players with the wandering NPC merchants. Moreover, as a town or city attracted more wandering merchants, it would unlock another hidden benefit: a mystery shop. The mystery shop mainly sold mystery treasure chests. As its name suggested, one had a random chance of obtaining all sorts of items from the mystery treasure chests, such as potions, weapons, equipment, magic scrolls, food, beverages, and far more. If one were lucky, they could even obtain dark gold weapons and equipment. It had been very popular among players. However, while the mystery shop had an unlimited number of mystery treasure chests in stock, players could only purchase 5 mystery treasure chests per day at most. Each treasure chest sold for 2 silver coins. After players purchased a certain number of mystery treasure chests from the mystery shop, they could become members of the shop. By then, players could enter the shop's second floor, competing for a limited number of up-to-date and rare weapons, equipment, and tools. Even the most inferior among these items was secret silver rank, and players had often found fine gold items. While very rare, dark gold items would also appear from time to time. After reaching level 50, it would become very difficult to obtain high-quality weapons and equipment. Obtaining level 50+ secret silver equipment would be as challenging as finding current dark gold equipment. Hence, getting to compete for up-to-date fine gold weapons and equipment every day was a huge opportunity for most players. This opportunity did not require players to have superb combat techniques. As long as one had enough coins, they could purchase the items they desired. Players had swarmed to any town or city with mystery shop. Back then, even merchant players had used these mystery shops to make a fortune, traveling to the various towns and cities to compete for these items, then reselling them elsewhere for a profit. After all, players rarely sold their level 50+ fine gold weapons and equipment. Upon arriving at the candlelight trading firm, Shifeng hurried to Burning Abyss's workshop. Guild leader, what do you think of this advanced transport carriage? Melancholic smile asked as she gestured to the exquisite carriage in the workshop center. Unlike the horse carriages gliding down city streets, the advanced transport carriage was not pulled by a horse. Rather, it resembled the bronze engineering locomotive, a completely mechanized mode of transportation. Players could operate it simply by purchasing fuel from NPC shops. It was similar to taming mounts. Living mounts needed to be fed during fixed times. The higher a mount's rank was, the more expensive its food needed to be. Is this a modified version? After examining the transport carriage, he noticed that it was slightly different from the original design. Burning is an engineering genius. He modified it slightly using his research from Titan City, enhancing its performance slightly. Melancholic smile explained. Advanced transport carriage, common rank, a creation of Master Engineer Burning Abyss. Maximum capacity, 20 people. Durability 200/200. Item storage when liberated, 8,000 bag space slots and 60 non-bag space slots. Additional skill dash, mana combustion. Increase movement speed by 15% by absorbing the mana of player. Each minute consumes 1,500 mana. No cooldown. Amazing, Shifeng said, surprised. He had seen the mana combustion skill before. However, this skill generally only manifested on bronze rank or higher mechanical carriages or mounts. This was his first time seeing the skill on a common advanced horse carriage. With this 15% movement speed increase, the transport carriage would rival secret silver mounts. However, when Shifeng looked at this advanced transport carriage, he felt a little helpless. With the materials they had at hand, they could produce at most 2 advanced transport carriages. If they could mass-produce the transport carriage, the mystery shop might open in Stone Forest Town before it even became an advanced town. It would be great if we could find some replacement materials. Shifeng thought. Green ebony was even rarer than diamond wood. Moreover, it could only be found in extremely dangerous maps. Procuring a large quantity would be very difficult, right? Green ebony only grows where normal ebony grows, and only a small minority of ebony in high mana density environments grow into the tougher, harder, and more mana-conductive green ebony. What if I use the Philosopher's Stone's elemental strengthening on normal ebony? Shifeng suddenly remembered the Philosopher's Stone. Aside from concocting potions, alchemy could convert and strengthen items. Green ebony was born from ebony. It was definitely worth giving the Philosopher's Stone a try. Ebony was not a particularly rare material in God's domain. One could even say that it was a very common type of wood. If he could transform ebony into green ebony, he could save himself plenty of trouble. Mass-producing the advanced transport carriage would no longer be a challenge. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng had Melancholic Smile retrieve some ebony from the candlelight trading firm's warehouse, while he retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse. In the first-floor hall of the candlelight trading firm, due to the exotic stamina potion's recent launch, not only had the candlelight trading firm become the most popular place in White River City, but it had also become a holy land for lifestyle players. Every day, a large number of lifestyle players visited the candlelight trading firm to take its entry test. Among the kingdom's trading firms, the candlelight trading firm employed the most lifestyle players. In addition, it was the only place that had the basic meditation room. Everyone had thought little of the basic meditation room when it had first appeared. However, shortly after, a large group of advanced lifestyle players had suddenly emerged in the candlelight trading firm. Even if they didn't acknowledge that the basic meditation room had anything to do with it, it was difficult to deny the truth. How else would they explain the sudden addition of so many advanced lifestyle players in the candlelight trading firm? Lifestyle players' status rose with each passing day. Advanced lifestyle players, in particular, enjoyed generous benefits. As long as one worked hard, their income could even rival that of expert players. They could easily live without having to worry about food and clothing. If they reached the master rank, even owning a mansion and luxury cars were within reach. To become master lifestyle players, joining the candlelight trading firm was undeniably the best option. So, this is the candlelight trading firm? Seems like a pretty nice place. As a large group of independent lifestyle players lined up by the first-floor hall staircase, awaiting their turn to be tested, a female player in dark gray robes entered the trading firm and nonchalantly commented. This female player was none other than Silent Wonder, whom Shurfeng had invited to work for the candlelight trading firm. Silent Wonder's comment instantly attracted many lifestyle players' attention as they all turned to look at her. Very quickly, they noticed the advanced alchemist's insignia on Silent Wonder's chest. Moreover, her level was frighteningly high at level 42. Not even many experts had such a high level. However, despite her level and alchemist rank, the waiting lifestyle players glared at her contemptuously. At this moment, an advanced enchanter close to Silent Wonder said, "You must have come here from another kingdom, right? If you wish to join the candlelight trading firm, you need to queue up for the test. Even advanced classes need to take the test to join this place?" Silent Wonder asked the advanced enchanter standing in the long queue. The various guilds were all in desperate need of advanced lifestyle players. Practically every guild treated their advanced lifestyle players like their own children. If an advanced lifestyle player stated their intention to join a guild, plenty of guilds would welcome them with open arms, not force them to take a test. Of course, there are at least 5 advanced lifestyle players ahead of me right now, the advanced enchanter said as he rolled his eyes. This is the candlelight trading firm. It isn't like your average guild. From I've heard, several advanced lifestyle players had failed Candlelight's test and had to retake it 3 times before they managed to pass. How is this possible? For a moment, Silent Wonder thought she had heard wrong. She suspected that the advanced enchanter before her was a prop the candlelight trading firm had placed here to fool people. Those are advanced lifestyle players we're talking about. If even advanced lifestyle players needed to retake the test several times, how were basic and intermediate lifestyle players supposed to pass? It's true. This is already my 2nd time taking the test. Candlelight's testing is different from other guilds. They set different requirements depending on your rank. Only by achieving their requirement are you allowed to join. The only advantage advanced lifestyle players have is that we don't need to become reserve members. As long as we pass the test, we'll be accepted as official members instantly, the advanced enchanter explained. Silent Wonder fell silent for a moment. She could not understand what was going through these advanced lifestyle players' minds. If an advanced lifestyle player joined any other guild, becoming a core member would be trivial, yet based on the advanced enchanter's explanation, one would be lucky to become an official member of the candlelight trading firm. Were all of these advanced lifestyle players somehow tricked to come here? Silent Wonder wondered about her agreement with Shurfeng. Have you come all the way here without knowing anything? The advanced enchanter asked, surprised by Silent Wonder's behavior. In response, Silent Wonder nodded. No wonder. In Starmoon Kingdom and our several neighboring counties, the candlelight trading firm is second to none in terms of the treatment and benefits it provides. Aside from its large number of special workshops, there are also the basic meditation rooms that can help advanced lifestyle players like us reach the master rank. I heard that Candlelight already has a master engineer. As long as we become Candlelight core members, we can seek guidance from that master engineer, the advanced enchanter explained. A master? How is this possible? Silent Wonder was stunned. She could not believe her ears. That was a master lifestyle player they were talking about. Even God's domains empires didn't have a master rank lifestyle player yet, much less a small kingdom like Star Moon Kingdom. After all, crossing that final threshold was not a simple thing. Yet, not only did the Candlelight trading firm have an excellent resource like the basic meditation room, but it also possessed a bona fide master leading it. Any advanced lifestyle player seeking to become a master would be more than eager to learn about a master's experience. So, he really wasn't lying. Silent Wonder suddenly thought back to Shifeng's words mentioning how her stay in the Candlelight trading firm after fulfilling her contract was an unknown. She had assumed that Shifeng wanted to provoke her. Now, however, it would seem that he had told the truth. After all, with the presence of a master lifestyle player and so many advanced lifestyle players seeking said master's guidance, the competition within the trading firm would be intense. So what? I refuse to submit. At the end of the month, you'll be begging me to stay. Silent Wonder's fighting spirit flared. She had relied on herself to grow from an apprentice into an advanced alchemist. She believed that, as long as she remained in Candlelight trading firm, it would be a trivial task to become the trading firm's chief alchemist. As Silent Wonder joined the queue to take the test, a large number of reserve members gathered in the fourth floor hall. There were over 600 players present. Among these people, even the weakest were advanced apprentices, with the majority of them being basic or intermediate lifestyle players. In any other large guild, they would be official members at the very least. In the Candlelight trading firm, however, they were only reserve members. However, these reserve members were all very excited. As long as they signed a contract, they would become official members for 5 days. During these 5 days, not only could they receive guidance, but they could also utilize the trading firm's special workshops. Guild leader, due to time constraints, I have only gathered this many people for now. It will take some more time to gather the remaining players, Melancholic Smile said. This should be barely enough. If you have the time, try to expand the firm a little more. In any case, Candlelight will have to expand later on. Doing it a little early would be just as beneficial, Shifeng said as he glanced at the reserve members in the hall. The number of people here barely met his requirement. Currently, there wasn't enough ebony in White River City's Candlelight trading firm's warehouse. There were only 30 logs or so. It was hardly enough for his needs. They still needed to transfer their stockpile from the other shops. It just so happened that he could use this time to obtain some soul water. After all, Phoenix Rain was in quite a hurry, and it would not help him to delay them. Following which, Shifeng began absorbing the reserve members' souls. The absorption process was very simple. He didn't even need to take out the soul orb itself. A simple handshake and an agreement from the contributing party would do. One reserve member after another clicked agree when a window appeared, asking them to contribute a fraction of their souls. When the soul orb eventually gathered 100 souls, a drop of dazzling, red water formed within. After a short moment, the soul orb absorbed 624 souls and formed 6 drops of soul water. All right, it's about time I meet Phoenix Rain. Shifeng smiled in satisfaction as he stored the 6 drops of soul water in 6 small bottles. In the Candlelight trading firm's 7th floor meeting room, as soon as Shifeng entered the meeting room, several gazes landed on him. The origin of these gazes was none other than Phoenix Rain's group, who had waited for quite some time now. This time, aside from Blue Phoenix, Phoenix Rain had brought 3 cloaked men. These men hid their levels, equipment, and in-game name. Although Shifeng could not see any information about these men, the fact that Phoenix Rain had chosen them to enter the secret technique tablet proved that their combat standards were extraordinary. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain wouldn't have wasted these precious legacy slots on them. So, these are Phoenix Rain's hidden cards. The Phoenix Pavilion sure has a powerful foundation. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he saw the 3 men. He was surprised due to the men's calm auras. They felt more like plants than humans. Moreover, under his observation and perception, he couldn't find any holes in their defenses. This was rare. After all, he could even spot 3 weak points on an expert like Blue Phoenix. There were only 2 kinds of people that could hide their weak points from him. The first was those who possessed a higher combat standard than he did, while the second was those who had experienced countless battles and had long since hammered out their weaknesses. Regardless of which type these three men were, they were extremely powerful experts. As Shifeng observed these three men, these men observed him. Once they completed their evaluation, they were astonished. Is he that Yifeng that Rain mentioned? He is even more powerful than Rain said. I never expected an upstart guild to possess such a young expert. Truly amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen a kid that felt dangerous. The three men chatted quietly as they looked at Shifeng. As they conversed, Blue Phoenix, who noticed this, smiled and said, Big Sis Rain. Yifeng seems to have shocked the elders. These men were not actually members of the Phoenix Pavilion. Instead, they were elders on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's board of elders. Normally, they only listened to the Great Pavilion Master. Aside from extensive contributions to the guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion required sufficient strength to join the board of elders. Otherwise, their subordinates wouldn't submit. However, although the guild elders only listened to the Great Pavilion Master, the Great Pavilion Master didn't have any right to manage their free time. Phoenix Rain had secured these three men's help for Thunder Island. Of course, the condition for their help was a slot to the secret spellcasting technique. Phoenix Rain simply smiled in response to the elders' reactions to Shifeng. While part of the reason she had brought these three elders here was to learn the secret spellcasting technique, another part was to rope them into her faction. After all, the contest over Thunder Island wasn't limited to a single event. The contest would repeat in the future, yet these men had only agreed to help once. In terms of overall strength, the Phoenix Pavilion and Heavenly Dragon Pavilion were about equal. Hence, both sides' chances of becoming the Great Pavilion Master were 50-50. As a result, the elders, who maintained a neutral stance in the guild, became prime recruitment targets. Not only did they possess great individual strength, but they also had significant influence within the guild. Every elder would massively boost their respective factions. Naturally, these elders understood that the future Great Pavilion Master would be one of the two current Pavilion Masters. However, while it was important to pick a side as soon as possible, it was also important that they chose the strongest. Strength came in many forms. For starters, there was the strength of collaborators. The stronger collaborators a side possessed, the more help these collaborators could be. Many elders had criticized Phoenix Rain for partnering with Zero Wing. However, after Blackwater's defeat and the Evil Dragon Battle Team's annihilation, some of these elders had begun to see her in a new light. Sorry for making you wait. I had some preparations to see to. Now that we're here, let's begin, Shifeng said as he approached the meeting table. He then took the bronze tablet from his bag. The instant the bronze tablet appeared, the three Dragon Phoenix Pavilion elders' eyes shone, their yearning for the bronze tablet overflowing. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had several secret technique tablets of their own, none were for magical classes. While they could not deny the usefulness of those secret techniques, in terms of benefits to magical class players such as themselves, those techniques paled in comparison to the secret spellcasting technique. Team leader Yifeng, I believe you know about the secret technique tablets. If you want the best effect from the legacy, it is best if you prepare tools that can assist players in increasing their focus. This way, you can earn twice the reward with half the effort, Phoenix Rain suggested. If your side hasn't prepared, I have a few bottles of magic wine that I can share. When consumed, one experiences similar effects to being in the trial tower, and each bottle has a duration of 30 minutes. As Phoenix Rain said so, she removed several bottles from her bag. She had produced these bottles of magic wine with the epic tool she had won in the dark auction. I didn't expect Rain to be so generous. The materials needed to brew the magic wine are very rare, and she has only brewed a small number. If she gives away some of her own share, she'll miss plenty of opportunities later inside the secret technique space. This can't be helped. Tools capable of increasing a player's focus are simply too rare. At the end of the day, Zero Wing is still an upstart guild with weak foundations. I have heard that Zero Wing intends to participate in the contest for Thunder Island. Now that Rain is helping them, they will be more useful on Thunder Island. Previously, I heard that Pantheon's people had sought Rain out to discuss a partnership. If that child had agreed, she wouldn't have to sacrifice her own resources like this. The three elders discussed Phoenix Rain's actions. The secret spellcasting technique was the only reason they had agreed to help Phoenix Rain on Thunder Island. Otherwise, they wouldn't have poked their noses into such a troublesome matter. Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor were equally powerful. However, the difference between their collaborators was obvious at a glance. While they did not mean to belittle Zero Wing, Nine Dragons Emperor had partnered with the Super Guild King's return. Moreover, recently Miracle had also agreed to a non-aggression pact with Nine Dragons Emperor for the contest on Thunder Island. Nine Dragons Emperor's advantages far outstripped Phoenix Rain's. Just as Phoenix Rain was about to reveal another bottle of magic wine, Shifeng shook his head and said, "Thank you for your goodwill, but we have come prepared." "You already have them?" Phoenix Rain could not help her astonishment. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to have such a foundation. Before she had won the epic tool that produced magic wine, the Phoenix Pavilion had only had a few tools that improved a player's concentration. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and the others, who stood by the side, weren't surprised in the least. If one wanted to discuss tools that improved focus, nothing throughout Starmoon Kingdom and its several neighboring kingdoms and empires could compare to the 100-berry wine. The 100-berry wine's effects were simply wondrous. Unfortunately, the supply was limited. To improve their efficiency with learning the secret spellcasting technique, Shifeng had given each of them 5 bottles. "Aqua, you guys take these. Each person only gets 1 bottle," Shifeng said before revealing 5 bottles of soul water. The crimson droplet within the glass bottles immediately attracted everyone's attention. The instant Shifeng took out these glass bottles, everyone present thirsted for the soul water. Even a fool could tell how amazing the soul water was. When Aqua Rose and the others held the soul water, they could not help but take a deep gulp, their minds practically shouting at them to consume the soul water. How could such a frightening tool actually exist? The three elders were dumbfounded as they stared at the soul water in wonder. Phoenix Rain was similarly shocked when she saw the soul water. There were plenty of delicacies in God's domain. However, those were only attractive in terms of taste and smell. However, the soul water was different. It emanated a powerfully attractive aura. "It seems that I really have underestimated you," Phoenix Rain chuckled as she shook her head. Previously, she worried that Zero Wing's 5 members would waste the legacy slots. However, that concern seemed unfounded. Following which, Shifeng activated the bronze tablet for the secret spellcasting technique, while everyone else began to draw a copy of the magic array that had appeared on the tablet. As the basic magic arrays began taking form, they resonated with the array on the bronze tablet. A black hole then formed on the tablet, pulling everyone but Shifeng into it. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng was alone in the meeting room. "I've done all I can. How much you grow will depend on you now." Shifeng glanced at the now empty space where Aqua Rose and the others had stood before turning and leaving the room. Elsewhere, after being pulled into the black hole, Aqua Rose and the others were transported to the entrance of a 9-story tall, golden temple. The temple was nearly 600 meters tall, looming like a large mountain. Its appearance alone shocked Aqua Rose and the others. This temple also radiated a suffocating pressure, making everyone's movements extraordinarily sluggish. "So, this is the secret technique space?" Aqua Rose and the others looked around curiously. The pair of bronze doors before them was tightly shut, and it did not seem as if they could enter the temple at the moment. 2 large words had been carved into the doors. Bronze Temple. Suddenly, the figure of an old man with a hunched back appeared before the doors. This old man wore a kind expression. However, as these players inspected the man carefully, they discovered that, despite only being a phantom, he was incredibly strong. Bronze Temple Guardian, Phantom. Grand Wizard, Level Unknown, HP Unknown, /Unknown. A Grand Wizard was the Tier 5 class of an Elementalist. Even in empires, a Grand Wizard was an apex existence. Even emperors had to treat these powerhouses with respect. Although the Grand Wizard before them was only a phantom, he was still an invincible existence compared to Tier 1 players like Aqua Rose and the others. Heaven-blessed individuals, welcome to the Bronze Temple. You are only allocated 6 hours of legacy time. However, you can extend this legacy time with your performance. The Bronze Temple has a total of 9 floors, and each floor has numerous sets of secret techniques. You are only allowed to pick one set from each floor each time you enter the Bronze Temple. However, as you have come to this place through an incomplete tablet, there is only one complete set available inside the Bronze Temple. The rest are incomplete. Of the temple's 9 floors, you have one chance to learn one aspect of the complete legacy from each floor. Although you may acquire the complete legacy on the first floor for free, you will have to defeat a predetermined opponent to obtain the complete legacies on the remaining floors. The more floors you clear, the longer you may visit the Bronze Temple. When you pass the second floor, you will gain 1 extra hour inside, 2 hours for passing the third floor, 4 hours for the fourth floor, and so on. You only have one chance to learn from each floor. Regardless of how many times you return here in the future, if you cannot pass the last floor you reached, you cannot obtain more legacies. Please keep this in mind. When the Bronze Temple Guardian finished speaking, he vanished, following which the bronze gates slowly opened. So, this is how it works. Realization dawned on Aqua Rose. It was no wonder why it was mentioned that the first entry into a secret technique tablet was the most effective, while subsequent entries would be less so. After all, the higher a player's skill level, the more difficult it would be to improve. This was similar to skill completion rates. The closer one was to reaching 100% completion rate, the more difficult it would be to raise it. If a player reached the 4th floor on their first attempt, but couldn't reach the 5th floor during their second attempt, then they wouldn't obtain any legacies. They would have wasted a trip. Aqua Rose and Phoenix Rain's group of 10 entered the Bronze Temple. The Bronze Temple's first floor had a similar setup to a football stadium. A massive, magic water ball dominated the center of this stadium. It was obvious that the players were supposed to receive their legacies from this liquid orb. As this wasn't the first time Phoenix Rain's group had entered a secret technique space, they habitually retrieved their magic wine from their bags and drank it. Without hesitation, they approached the water ball in the center. In the next moment, Phoenix Rain's group of 5 entered the water ball and disappeared, as if they had been transported to a different space. "Big Sis Aqua, let's go too," Violet Cloud said excitedly. The secret spellcasting technique was a combat technique tailored for magical classes. If she could grasp it, she could definitely improve her techniques. "Emicham, let's enter as well." Aqua Rose nodded. She then took out the soul water from her bag and drank it. Soul water, when consumed, increases players' focus for 2 hours. Cooldown, 10 hours. The instant Aqua Rose drank the soul water, she felt as if she had somehow left her body. Her mind experienced a calm like never before, and she felt physically stronger and more agile than ever. When she tried to recall the void steps she had previously learned, countless thoughts and inspiration bombarded her mind. Aqua Rose hadn't been aware that consuming the soul water placed one in a supersensitive state. This state was far beyond what players experienced even in absurdly high mana-dense environments. The guild leader really is impressive. This soul water is at least 10 times stronger than the 100-berry wine. Alluring Summer commented in astonishment. When she had first joined Zero Wing, she had been thoroughly impressed by the 100-berry wine. The beverage had helped her improve significantly within a short time, allowing her skill completion rate to rise from 80% to 82%. Yet after so long in Zero Wing, she had only reached an 85% skill completion rate. Although this increase seemed minute, in reality, her spells had undergone a qualitative transformation. As for Zhao Yueru, she was at a loss for words. The more she knew about Shifeng, the more mysterious he seemed. Shifeng was a Pandora's box, hiding countless secrets. When she had discovered that Yifeng and Black Flame were actually the same person, she had been shocked. After all, she had understood what kind of background Yifeng had started with. He had nothing to lean on, yet now, he was the guild leader of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Once Aqua Rose's team had familiarized themselves with the supersensitive state, they entered the magic water ball. Inside one of the candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms, Melancholic Smile walked in with over 2,000 logs of ebony. Each ebony stack contained 20 logs. Although the special forging room was quite spacious, it was not enough room to store so many logs. Shifeng had no choice but to store them in his bag space for now, leaving 300 logs out to experiment on later. Why isn't it succeeding? Shifeng wore a confused expression as he held the Crimson Philosopher's Stone and stared at the pile of ash on the floor. Is it really impossible to transmute ebony into green ebony? So far, he had performed elemental strengthening on more than 200 logs of ebony. However, every attempt either did nothing or tuned the wood to ash. If others knew that Shifeng had wasted over 200 logs of ebony, they would have fainted from anger. Although ebony was not a rare wood, it wasn't available in large quantities. Each log could sell for 20 silver on the market, only slightly cheaper than a magic crystal. One could purchase a common mount for the price of 200 plus logs, following which Shifeng tried using the Philosopher's Stone's 3 other skills: alchemical conversion, elemental refinement, and alchemical synthesis. However, the results were the same. Though, surprisingly, when Shifeng used alchemical synthesis on 50 logs, he obtained purple origin wood rather than green ebony. Purple origin wood was a rare wood. Similar to diamond wood, it was an excellent component for crafting ships. However, using 50 logs of ebony to obtain 1 log of purple origin wood was obviously not worthwhile. Each log was only worth 6 to 7 gold, yet synthesizing it from ebony would cost 10 gold per log. No, it must be that my approach is wrong. Shifeng suddenly thought of something after seeing his repeated failures. The reason ebony could become green ebony was its mana density. Green ebony only manifested where the mana density was quite high. This was also why green ebony was so rare. If there isn't enough mana, I'll have to supply it. Shifeng smiled. He then took a large pile of magic crystals from his bag and used them to fuel elemental strengthening. On his first try, he used 1 magic crystal. Although the strengthening failed, the ebony remained intact. On his second try, he used 2 crystals. The results were the same. It's no good even with 29 magic crystals. Shifeng was speechless. However, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue trying. He then used 30 magic crystals to strengthen the log of ebony before him. As the magic crystals began to disintegrate, the mana within them surged into the log of ebony. Immediately, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. System. Congratulations. Strengthening successful. You have obtained green ebony. Finally, Shifeng released a sigh of relief when he saw the green ebony log on the stone table before him, a hint of excitement flashing across his eyes. Although the magic crystal cost had been high, strengthening ebony into green ebony would save him a lot of time. His only other option would be harvesting green ebony, and he had no idea where to find the large quantity he needed. A single advanced transport carriage required 15 logs of green ebony. Even if he sent Blackie and the others to grind trolls in the Crying Ghost Ridge, they'd be lucky to obtain 8 or 9 logs per day. Furthermore, the Crying Ghost Ridge was currently home to the ancient abyssal monsters. The risk was simply too high. A single mistake could claim Blackie and the others' lives. In Shifeng's opinion, trading 30 magic crystals and 1 log of normal ebony for a log of green ebony was worthwhile. However, magic crystals are going to be a problem. I can't mass-produce green ebony just yet. Shifeng looked at the magic crystals in his bag and felt a headache brewing. Currently, with the 40,000 plus magic crystals left in his bag, he could create plenty of green ebony. However, if a guild wished to develop, it needed to invest resources in various aspects. If he wanted Zero Wing to advance by leaps and bounds within a short time, he needed to invest even more. This was especially true for the guild's elite members. Their training in the Divine Colosseum could not be forsaken. Considering this, Shifeng somewhat lacked magic crystals. Although he had made a fortune in the Dark Arena, he had already spent his earnings. Moreover, he owed Phoenix Rain a monstrous debt of 250,000 magic crystals, which he needed to pay off within the next 5 days. The majority of his earnings from the Dark Arena consisted of weapons and equipment. If he traded these excellent items for coins and magic crystals, he could pay back the magic crystals he owed Phoenix Rain with a sizable stock to spare, enough to begin his city's construction. However, Zero Wing was expanding rapidly and in urgent need of excellent weapons and equipment. Unless he had truly run out of options, Shifeng wanted to avoid selling those items. It seems that I'll have to increase Stone Forest Town's fame, Shifeng pondered. Currently, Stone Forest Town was an intermediate town. Not only did it occupy a massive area, but it also had 3 magic towers, increasing the town's mana density significantly. Although the town had only reopened shortly after the war, far more players now occupied the town. However, if he wanted to earn a fortune from Stone Forest Town, attracting Star Moon Kingdom's players wasn't enough. After all, there was a limit to how many players in Star Moon Kingdom could afford a membership for the battle arena. However, there were plenty of players available in the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Unfortunately, these players either didn't know about Stone Forest Town, or it wasn't an attractive enough reason to make the journey. Considering his options, Shifeng began to strengthen the ebony he had. If he wanted Stone Forest Town's fame to reach more players, he needed a convenient transportation system. Mass-producing Burning Abyss's modified advanced transport carriage would solve that problem. The nearest teleportation point to Stone Forest Town was roughly 10 hours away on foot. If one used a common mount, they could reach the town in half the time. Even so, 5 hours was still a very long time. The advanced transport carriage increased a player's movement speed by 150%. It was similar to a mysterious iron mount. However, with mana combustion, the transport carriage's movement speed could be increased by another 15%. Moreover, this 15% increase was based on the 150% base movement speed. In other words, the advanced transport carriage would increase a player's movement speed by a total of 172.5% when using mana combustion. That speed could already rival a secret silver mount. A journey that originally took 10 hours on foot would now be complete in a little over 3 hours. To high-level players, who frequently traveled for 5 or 6 hours to reach their grinding spots, 3 hours of travel was acceptable. Moreover, Shifeng intended to offer even more bountiful rewards for the battle arena. Top-tier weapons and equipment were not particularly attractive to powerful independent experts. Hence, if he wished to attract more people, he needed to offer items that those independent experts wanted. He might not have previously had such items, but now he did. As long as independent experts wanted them, they were fully capable of obtaining top-tier weapons and equipment. However, combat techniques were a different story. Originally, Shifeng had thought of offering the secret sword technique slots as a reward. However, now that he had the secret spellcasting technique, he could offer those. Although he would lose 2 slots as a result, this reward would definitely drive God's Domain's independent experts crazy. Time passed quickly. Before Shifeng had realized it, he had spent the entire night creating green ebony. After the long night of work, he had produced 600 logs of green ebony. Unfortunately, elemental strengthening success rate wasn't 100%. He had spent over 20,000 magic crystals to obtain these 600 logs. Fortunately, with 600 logs of green ebony, they could manufacture 40 advanced transport carriages for transporting goods and players to and from Stone Forest Town. With a large number of rental carriages as well, they would have more than enough carriages to meet the town's needs. Now, he just needed to manufacture the advanced transport carriages. Manufacturing the advanced transport carriage was incredibly tedious. Fortunately, he had employed the help of the NPC master engineer Rodney. With Burning Abyss and Rodney working together, they could craft the advanced transport carriage relatively quickly. As for the advanced speedboats, he would have to set that aside for now. After all, they hadn't even dealt with the Diamond Wood issue yet. How could they possibly begin building ships? Shifeng had also produced plenty of magic array scrolls and advanced mana armor kits. Shifeng now had 2 more sets of double protection barrier magic array scrolls and 2 sets of Divine Beasts Descent magic array scrolls. If not for his limited materials, he could have produced even more. As for the advanced mana armor kit, Shifeng had forged over 600. Aside from a fraction reserved for guild members, he intended to use the remainder to lure customers to the Candlelight trading firm and as daily rewards for the Battle Arenas tournament. Time sure flies by. However, these advanced mana armor kits should last us for quite some time. Now, I just need to inform players in other countries. Shifeng said as he smiled in satisfaction. The advanced mana armor kit was exclusive to Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm. It was also one of the best available armor kits currently. With the addition of the secret spellcasting technique, he could already imagine the commotion Stone Forest Town would cause. Neither the advanced mana armor kits nor the secret spellcasting technique could be purchased with coins. Most likely, even independent experts would not be able to hold themselves back from joining the Battle Arenas tournament. As Shifeng was about to write a post on the official forums, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, the Phoenix Pavilion Master has emerged from the secret technique space and said she wishes to discuss something with you. She is waiting in the top floor meeting room. She's out already? Shifeng could not help his surprise. From what she had heard from Phoenix Rain, even a powerful expert could easily remain in a bronze secret technique space for over 12 hours, much less an expert like Phoenix Rain, yet only 10 hours had passed. Logically, she should not be out so soon. The Candlelight trading firm's top-floor meeting room. As soon as Shifeng entered the room, he noticed the change in Phoenix Rain, who was currently sat beside a French window. If Phoenix Rain had radiated a calm, collected feeling with the aura of a superior, she now felt free and natural. Although there was only a slight change to her temperament, Shifeng could tell that Phoenix Rain's harvest from the secret technique space had been significant. No wonder why the various superpowers are desperate for secret technique tablets. Their effects are truly extraordinary. Shifeng was inwardly surprised. If a bronze tablet was already so effective, Shifeng found it hard to imagine what kind of effects the golden tablet, which the mysterious NPC youth had stolen, would have. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you sure are early. I had assumed you would be in there for at least 30 hours. Shifeng said as he sat down. May I know what urgent matter you wish to discuss? Although this might sound a little blunt, I need to know. Do you have any of that soul water left? Phoenix Rain asked, her expression stern as she looked at Shifeng. A faint hint of anticipation glittered in her eyes. If you still have some, I am willing to purchase it for 50 gold per bottle or magic crystals of equivalent value. Shifeng was, more or less, surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's question. Even the most expensive consumable item that could improve a player's focus did not exceed 20 gold. In Zero Wing, guild members could purchase the 100-berry wine from the Dark Den for around 8 or 9 gold. Yet, Phoenix Rain had offered to buy soul water for 50 gold per bottle without hesitation. Phoenix Pavilion Master, why are you suddenly so interested in the soul water? Shifeng asked curiously. It was impossible to determine the soul water's effects based on its description. Only by testing it personally would one understand its benefits. He had obtained a total of 6 drops of soul water and had stored them in 6 separate glass bottles, 5 of which he had already given to Aqua Rose and the others. He had saved the last bottle for himself in case he needed its effects. Logically, Phoenix Rain shouldn't have any way of knowing the soul water's true value. It's difficult not to notice the soul water's effects even if I don't want to. Team leader Yifeng, you've never entered a secret technique space, so you might not fully understand the situation. Inside a bronze rank secret technique space, anybody capable of reaching the 4th floor in 6 hours on their first attempt should be able to comprehend the legacy they chose easily. Those with talent might even be able to reach the 4th floor in less than 6 hours. As for reaching the 6th floor in 6 hours, extremely few geniuses have ever managed the feat. Revealing a bitter smile, Phoenix Rain continued. However, among Aqua Rose's group, even the weakest one among them reached the 6th floor within 6 hours, while the other 4 reached the 7th floor. Although she acknowledged that Aqua Rose and the others were quite talented, the fact that the weakest among them had reached the 6th floor within 6 hours was something she could not accept. Throughout the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the number of people that had managed to reach the 6th floor in a bronze secret technique space in 6 hours could be counted on one hand. Every one of these people was a monster that had already reached the domain realm. But what of Aqua Rose and the others? Even the strongest among them had only reached the refinement realm and wasn't even close to the flowing water realm, much less grasping a domain. Yet, Aqua Rose and the others' performance was astonishing. She would never believe that someone could rely on their own abilities to achieve such a result. The only possibility Phoenix Rain could think of was the soul water Sherfong had given the girls before they entered. So that's the issue. Realization dawned on Sherfong. I do still have some soul water. However, it's far too valuable. I don't have a lot on hand right now. If you would like some, I can trade them to you, but I want neither coins nor magic crystals. Rather, I would like to borrow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength to help me with something. Once the task had been completed, I'll give you 10 bottles of soul water. Selling the soul water was the most foolish thing he could do. He wouldn't even sell the liquid if someone offered him 300 gold per bottle, not to mention 50 gold. 100 souls were required to make a single drop of soul water. This limited the soul water's production. He didn't even have enough for his own guild members, not to mention selling it to others. Moreover, if he mass-produced the soul water, the soul orb would be exposed. 10 bottles. Phoenix Rain pondered. 10 bottles of soul water wasn't nearly enough. She wouldn't even be able to supply her direct subordinates. However, after giving the matter some thought, she found it reasonable. The soul water could enhance a player's comprehension and allow them to reach the 7th floor of a bronze temple within 6 hours. How could such a treasure be available in large quantities? Although a bronze secret technique was the easiest secret technique to learn, it was still extremely difficult to complete all 9 floors. Not one player throughout the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had comprehended an entire set of bronze-rank combat techniques. If she could get her hands on the soul water, however, someone in the guild might. Comprehending a combat technique to the 7th floor would already massive boost one's combat power. If one fully comprehended a complete bronze combat technique, their combat power would soar. May I know what you wish to use the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength for? Phoenix Rain asked. It's very simple. You just need to help me raid a dungeon, Sherfong said, chuckling. Raid a dungeon? Phoenix Rain asked, confused. Zero Wing already has so many experts. Are they not enough? Zero Wing indeed had a vast collection of experts. Raiding a level 45 100-man team dungeon shouldn't be an issue. While Hell Mode might be challenging, once the team reached level 45, even that shouldn't pose as a problem for Zero Wing. No, they are not enough. I want to borrow at least 100 people, Sherfong said after considering the matter. 100? Are you trying to raid? Phoenix Rain suddenly recalled a specific dungeon. That's right. The level 50, super large-scale team dungeon, Flaming Ruins. Sherfong nodded. In God's domain, the largest team dungeons before level 50 were 100-man team dungeons. However, after level 50, super large-scale team dungeons would unlock. The minimum number of players required to enter these super large-scale dungeons was 200, while the maximum was 500. There was only one level 50, super large-scale team dungeon throughout Starmoon Kingdom, the Flaming Ruins. If he wanted to turn Stone Forest Town into a holy land for players, obtaining the first clear of the Flaming Ruins was of the utmost importance. The various large guilds in God's domain were also preparing for such dungeons. If one could obtain the first clear of a level 50 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon, they would obtain a 3-star guild residence promotion order. If one managed to obtain the first clear of a level 50, super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon, they could obtain a town relocation order. The town relocation order was even more valuable than a town building order. It allowed players to move a town they owned to any location they desired. The Flaming Ruins? Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought as she looked at Sherfong. A short moment later, she said, "All right, I promise you. Notify me in advance when you're going to raid the Flaming Ruins. When the time comes, I'll ready the necessary manpower. However, I'll say this first. You should know that the death penalty of a super large-scale team dungeon is greater than that of a large-scale team dungeon. If we suffer 3 team wipes, I'll withdraw my men. I also won't return the 10 bottles of soul water. The difficulty of a super large-scale normal mode team dungeon could rival that of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon." While she wasn't trying to belittle Zero Wing, she believed that even if Zero Wing sent a 100-man team consisting entirely of level 50 Tier 2 players, it would be impossible for them to obtain the first clear of a level 50 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. She also had no intention of sending her own experts to their deaths. That won't be a problem, Sherfong replied without hesitation. In the past, the various large guilds had not placed much importance on super large-scale team dungeons, because the items dropped in these dungeons were basically the same as the ones obtained in 100-man large-scale team dungeons. Rather than waste time raiding the more difficult super large-scale team dungeons, raiding several large-scale team dungeons was much more efficient. However, there were bound to be some players and teams that loved to challenge their limits. Eventually, after continuous efforts, a team had managed to obtain the first clear of a super large-scale team dungeon. Back then, many people had expressed their contempt for these people. After all, while these people were busy suppressing their levels and raiding a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon, mainstream players had long since exceeded them by over 20 levels. Even if they managed to obtain top-tier equipment from the dungeon, such an enormous gap in levels would render the advantage of having such equipment meaningless. Only epic items would be of any value, yet epic items rarely dropped even in super large-scale team dungeons. Hence, raiding such a dungeon was simply not worth the effort. However, nobody could have ever imagined that one could actually obtain a town relocation order from these seemingly worthless super large-scale team dungeons. It was common knowledge that the NPC towns players captured had their locations fixed. Meanwhile, if one wished to upgrade a basic town into an actual city, they would have to invest an astronomical amount of resources as well as plenty of time and effort. If developing even one town was already so tedious, one could just imagine how troublesome it would be to develop multiple towns. Not to mention, the NPC towns captured would eventually become outdated. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. Due to the town's location next to a regional dungeon like the Stoneclaw Mountains, it became a travel destination for both players and guilds. However, once mainstream players went past level 50, they would no longer be able to enter the regional dungeon. One could just imagine the outcome of such a situation. At that time, the town would definitely lose its popularity, and its development would stagnate. Even with the support of the battle arena, it would be very difficult to keep the town alive. After all, the magic tower wasn't something unique. As players reached higher levels, the various large guilds would also be able to obtain its design. By then, Stone Forest Town's high mana density would no longer stand out. Moreover, after their NPC towns became outdated, guilds would also have to capture a new NPC town and start the development cycle all over again, investing another considerable chunk of manpower, resources, time, money, and so on. Hence, the advantage of a town relocation order immediately became apparent. With a town relocation order, players could transfer a town to anywhere within the same country, allowing guilds to retain their hard work and pool all their resources into developing a few select towns. However, the town relocation order was a unique reward for obtaining the first clear of a super large-scale team dungeon. Once a super large-scale team dungeon was cleared, no matter how many times it got raided later on, it would no longer drop a town relocation order. Currently, mainstream players were approaching level 50. Even if independent players of other kingdoms and empires found out about Stone Forest Town's existence, they would take this aspect into account when considering whether they should migrate over or not. This was also the reason why, despite the various superpowers being greatly envious of the profits Stone Forest Town was raking in, they did not make any actual moves to take it. However, if Stone Forest Town could relocate to a map that was even more suitable for current independent players, its attraction would definitely increase exponentially. Moreover, once players found out that Stone Forest Town was capable of continuously relocating according to players' level, this aspect would become a fatal attraction for many independent experts. At that time, just the amount of magic crystals Stone Forest Town could rake in through the battle arena would be astronomical. Hence, Sherfong had to obtain the town relocation order no matter the cost, following which Sherfong and Phoenix Rain signed a contract. He used a bottle of soul water as the deposit with the delivery of the remaining 9 bottles pending the contract's completion. Phoenix Rain did not particularly mind this condition. After all, the soul water did not have a particular effectivity period. It could be used at any time. Moreover, the spellcasting secret technique tablet had been used once already, so she would have to wait for a month before she could send anyone else in. By then, the 10 bottles of soul water would have long since entered her hands. inside the dense forest a short distance away from Stone Forest Town. Due to the opening of the traffic route to Stone Forest Town, as well as the hiring of the temporary carriages, the number of players and NPC merchants going to Stone Forest Town had increased significantly. Right now, the traffic route itself was already a part of the Stoneclaw Mountains scenery. At this moment, over 100 carriages were traveling through the dense forest. There were even advanced carriages among them, which were completely different from the temporary ones hired by Zero Wing. Meanwhile, their passengers were all very high-leveled, with even the lowest among them at level 40. If placed in a large guild, they all would be elites at the very least. Vice Commander, these people are too strong. We should wait for the next batch. A level 41 gray-clad assassin hidden in the dense forest quietly suggested to the level 42 ranger carrying a dark gold longbow, standing before him. Damn it! How many groups has it been already? The resolute man carrying the longbow exclaimed in frustration. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have swapped hunting areas with the Demon Soul Guild. We'll lose out on making a fortune at this rate. The various dark guilds mingling in Star Moon City had already signed a contract with Heaven's Burial, stating that they would dispatch their members to kill the players operating around Stone Forest Town, using this as an opportunity to strike down Stone Forest Town's development. Originally, this should have been a good deal for them. After all, plenty of independent players and teams were traveling to and from Stone Forest Town. They did not lack prey at all. However, just an hour ago, Stone Forest Town had suddenly made an announcement that directly disrupted their guild's business. Stone Forest Town had revealed that it was going to replace its carriages with better ones, as well as increase the rewards for the tournament held at the Battle Arena. For the mini-tournaments held every day, anyone that managed to become the champion of the said tournament would obtain not only top-tier weapons and equipment as a reward, but also magic crystals and advanced mana armor kits. The top 3 players would receive similar rewards except for the advanced mana armor kit. Most importantly, however, players that became champions of the mini-tournament would get to live in a private suite on the Battle Arena's 7th floor for 10 days. The Battle Arena would also hold a large tournament once every 15 days, and the rewards for the champion were even more terrific. Aside from being able to obtain weapons, equipment, and advanced mana armor kits, the champion would have the opportunity to inherit a combat technique as well as live in a private suite on the 8th floor, which was also the top floor of the Battle Arena, for a month. Meanwhile, the top 5 players would also get to live on the 8th floor for a month. The quality of weapons and equipment awarded, as well as the quantity of advanced mana armor kits, would vary depending on their rank. In addition, those that received a private suite would have complete management over their own suites. As long as they had the money, they could spend some coins at the Adventurers Association and have the association construct a magic array in their suite to allow them to use return scrolls to teleport back to their room. This was an entirely new benefit. In the past, the rooms were only loaned to players temporarily. Now, however, players would become the contracted owners of the private suites for the entire duration of their stay. Due to the introduction of these several factors, a large number of powerful independent experts who were initially only a little interested in moving to Stone Forest Town took action right away. This development became the misfortune of dark players. After all, among the several groups of players that had entered Stone Forest Town so far, not a single one of them should be provoked. Star Moon City. Due to the appearance of Evernight City, Star Moon City had been undergoing transformations practically every day for the past few days. The capital had become so prosperous that one could easily spot level 40-plus players roaming its main streets. Now, however, the city bustled even more than before. Only, the players coming to Star Moon City now were not here for Evernight City but for Stone Forest Town. While excellent weapons and equipment were indeed tempting, the allure of combat techniques was much greater. The God's Domain experts list had no lack of experts that possessed combat techniques. The list even had introductions on the combat techniques of certain experts. Hence, combat techniques were not foreign to independent players and were something many independent experts very much wished to learn. However, combat techniques were different from system-made skills, which were readily obtainable as quest rewards or monster drops. Players needed to learn the techniques by themselves. Moreover, combat techniques were not easily learned. Unless one was the core member of a large guild that possessed the legacy of a combat technique, the guild would not be willing to teach them at all. Although one could also mimic the combat techniques of true experts from watching the latter's combat videos, ultimately it was just a poor imitation. Without understanding the true meaning of a combat technique's movements, one would not be able to unlock the true potential of the said technique. And the more powerful a combat technique was, the more difficult it would be to understand it fully. As for creating their own combat technique, that was easier said than done. Even if a person had someone teaching them the legacy of a combat technique, learning it completely was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, creating an entirely new combat technique was something only geniuses among geniuses could accomplish. Hence, now that Zero Wing had publicly announced that it was using the legacy of a combat technique as the reward for the Battle Arenas tournament, how could independent players not be tempted? Not to mention, one could also get their very own house aside from the combat technique through the tournament. As long as they set up a magic array in their own houses, they could easily teleport back to Stone Forest Town, forgoing many wasted hours traveling to the town. With this, even if they were leveling up in an entirely different country, their leveling speed would not be affected whatsoever. On the contrary, they could even improve their strength through the battle arena, killing two birds with one stone. With such excellent benefits, even players operating in another country would find it worthwhile to visit Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, at the second-floor bar of Star Moon City's teleportation hall, several cloaked players were currently observing the situation inside the establishment. Zero Wing sure is capable. They've even managed to come up with such a method, generously letting outsiders learn combat techniques. Leader, if we continue letting Zero Wing develop like this, we'll be disobeying the commander's orders. Should we take action now? An elegant, cloaked female assassin asked, smiling as she looked at the refined-looking male elementalist before her. If Sherfong were present, he would definitely find this elementalist very familiar, as this elementalist was none other than Cleansed Maple, one of Miracle's peak experts. It is indeed about time for us to take action. Those useless dark players don't pose any threat to Zero Wing whatsoever. Since we can't locate Zero Wing's upper echelon right now, let's strike at their elite teams instead. However, Stone Forest Town is still a big problem for us, so let's have the others disguise as dark players and hunt the players operating around the town. When the time comes, those hidden Zero Wing experts will have no choice but to reveal themselves, Cleansed Maple said slowly. What about the super guilds that are paying attention to Zero Wing? The female assassin asked as she sent a glance at several cloaked players present in the first-floor hall. Zero Wing's performance at the Dark Arena had simply been too eye-catching. This was especially true for the weapons and equipment the guild possessed. Hence, the superpowers targeting the items Zero Wing's experts wore definitely weren't limited to Miracle alone. So far, they had already discovered 3 superpowers, in addition to many first-rate guilds targeting Zero Wing. To Miracle, though, their only opponents were still the 3 superpowers, as first-rate guilds were no different from ants to them. Don't worry about them. The more, the merrier. When the time comes, leak some information to them. In any case, we aren't aiming for weapons and equipment. We only want the disbandment of Zero Wing. Cleansed Maple laughed nonchalantly. Thousand Miles had already clearly stated that what he wanted were the talents of Zero Wing, not the items they wore. Of course, it would be good if they could obtain those as well. Understood. I'll have the others take action right away. The female assassin nodded before activating stealth and disappearing from the bar. What a pity. An upstart guild that has managed to climb up to this point will have to disappear just like that. However, if you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too conspicuous. A hint of pity flashed across Cleansed Maple's eyes as he studied the reports on Zero Wing in his hands. The various superpowers in God's domain never really had any interest in small guilds. They rarely even paid attention to first-rate guilds. After all, these guilds were negligible existences to them. It was also nearly unheard of for a superpower to use assassination tactics to deal with such guilds. Normally, they reserved such methods for other superpowers. However, Zero Wing had truly angered Miracle this time. Since Zero Wing had ignored their goodwill, they had no choice but to eliminate it from God's domain. Just as the matter regarding Stone Forest Town was causing a commotion in Starmoon Kingdom, as well as its neighbors, Feng himself had stealthily arrived at the Sea's End. The Sea's End was like an independent empire. It had very little contact with the kingdoms and empires on the main continent. The first reason for this situation was the long distance separating them. Just teleporting from the mainland to the Sea's End cost 5 gold, 20 silver per person. Hence, Feng was surprised when he encountered the Freedom Alliance at the Sea of Death. Of course, there was another travel method that was cheaper, but more time-consuming than teleportation, which was riding a flying ship. One would pay only 5 silver per person to get from the Sea's End to the NPC island closest to the Sea of Death in a little over 30 hours. However, many people disliked wasting so much time on travel. The second reason was the different attitude each region had towards the various forces in God's domain. On land, the various kingdoms and empires were absolutely hostile towards the dark forces. The Sea's End, on the other hand, maintained a neutral stance in this regard. Hence, dark players and ordinary players were treated equally in the NPC cities located in the Sea's End. Red players and dark players would not be barred entry into NPC cities or captured by NPCs, so long as they did not cause trouble within the cities. One could say that the Sea's End was a paradise for dark players. The third reason was the different lifestyles players adopted. Players that were born at the Sea's End had fought naval battles ever since they started out in the game. If they were abruptly sent to fight land-based monsters, they would have great difficulty adapting. Likewise, the opposite was also true for land-based players. Hence, players of both sides rarely associated with each other. Only after mainstream players reached level 100 would interaction between these two sides of players begin to increase. Meanwhile, the city Feng had teleported to this time was called Blue Jade City, one of the 12 major cities located within the Sea's End. It was also one of the cities under the rule of the Freedom Alliance. The management style at the Sea's End was different from that of the main continent. There was no concept of a country here, or rather it leaned more towards city-states. Every city was its own kingdom, and every kingdom managed a large sea zone. Moreover, unlike on the main continent, where players could not take control of an NPC city, no matter how much effort they put in, players could take over an NPC city here at the Sea's End. In other words, players could become a city lord at the Sea's End, far more convenient than on the mainland, where players had to establish their own towns and cities if they wished to become a lord. As soon as Feng exited the teleportation hall, the sight of an azure sky greeted him. Beneath the hill that the teleportation hall sat on, he could see various ships docked around the island. There were also a large number of players at the port, shouting for parties. Team looking for level 40+ players to hunt giant armored beasts for a quest. We already have 4 advanced speedboats prepared. Veterans only. Noobs, stand aside. Forming a party to Red Reef Bay to farm red corals. Level 39 and below. Do not disturb. Level 41 Shield Warrior looking for a party for the Underwater Temple. I own an advanced speedboat. Fleet heading to Black Mist Sea to grind for magic crystals. We have a bronze speedboat leading the fleet. We're currently still missing 2 advanced speedboats. Those with advanced speedboats, come apply quickly. Over 4,000 players crowded the port, looking to form parties. The scene resembled a lively market. Moreover, unlike land-based players, the players here put more importance on levels and the quality of the speedboats they possessed rather than combat standards when forming parties. As long as a player owned an advanced speedboat, they would be highly sought after by parties. Advanced speedboat owners here were the equivalent of expert players on land. If one possessed a bronze speedboat, they would be the equivalent of a famous celebrity and become the center of attention. There sure are a lot of players who own advanced speedboats here. With a glance, Feng discovered that roughly 10% of the ships docked at the port consisted of advanced speedboats. In contrast, one could rarely see even ordinary speedboats over at the Apocalypse Empire, much less advanced speedboats. Moreover, aside from the much higher standards of the ships here, the players were also considerably high-leveled. Feng could spot plenty of level 40+ players roaming the streets. At such a level, players would already be considered an expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Here, however, they were only average. However, although the players here were very high-leveled, the local businesses were not very developed. As Shurfeng walked through the streets of the city, he did not spot many shops operated by players. There were even fewer items produced by players. Instead, he saw many players setting up stalls along the streets. The situation here was completely different from the NPC cities on the main continent, which barred players from randomly setting up stalls on the streets. On the main continent, if players wished to sell the items they had, they could only do so by shouting out the name of their products. Stalls, on the other hand, did not require players to do so, as they allowed customers to view the vendor's products. After taking a look at several dozen stalls, Shurfeng noticed that the merchandise were either items dropped by monsters or harvested materials. There was not a single item made by lifestyle players at all. Sure enough, the development of subclasses for maritime players is much slower. Shurfeng smiled faintly. In the past, he had practically spent his entire career in God's domain playing on land. Hence, he was not particularly familiar with the situation at the sea's end. His knowledge consisted of general information. Moreover, in the past, by the time he arrived at the island cities of the sea's end, many of these island cities had already been developed. The island cities back then were completely different from the current impoverished state before him. After all, there were much more resources available out at sea than on land, as well as plenty of unique resources. Hence, the NPC island cities in the past had all flourished magnificently, and one could see all sorts of naval merchant fleets and luxurious shops. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. In reality, the development of subclasses of naval players was not slower than those on land. It was just that, due to the butterfly effect from his having developed the subclasses in his guild early on, the players on the main continent started shifting their focus towards subclasses a lot sooner than the maritime players. While Shurfeng was investigating the prices of products in Blue Jade City, a large crowd suddenly formed in the business district. Many players who saw this scene revealed excited expressions on their faces before promptly rushing into the crowd as well. Shurfeng grew curious at this situation. Buying runic fragments in bulk today, buying each stack for 6 silver. First come, first served. In the next moment, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man with a small mustache on his face walked out of a 3-story shop, a smile on his face as he shouted a series of words. Immediately, the surrounding players flooded into the shop. Damn it! We're too late again. There are just too many competitors here. Can't the House of Seas buy a little more runic fragments each day? I've already been waiting here for an entire day now, yet I still haven't managed to sell my stockpile. There's no helping this. Only the House of Seas is willing to buy those fragments at a high price. If we sell the fragments to NPC merchants, we'll only get 40 copper per stack. I already have 20 stacks collected. If I can sell them all, I can get 1 gold, 20 silver. With that money, I can buy myself a nice set of equipment. After a short moment passed, the crowd of players that flooded into the shop called House of Seas came out, the majority of them with disappointed expressions on their faces, having apparently failed to sell their runic fragments. Runic fragments? Shurfeng could not help but recall matters regarding the runic fragment. I remember that it should be an item dropped by sea monsters. On its own, it isn't of any particular value. The only use it has is the synthesis of runic crystals. However, the synthesis rate is considerably low. Even master alchemists would have a success rate of only 10%. Could the House of Seas be trying to synthesize runic crystals? The runic crystal was an item unique to the sea. It was categorized as an energy crystal and was roughly similar to the magic crystal. Only, the amounts of mana stored in the 2 types of crystal were different. The amount of mana contained within a magic crystal was a lot higher. A runic crystal contained roughly 2/3 the amount of mana of a magic crystal. However, a runic crystal wasn't even worth half of a magic crystal. Currently, runic crystals should sell for 10 silver each. The reason for this was the runic crystals' much fewer uses. For example, runic crystals could not be used in the Divine Colosseum. If one had to point out its utility, then it would have to be in exchanges and the production of items. Out at sea, runic crystals could be used to exchange for many items at the Sea God's Temple. However, as the Sea God's Temple restocked only once a week, the number of items one could get using runic crystals was limited. Even so, what was available for exchange in the Sea God's Temple was of high quality. Occasionally, there would even be epic items up for exchange, although it was currently too early in the game for epic items to appear in the temple. Aside from epic items, the next best thing up for exchange in the Sea God's Temple was a potion named Sea God's Blessing. 5 runic crystals were needed to exchange for 1 bottle, which put the potion's price at 50 silver. In the past, not to mention naval players, even land-based players were very fond of the Sea God's Blessing. The reason for this was because consumption of the potion increased not only all of a player's basic attributes by 10% but also all resistances by 100 points for 12 hours. Moreover, the potion did not have a cooldown and its effects could be stacked once. When a player consumed 2 Sea God's Blessings, all their basic attributes would increase by 15% and resistances by 150 points for 15 hours. The further one progressed into the game, the more important environmental factors would become. Certain maps required players to possess a specific resistance for survival. The system would prevent players with insufficient resistances from visiting many special leveling maps. A potion that was capable of increasing all resistances by 100 points could allow players to visit the majority of the locations in God's domain freely without having to worry about environmental factors. However, as only a limited amount of Sea God's Blessing was put up for exchange each week, its actual value on the market was a lot higher. In the past, each bottle had sold for roughly 2 gold. Moreover, this was only the price at sea. On land, each bottle had easily sold for 3 gold. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? I can use this opportunity to make a fortune. Shurfeng suddenly thought of the Philosopher's Stone. Others might need to waste a lot of effort into synthesizing runic crystals, but he had the Philosopher's Stone. His synthesis success rate was much higher than even that of Grandmaster alchemists. Although Shurfeng had such thoughts, he did not hurry to collect runic fragments. The runic fragment was a common drop at sea. Hence, purchasing a large amount from players would be straightforward. Besides, his primary objective in visiting the sea's end this time was not to collect runic crystals but the legacy of the sea. Following which, Shurfeng hurried towards the meeting place he had arranged with Passing Monarch. At this moment, hundreds of players geared in fine gold weapons and equipment stood guard in front of the most luxurious high-class restaurant in Blue Jade City. These players were all at least level 42, and just by standing there, they put extremely heavy pressure on others. The passers-by only sent a few glances at these players before scurrying away, nobody daring to enter this restaurant. These players standing guard at the entrance were none other than the members of the Freedom Alliance, the absolute overlord of Blue Jade City. In this city, nobody dared oppose the members of the Freedom Alliance. After all, if they provoked the Freedom Alliance, they would no longer be able to stay in Blue Jade City. Meanwhile, on the 22nd floor, which was also the top floor of Blue Jade Restaurant, every member of the Freedom Alliance's upper echelon was present. Even the commanders of the Alliance's 11 fleets were here today. At this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in luxurious, red mage robes walked up to Passing Monarch and said in a quiet tone, "Commander Monarch, our independent fleets will be depending on you this month. If we let those guild-formed fleets surpass us, our fleet standings in the Alliance will definitely suffer." Although this woman's appearance was not as flawless as Gentle Snow's, she was the only female commander within the entire Freedom Alliance, 100 Leaves. In response, Passing Monarch simply nodded silently. In reality, he did not fully believe 100 Leaves' words. Those capable of becoming the commander of a fleet within the Freedom Alliance definitely shouldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, the rise of 100 Leaves' fleet had been rapid. Initially, she and her fleet had joined the Freedom Alliance as the 11th fleet. Now, her fleet was already the 8th fleet. Her fleet's improvement speed was simply staggering. Most likely, her fleet would reach the rank of 5th fleet or even 4th fleet before long, perhaps even surpassing his 3rd fleet one day. However, 100 Leaves' words were also partially correct. If their fleets, which were formed by independent teams, did not perform well and failed to obtain any legacies, their standings in the Alliance would no doubt suffer tremendously. The power structure of the Freedom Alliance was very complex. Although it was an alliance, it comprised 11 groups that fell into 2 main camps. the fleets formed by independent adventurer teams, and the fleets of small guilds. Normally, the two camps would compete for the resources obtained by the Freedom Alliance as a whole. However, due to the small guild camp managing to acquire a legacy in their previous joint expedition while the independent camp failed to get any, the independent camp situation deteriorated significantly. If the independent fleets could not reduce the disparity during this expedition, their position would definitely worsen in the next distribution of profits. I heard that the Second Fleet and Fourth Fleet have joined forces and even managed to recruit the help of quite a few powerful experts. Once we enter the secret land, you'll have to help out the Eighth Fleet, Commander Monarch. 100 Leaves said as she sent a glance at several people seated across her. These people were none other than the commanders of the Second and Fourth Fleet and the experts they had hired to assist them this time. However, as these experts were wearing black cloaks, she couldn't determine their identities. Commander Leaves, you jest. Once we enter the secret land, I'm afraid that it'll be us who will be relying on you for help. I've heard that Commander Leaves has managed to employ the help of the Super Guild Sacred Temple this time. I expect that even if we united the strength of the entire Freedom Alliance, we wouldn't stand a chance against the Sacred Temple, Passing Monarch said, his gaze shifting to the woman standing beside 100 Leaves. Although the woman had hidden her identity using a black cloak, the aura she exuded was no laughing matter. He had only ever felt such an aura on Demon Island. Moreover, his recent trip to the Sea of Death had enlightened him about many things, the fact that God's domain was massive, and that the various superpowers of God's domain were extremely powerful. They were far more powerful than he had previously imagined them to be. He had realized this just by watching the battle on Demon Island. When he and his companions went up against the Flower of Seven Sins members, they had been utterly powerless to retaliate. Yet now, through some unknown means, 100 Leaves had actually managed to get help from the Super Guild Sacred Temple. In the next fleet ranking, the fleet 100 Leaves commanded would most likely rank second out of the 11 fleets in the Freedom Alliance. As for getting first place, that was unlikely to happen. The reason for this was the commander of the First Fleet, who was the man that personally formed the Freedom Alliance. The First Fleet was also the first one to obtain the Legacy of the Sea. Even now, Passing Monarch had yet to uncover the identity of the mysterious supporter backing the First Fleet. Just as Passing Monarch and 100 Leaves were conversing with each other, the Second Fleet's commander, Identical Summer, and the Fourth Fleet's commander, Heavenly Spider, were likewise chatting together but with sneers on their faces. Ha ha ha! Monarch! That fool! He actually went to the Sea of Death and got all 4 of his bronze speedboats heavily damaged. Even now, the speedboats have yet to be fully repaired. With this, Third Fleet no longer poses a threat to us. The only problem left is First Fleet and Eighth Fleet. Identical Summer laughed as he looked at Passing Monarch. The Sacred Temple will be a troublesome foe. Not only is it a super guild, but unlike the other super guilds, the Sacred Temple also began developing its naval forces very early on. When it comes to the guild's naval strength, even our entire Freedom Alliance added together won't be a match, Heavenly Spider said, shaking his head. In response, Identical Summer sent a glance at the woman seated beside 100 Leaves and said dismissively, "What are you afraid of? Although 100 Leaves has managed to recruit the help of the Sacred Temple, it is impossible for the Sacred Temple to lend her all of its strength. At most, she'll get only a small portion. With the cards we have prepared, we'll be able to deal with 8th Fleet easily. Afterwards, our 2 fleets will definitely secure the position of 1st and 2nd Fleet and rule Heavenly Ocean City." The Freedom Alliance occupied a total of 3 major NPC cities in the Sea's End: Blue Jade City, White Howl City, and Heavenly Ocean City. As for Sea Dragon City, it was not considered a major city, only a minor city located on a certain island. It was valuable merely because it provided access to a secret land that contained legacies. In terms of overall value, Sea Dragon City was worth much less than the 3 major cities. Moreover, every one of the 3 major cities had a player population of over 8 million. Among them, Heavenly Ocean City's population was the highest, with over 12 million players based there. It could already rival the capital of an ordinary empire. If their 2 fleets could obtain Heavenly Ocean City, the wealth they could amass would greatly surpass that of the large guilds occupying empires on land. After all, unlike the guilds on land, which only got to live in NPC cities, naval players like them got to control their cities completely. Inside the elegant hall, the Freedom Alliance's various commanders all had their own plans. They were all brimming with confidence about obtaining the legacy of the sea this time. Just as the various commanders were conversing with each other, the female elementalist Blue Joy led Shi Feng into the hall. Although Shi Feng's appearance was not particularly conspicuous, as he looked just like the many other cloaked players within the hall, he still attracted everyone's attention. This person came in with Blue Joy. He should be the expert Monarch recruited to help, right? Sure enough, Monarch really did come prepared. But why is there only one person? The various fleet commanders began quietly discussing Shi Feng as they looked at the swordsman walking towards Monarch. The fact that passing Monarch managed to become the commander of the Freedom Alliance's third fleet showed that his individual strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, the other fleets would have long since overtaken his fleet. However, seeing that passing Monarch had invited only one helper confused everyone. It seems Monarch has really miscalculated this time. Unlike the previous time, when the various fleet commanders had not invited even a single outsider to help out, they had all recruited plenty of helpers for the expedition this time. Even the lowest ranked among them had invited over 10 people, while some had actually invited over 40 people. Brother Yifeng, did you come alone this time? Passing Monarch asked quietly, feeling greatly perplexed as he looked at Shi Feng walking over to him. Although he had invited Shi Feng, he never said that only Shi Feng alone could join. After all, the more people taking control of a speedboat, the more power it could display. A speedboat's ability to endure attacks from monsters would also improve with more players on board. Hence, in God's domain, the more players a ship could accommodate, the stronger it would be. In fact, he had even reserved 30 slots specifically for Shi Feng. Despite that, Shi Feng had come by himself. The others are all busy, so I didn't bother bringing them over, Shi Feng explained. Currently, the majority of Zero Wings experts were still stuck in combat inside the inferior legendary treasure chest. Only a portion of them had come out so far, and those who had were busy leading expert teams to grind for weapons and equipment. After all, Zero Wing was currently mass recruiting new members and was in dire need of weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and the others were inside the secret technique space and would not be coming out anytime soon. Rather than bring a group of elite members with him, it was much better to let passing Monarch's other companions, who were much more accustomed to naval warfare, enter the ruins. Passing Monarch could not help falling speechless at Shi Feng's words. He felt that Shi Feng was underestimating the legacy competition. Although he could have his own subordinates take up the missing slots, their coordination with Shi Feng would not be particularly good since neither side had a great understanding of each other. Meanwhile, at the same time as passing Monarch was conversing with Shi Feng, 100 Leaves, who sat a short distance away, had her gaze fixed on Shi Feng, shock surfacing on her flawless white face. However, 100 Leaves very quickly hid this reaction of hers. Leaves, is there something strange about that person? The cloaked woman seated beside 100 Leaves asked quietly. He is the person I'm looking for, 100 Leaves said, a hint of excitement surfacing in her eyes as her lips curled up slightly. At 100 Leaves' words, the cloaked woman turned to look at Shi Feng despite herself and exclaimed in surprise, "How can this be? The demon god sent the recovery order to every dark player in God's domain. How could the person holding the soul or possibly appear before us so easily? I can't believe it either. However, the detection crystal I spent 3,000 magic crystals to buy cannot be mistaken. As long as the soul orb is within 30 yards of me, the detection crystal will automatically sense it. Moreover, I've already used detection on him and have already confirmed that the soul orb is indeed on that person's body." 100 Leaves chuckled. "I never thought that I would be able to encounter the person holding the soul orb so quickly. My luck really is too good. Then, when are we going to make a move?" the cloaked woman asked. "No need to rush. We'll have plenty of opportunities once we enter the secret land," 100 Leaves said as she waved her hand. "Have scorpions secretly keep an eye on them. Once players entered the secret land, they would not be able to leave for a certain period. At that time, there would be no escape for Sherfong. All right, I'll notify Scorpion right away. The cloaked woman nodded. If passing monarch heard the conversation between 100 Leaves and the cloaked woman right now, he would definitely be shocked. After all, based on the way the two were speaking with each other, the cloaked woman from the sacred temple seemed more like 100 Leaves' subordinate rather than a collaborator. However, shortly after everyone began talking about Sherfong, the entire hall fell silent once again, as it was nearly time for them to set out for Sea Dragon City. At this moment, a refined middle-aged man dressed in white robes entered the hall. Walking behind him were two robust men. A level 43 ranger with a dark gray longbow slung over his shoulder, and a level 43 guardian knight with a massive, white-bone shield on his back. The two could easily rank near the top of the ranking list of any empire in God's domain. Not to mention, both the bow and the shield these two men carried were currently radiating the epic glow effect. The two men looked extremely conspicuous as they entered the hall. Since everyone has already gathered, let us begin then, the refined middle-aged man said unhurriedly after taking a glance at everyone in the hall. As is traditional, my first fleet will dispatch 100 members while the other fleets will dispatch 90 members each for a total of 1,000 members. If there are no objections, we'll start right away. Although the man's voice sounded mild, nobody present dared to look down on him. After all, this refined man was none other than the founder of the Freedom Alliance. He was also the commander of the current First Fleet, Silent Entropy. None of the commanders present said anything in response. Instead, they each took out a tablet fragment while Silent Entropy took out 2 tablet fragments. When everyone present combined their tablet fragments, the fragments formed a complete circular tablet with an ancient magic array carved on it. And the instant the tablet was assembled, a spatial portal gradually appeared in midair. When Silent Entropy saw that the spatial portal had stabilized, he took back his 2 fragments and said, "All right, everyone, enter according to fleet ranks now." Following which, the other commanders also stored their tablet fragments and entered the spatial portal together with their own fleets in an orderly procession. The first ones to enter were the first fleet's 100 members, followed by the second fleet's 90 members and so on. After the 1,000th player walked into the spatial portal, the portal vanished from the hall. The instant Sherfong entered the secret land, before he could even see where he had been transported to, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. "System, you have entered the secret land beneath Sea Dragon City. You are not allowed to leave before 6 hours have passed. After 10 hours have passed, you will be automatically transferred out of the secret land." When the system notification came to an end, Sherfong was finally able to see his surroundings clearly. He was currently standing in the middle of a massive cavern with an ink-black lake encircling his location. Moreover, fog hovered above the lake. He could barely make out passages at the far end of the cavern. While Sherfong was busy observing his surroundings, the members of the Freedom Alliance began releasing their ships onto the lake in an orderly manner. Even the weakest ship released was an advanced speedboat. There were also plenty of bronze speedboats which were originally very rare in the outside world. It was an amazing sight to behold. The secret land did not place any restriction on the number of ships that could be brought in. However, the appearance of over 120 ships on the lake would immediately trigger a massive monster attack. Only after these monsters had destroyed the excess ships would they leave. Hence, the various fleets of the Freedom Alliance had agreed that each fleet could bring a maximum of 10 ships each. Any fleet caught bringing more than the agreed number of ships would have their right to enter the secret land in the future taken away. Moreover, as everyone had signed a contract agreeing to this point, there was no escaping the penalty if they broke their word. At this moment, the cloaked woman, who stood beside 100 Leaves, covertly observed the distant Sherfong as she quietly asked, "Leaves, should we take action now?" "Scorpion, take the party with you and find an opportunity to strike. Don't attack unless you're absolutely confident of succeeding." 100 Leaves nodded. After entering the secret land, aside from the starting point, there would not be many places where their various fleets would encounter each other. Only those that chose to go down the same legacy path would get to meet again at the rest point, where players could escape the harassment of monsters, located in the middle of each legacy path. Aside from these two locations, there would be no other opportunity to strike at Sherfong. Therefore, the time before the various fleets decided on the path they would take would be the perfect time to strike. Although attacking Sherfong would also mean severing all friendly relations with passing monarch, she was willing to take this loss to complete the demon god's quest. The party? Is there really a need for that? He is just one person. I alone am enough to kill him, the black-clad assassin said contemptuously as he sent a glance at Sherfong. He was a peak expert the sacred temple had dispatched to protect 100 Leaves in secret. He was also a peak assassin known to practically everyone in the outside world, as he was ranked 69th on the God's Domain experts list. In the entire God's Domain, the number of peak experts capable of stopping his assassination could be counted on the fingers of both hands. Killing an unknown brat would be a piece of cake for him. There was no need to mobilize the entire security party at all. In order to ensure 100 Leaves' safety, the 6 members of the security party usually took turns protecting her. Moreover, even the weakest of them was at the half-step flowing water realm, while most of them were at the flowing water realm. Having all 6 of them take on a random kid was akin to humiliation to them. At this time, the other 5 members of the security party also nodded in agreement with Scorpion's words. Just having their party leader take action could already be considered an overestimation of Sherfang's abilities. After all, not a single person in the entire Sea's End could stop their leader's assassination tactics. There's no harm in being careful. This quest is very important to me. If I succeed, I might be able to improve further, 100 Leaves said in an extremely stern tone. Immediately, Scorpion and the others shuddered as massive pressure washed over their bodies. Meanwhile, only Scorpion and the security party members felt this pressure, as it was not the result of a difference in strength but a difference in status. I understand, Scorpion said hurriedly, realizing the gravity of the matter. The other members of the security party also nodded promptly, not daring to speak another word. Following which, Scorpion and the others activated stealth and approached Sherfong from different directions, clearly intending to form an encirclement, which would give Sherfong no opportunity to escape alive. Just as Scorpion and the others were gradually closing the distance to their target, Sherfong released the Swift Dragon speedboat. The instant the Swift Dragon speedboat appeared, a storm stirred up the previously peaceful waters, a massive vortex forming in the water. The entire cavern shook as if it would collapse at any moment. What's going on? Everyone automatically went on alert. Danger plagued the entire secret land. It was not uncommon for a single mistake to result in death. Now that such a huge commotion occurred in the cavern, how could everyone not feel frightened? Look at the distant grotto, a ranger with good eyesight suddenly shouted. Immediately, everyone turned to look at the grotto in the distance. At this moment, the strong gusts of wind blew away the fog filling the grotto. Although the situation inside the grotto was not entirely clear, everyone could still see what had happened. The cavern, which originally had 12 grottos leading out of it, had another one added to it, taking everyone unawares. Meanwhile, the entrance of this grotto was extremely large. What? How can this be? This scene came as a tremendous shock to everyone. The Freedom Alliance had already done their research on the situation inside the secret land. It had a total of 12 legacy paths, and each entrance leading to these paths differed in size. The paths were divided into 3 groups, those with entrances with a diameter of 20 yards, a diameter of 30 yards, and a diameter of 50 yards. The larger the entrance of a path was, the more danger one would encounter inside that path. This was the conclusion the Freedom Alliance had drawn after their last expedition, because every fleet that had entered the 50-diameter paths had failed to set foot into the inner area of those paths. On the other hand, the first fleet, which had chosen a 20-diameter path, had managed to pass all the way through. Meanwhile, the new entrance that appeared had a diameter of at least 100 yards. It could easily accommodate 4 speedboats moving in parallel. How can this be possible? There wasn't such a path the previous time we were here. Passing Monarch had a conflicted look on his face as he stared at the massive grotto. His reaction was because this new grotto might be the greatest secret of the Sea Dragon secret land. Only, he did not know whether he should choose this path or not, because it went without saying that this path was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. Nevertheless, if he did not enter this path, there might not be another chance to do so in the next expedition. After all, no such situation occurred during his last visit here. It was uncertain whether this grotto would appear again in the next expedition or not. A chance. Ha ha ha. Our chance has come. Identical Summer was inwardly ecstatic at this situation. Sending a private message to Heavenly Spider, he said, "This is our chance. If we obtain the strongest legacy in the Sea Dragon's secret land, no matter how many times Entropy and the others enter this place, they will never be able to compete against us for Heavenly Ocean City. But I'm afraid the difficulty of conquering it will be quite significant." Heavenly Spider, the commander of Fourth Fleet, said somewhat worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget we still have that." Identical Summer said nonchalantly, "If we don't give it a try now, we might not get another chance in the future." Saying so, Identical Summer took out a glass bottle and immediately began chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a small sailboat with two main sails appeared on the surface of the water. Before the sailboat's massive size, even a bronze speedboat looked no different from a small rowboat. Is this Summer's trump card? The other fleet commanders' jaws dropped when they saw the small sailboat. Until now, there had been no news of anybody in possession of a small sailboat. Passing Monarch and 100 Leaves, who stood at a distance, frowned when they saw the scene, their complexions turning somewhat ugly. A small sailboat was on an entirely different level from a speedboat. If a speedboat could be considered a machine gun, then a small sailboat was akin to a tank. The latter could completely suppress the former. A small sailboat could even go up against a great lord-ranked sea monster easily. The reason for this was because a sailboat could accommodate many more passengers. Ha ha ha! We'll be going ahead. As soon as the small sailboat was released, Identical Summer and his crew immediately boarded it and dashed towards the largest grotto without hesitation. Although the small sailboat he had was only common rank, its speed was not something speedboats could keep up with. Moreover, it could accommodate up to 100 passengers at a time, allowing them to carry a lot of MTs to tank the damage from bosses. After including the 8 bronze speedboats their second and fourth fleets possessed, they were definitely the strongest fleet in the entire Freedom Alliance right now. As expected of Summer. His preparation is indeed amazing. Silent Entropy laughed. He then took out a glass bottle from his bag and began chanting as well. In the blink of an eye, another small sailboat appeared before everyone. The commander of 11th Fleet boarded the sailboat together with Silent Entropy without hesitation. The small sailboat then promptly chased after Identical Summer's fleet. Meanwhile, in terms of strength, Silent Entropy's fleet was even stronger as it had 9 bronze speedboats in total. The commanders of the other fleets were dumbfounded. Although they knew that the top-ranking fleets had hidden a lot of their strength, they had never suspected that those fleets had hidden this much. Silent Entropy. Identical Summer. 100 Leaves' eyes were filled with anger as she glared at the 2 small sailboats disappearing into the largest grotto. Originally, she had planned on directly becoming the first fleet of the Freedom Alliance in this expedition. Now, however, those 2 people had ruined her plans. Leaves, Passing Monarch, and the others are also starting to move out, the cloaked woman said as she pointed at Shurfeng and the others, whose ships were already heading towards the largest grotto. Have they lost their minds? 100 Leaves was filled with confusion as she looked at the 5 speedboats rapidly moving towards the largest grotto as well. Leaves, what do we do now? Give chase? The cloaked woman asked 100 Leaves as she watched the speedboats sail away. They had planned to set off after Scorpion's party killed Shurfeng, but they hadn't expected anything like this. Give chase. We cannot let them get ahead of us. 100 Leaves frowned. Reluctantly, she withdrew a pitch-black crystal bottle from her bag. Unlike the others who recited an incantation to release their ships, 100 Leaves threw the black bottle into the water. Plop! When the crystal bottle sank into the water, a massive, black magic array appeared on the surface. A small sailboat, even larger than Silent Entropy and Identical Summers, emerged from the magic array, covered in magic patterns. After the 8th Fleet's members boarded, the 10th Fleet joined them on this small sailboat. It was clear that the 8th Fleet and 10th Fleet had agreed to cooperate. The remaining fleet commanders revealed bitter smiles when they saw this. There's no way we can compete with them. The gap is simply too vast. The various fleets had intended to compete for the 3rd rank in the Freedom Alliance. However, after seeing one small sailboat after another, they had lost the heart to do so. Even obtaining the legacy of the sea from the other grottos wouldn't change the outcome. A magic bottle? Shifeng was somewhat surprised to see the small sailboat emerge from the massive magic array. The sacred temple's foundations are truly impressive. A magic bottle could contain a myriad of items. The bottle's value changed based on the items contained within. For example, if a magic bottle stored a small sailboat, it could easily be worth several thousand gold. This was because magic bottles did not drop from monsters. Rather, they were treasures that could only be obtained by raiding ancient ruins. However, magic bottles had one fatal flaw. They were one-time use items. 100 leaves cannot be underestimated. She actually obtained a small sailboat without anyone knowing. Brother Yifeng, let's choose another grotto. We cannot compete with them. As passing monarch watched 100 Leaves' approaching fleet, he questioned the idea of competing for the greatest legacy in the Sea Dragon secret land. Even if they had Shifeng's secret silver speedboat, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, now that 100 Leaves had also entered the largest grotto, their 3rd fleet had no competition in the other grottos. They could obtain legacies more easily. Glancing at Silent Entropy and the others, who had already entered the largest grotto, Shifeng nodded and said, "That's fine. According to our previous agreement, the first legacy we obtain belongs to you, while the second belongs to me. Which grotto should we choose?" This? Passing monarch hesitated. If given the choice, he would never willingly forsake the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon secret land. However, with so much powerful competition in a single grotto, it was unknown whether or not he could even obtain the legacy. He was wrought with indecision. Why don't we give it a try? If we think that it's impossible, we can give up on the largest grotto. Passing monarch decided after considering the matter further. That won't do. If you waste too much time before heading to another grotto, what will happen to my legacy? Why don't we do this? We'll split the time in half. We'll each take command of the fleet for 5 hours. We'll keep the harvest we obtain during our command. If we do so, I don't mind if you want to join the competition in the largest grotto. Shifeng said as he shook his head. He was not here as free labor. After seeing the situation for himself, he was no longer interested in the legacy of the sea. He had remembered something about the Freedom Alliance's legacy of the sea. In the past, one of the reasons that the Freedom Alliance had been able to move about God's domain's seas uncontested was its large number of players who had obtained the legacy of the sea. Even the various super guilds had avoided provoking the Alliance for no good reason. Another reason was Silent Entropy's ancient weather book. The player that wielded the ancient weather book could manipulate the weather in an area. When used in naval combat, one could offer their side an absolute environmental advantage. Rumors had it that Silent Entropy had obtained the ancient weather book when he had obtained the Sea God's legacy. The Freedom Alliance obtained their legacies of the sea from the Sea Dragon secret land. After taking into account the information Passing Monarch had given him about the secret land, it was not difficult to determine that Silent Entropy had obtained the Sea God's legacy here. In the past, the Sea God's legacy had been known as one of the 4 great legacies at sea. Now that the strongest legacy in the secret land had appeared, the ancient weather book would be available as well. While he could ignore the Sea God's legacy, the ancient weather book was an extremely important item. When used in naval combat, it was a strategic weapon. That's fine. However, we'll split our time 4 to 6. I get 6 hours. Later, I'll use 1 hour to test the waters. If it really isn't possible, we'll switch to other grottos. This will also give you the chance to learn the largest grotto's difficulty. Passing Monarch said. All right, let's do that, then. Shifeng smiled before taking out a contract, following which the two renewed their contract. Passing Monarch released a sigh of relief as he quickly directed the fleet into the largest grotto. In reality, the secret land's grottos were portals that would transport players to another space. As the third fleet's ships entered the largest grotto, after a few minutes of drifting along a heavy current, the fleet left the grotto and appeared before a massive island. The island had a white, sandy beach and an azure blue sky above it. It looked like paradise. This island was none other than their rest point. Another island waited across from this paradise. Unlike the first island, dark, thundering clouds covered the sky above the second. One could also see plenty of massive sea monsters roaming the island. This was where the legacies hid. Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets had already engaged these sea monsters in battle. Why are there so many sea monsters? Passing Monarch was shocked when he saw the creatures. Both Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets stood against more than 20 sea monsters. These sea monsters looked like sea turtles, but unlike normal sea turtles, a long horn grew from the heads of these monsters. Their bodies also emitted arcs of blue electricity, and all of their attacks used lightning. Not only were their attacks very fast, but they also contained massive destructive power. Thunderhorn Beast, Sea Monster, Lord, Level 51, HP 35, 000, 000/35, 000, Although Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets each had a small sailboat, their ships suffered against so many Thunderhorn beasts. If not for their small sailboats taking the brunt of the attacks, they would have already been annihilated. Passing Monarch paled at this sight. Speedboats stood no chance against those monsters. The third fleet couldn't even reach the island. If they could not get on the island, how were they supposed to obtain the legacy? In the Sea Dragon Secret Land, all legacies were in the center of the Legacy Island at the end of each grotto. The ship's role was to transport the players through the obstacles on the way to the Legacy Island. However, with so many sea monsters in the outer perimeter, one could just imagine how many sea monsters waited for them around the Legacy Island. They sure move quickly. At this moment, 100 Leaves had also emerged from the grotto. When she saw the ongoing battle, she simply smiled and said, "It seems this legacy is fated to be mine." In the next moment, the small sailboat and bronze speedboats in 100 Leaves' fleet sliced through the water towards the Legacy Island, bypassing the Thunderhorn beasts. Roar! As 100 Leaves' fleet entered the outer perimeter, a large group of Thunderhorn beasts broke through the water surface, attacking 100 Leaves' fleet. Bang, bang, bang. A series of lightning strikes bombarded the fleet. However, 100 Leaves' small sailboat showed no intentions of dodging the attacks. Instead, it forged ahead. When the lightning strikes were 30 yards away from the small sailboat, they dissipated into nothing as if they had met an invisible barrier that nullified magical attacks. In a short moment, 100 Leaves' fleet broke past the blockade and entered the inner perimeter. They made it through so easily? Passing Monarch's mouth gaped as he looked at 100 Leaves' fleet getting past the outer perimeter. Although the outer perimeter was not large, there were still roughly 5,000 yards to cross to reach the inner perimeter. Crossing such a distance while weathering the attacks of over 20 Thunderhorn beasts was easier said than done. Even Silent Entropy's fleet had yet to cross half the distance and had already lost 4 players. It was clear that Silent Entropy's fleet would lose over 20 people by the time they reached the inner perimeter. Of course, Silent Entropy's fleet could use another method that would incur fewer losses, gradually killing off the Thunderhorn beasts. However, killing the sea monsters would take a lot of time. Meanwhile, they only had 10 hours inside the Sea Dragon Secret Land. If they wasted 1 or 2 hours in the outer perimeter, they would have to waste even more time in the inner perimeter. By the time they reached the Legacy Island, they would have already run out of time to search for the legacy. Seeing 100 Leaves' fleet enter the inner perimeter, Identical Summer grew anxious. The legacy on the island was on a first-come, first-served basis. The sooner one reached the island, the higher their chances were of obtaining the legacy. All MTs, take turns activating your life-saving skills. We're forcing our way through, Identical Summer commanded, gritting his teeth. A group of 6 MTs stormed the small sailboat's deck, receiving the Thunderhorn beast's attacks. The ship blasted away any monsters in their way with cannon fire. Silent Entropy's side fared far better than the other fleet. Silent Entropy had used a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll to receive the level 51 Lord's attacks. By the time both fleets had reached the inner perimeter, the difference between Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets was obvious at a glance. Silent Entropy's fleet hadn't lost a single player. On the other hand, Identical Summer's fleet had lost 17 players, with 5 of them being MTs. The players that died would automatically resurrect on the rest island. They would not be able to rejoin the main force and would have to wait for their companions to retrieve them or be sent out of the secret island once time was up. Fortunately, the death penalty in the secret land was similar to that of dungeons. Hence, players that died would only lose a small portion of their EXP. "Commander, are we still waiting?" Blue Joy asked Passing Monarch, a hint of worry in her eyes. It was obvious that she was not optimistic about their chances of breaking past the outer perimeter. "Forget it. It's too difficult. There's no need for us to waste our speedboat's durability here," Passing Monarch said, sighing deeply. In the end, he decided to give up on the greatest legacy as this area was far more challenging than he had imagined. With their fleet's strength, they had no hopes of reaching the Legacy Island. "Hold up," Shifeng said suddenly. "If you really want to reach the island, we're not entirely out of options." While the Thunderhorn beasts were terrifying, after watching them for some time, Shifeng could tell that the majority of the Lord's attacks were magical. Others might find it difficult to defend against magical attacks, but to Shifeng, it was a simple task. "Brother Yifeng, you have a plan?" Passing Monarch asked curiously. These Thunderhorn beasts was extremely fast. Even bronze speedboats could not outrun them. If they were surrounded, they would be utterly helpless. They would need a small sailboat to force open a path. "I'll attract these sea monsters' attention while your speedboats use the opportunity to get past them," Shifeng explained. Passing Monarch was surprised by Shifeng's words. He had never thought that Shifeng would willingly sacrifice his speedboat as bait. However, since Shifeng was willing to do so, he would not object. Meanwhile, 100 Leaves and the others, who were currently resting at the edge of the inner perimeter, noticed Passing Monarch's fleet speeding towards the outer perimeter. "They're overestimating themselves," Identical Summer sneered. "Do they really expect to get past those Thunderhorn beasts without a small sailboat to open a path? Do they really need to waste time here?" 100 Leaves rolled her eyes as she watched Passing Monarch. There was no way to repair one's ship inside the Sea Dragon secret land. If the Thunderhorn beasts bombarded Passing Monarch's fleet, even with players splitting the damage, the speedboat's durability would deplete rapidly. Once a ship's durability reached 0, it would be useless. Even if Passing Monarch's fleet escaped with their speedboats intact and proceeded to the other grottos, their chances of obtaining a legacy would decrease due to the lost durability. Though, looking at it from another perspective, the fact that Passing Monarch and the others were willing to attempt reaching this legacy island benefited 100 Leaves. This way, she would have an opportunity to kill Shifeng and complete the Demon God's quest. At this time, Shifeng steered the Swift Dragon speedboat into the outer perimeter. Thunderhorn beasts immediately emerged from the water, one after another, rapidly encircling the Swift Dragon speedboat. At the same time, electricity gathered at their horns as they prepared to attack. However, Shifeng paid no attention to these monsters as he continued towards the group of sea monsters before him. Seeing the numerous arcs of lightning arcing towards him, Shifeng activated Magic Barrier, making the Swift Dragon speedboat immune to magic damage and reducing the physical damage it received by 60% for 10 seconds. After blocking the attacks, the Swift Dragon speedboat arrived before the group of Thunderhorn beasts, letting the sea monsters surround it. "It's over." Passing Monarch could not help but sigh. If the massive Thunderhorn beasts surrounded a speedboat, there was no hope of escape. What a fool! He sacrificed a speedboat for nothing. Identical Summer laughed. In the past, he had always seen Passing Monarch as his rival. After all, the two had fought for a long time, and the man had caused him plenty of trouble. Now, however, Passing Monarch was no longer a threat. His only competition now was Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves. As more Thunderhorn beats gathered around the Swift Dragon speedboat, the likelihood of Shifeng breaking through the encirclement grew smaller and smaller. Rather than worrying, however, a smile appeared on Shifeng's face. It's about time to make a move. Shifeng observed his surroundings and noticed that practically 80% of the Thunderhorn beasts had gathered around him. Energy pulse. Dragon cannon. Suddenly, a blue ripple spread out from the swift dragon speedboat, paralyzing the surrounding Thunderhorn beasts. At the same time, a black-white beam shot out from the swift dragon speedboat's bow. In the next moment, 3 Thunderhorn beasts that blocked the secret silver speedboat's way had been blasted back. At the same time, the 3 lords lost over 2 million HP each. The surface of the water caved in at the might of the black beam. Suddenly, an empty path opened up before the swift dragon speedboat. Shifeng activated Accelerate, increasing the swift dragon speedboat's movement speed by 100%. Before the Thunderhorn beasts could react, the swift dragon speedboat had already sped away from the encirclement and made its way to the inner perimeter. Meanwhile, passing Monarch and the others tore across the water to the inner perimeter from another direction. As only 5 Thunderhorn beasts chased after passing Monarch's group of 4 bronze speedboats, they were able to get away with minimal damage, their speedboat's durability decreasing only slightly. As for the remaining sea monsters chasing the swift dragon speedboat, due to the paralyzation, their movement speeds had reduced to less than half of their original. As a result, the distance between them and the secret silver speedboat rapidly increased. By the time the paralysis effect wore off, the swift dragon speedboat was over 300 yards away. By then, all the Thunderhorn beasts could do was watch as the swift dragon speedboat entered the inner perimeter. What rank is that speedboat? 100 Leaves blinked in astonishment as her gaze followed the unharmed swift dragon speedboat. So, this is the expert passing Monarch recruited? Not bad. The swift dragon speedboat's performance had also surprised Identical Summer. The speedboat's main cannon was strong enough to throw 3 Thunderhorn beasts. Even his small sailboat wasn't capable of such a feat, however. They won't get much further. They'll never reach the island. Identical Summer's words earned the agreement of those around him. The difference between the inner and outer perimeter's difficulty was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although one had to face fewer sea monsters in the inner perimeter, these monsters were obviously stronger. Moreover, the condition to cross the inner perimeter was different. After entering the inner perimeter, they noticed a magic barrier around the Legacy Island. It was obvious that they were required to kill the guardian sea monsters before they could dock. However, the sea monsters guarding the inner perimeter included 1 level 55 king-class sea monster and 2 great lords. Without a small sailboat, it was simply impossible to defeat such a powerful force. What a pity, Brother Monarch. Even if you make it here, it's all for nothing. Without a small sailboat, you are doomed to remain in the inner perimeter. Identical Summer laughed. However, rest assured, you'll at least rank 7th. Only, you will no longer be able to use the large shipyard. When passing Monarch noticed Silent Entropy's fleets fighting a level 55 king-class sea monster. His jaw dropped as he lost heart. The king-class sea monster guarding the inner perimeter was far stronger than the one they had previously fought. That had only been a great lord, while this was a grand lord. Moreover, the current one was an even higher level. Shifeng's secret silver-ranked swift dragon speedboat could never tank it. Furthermore, the king-class sea monster was accompanied by 2 great lord-ranked sea monsters. Who says we don't have a small sailboat? Shifeng suddenly asked. You have a small sailboat? Identical Summer stared at Shifeng as if the man had told the funniest joke in the world. Although Identical Summer had not said anything else, there was no doubting the contempt in his eyes. The other Freedom Alliance members smirked at Shifeng's words. That brat sure knows how to boast. Even our sacred temple hasn't obtained a small sailboat until recently. How could an independent adventurer team with no background possibly have one? The cloaked woman from the sacred temple chuckled softly. The sacred temple was one of the super guilds that had begun to develop its naval strength early in the game, yet even now it had only found a magic bottle containing a small sailboat, not an actual small sailboat. They had obtained this magic bottle from an ancient ruin in the sea's end. For this magic bottle, the sacred temple had sacrificed dozens of experts and thousands of elites. As for Silent Entropy and Identical Summer, while both had only acquired a small sailboat due to luck, they also had the support of powerful backers. The power supporting silent entropy, in particular, was intense enough that even the sacred temple avoided casually provoking it. Passing Monarch was merely an independent player with great individual strength. The naval adventurer team he had formed lacked the support of any major power. It was a miracle that he had led his team to become the Freedom Alliance's third fleet. Obtaining a small sailboat was impossible for Passing Monarch. Brother Yifeng, do you really have a small sailboat? Passing Monarch stared at the swordsman in shock. He had already investigated Zero Wing and learned that the guild didn't possess any particular naval power. The guild hadn't even begun to develop its naval forces. Zero Wing had focused on competing with the various large guilds on land all this time. Just the fact that Zero Wing possessed a secret silver speedboat was astounding. Even now, no one throughout the Freedom Alliance possessed a secret silver speedboat. Blue Joy, who stood by his side, blinked in astonishment. She wondered if Shifeng had simply made the claim to save the Third Fleet from humiliation. "You'll know once you see it," Shifeng said as he looked around him. He could clearly feel the doubt and contempt everyone aimed his way. Following which, he took a delicate crystal bottle from his bag and began to chant an incantation. With each verse Shifeng chanted, black mist emerged from the crystal bottle, shrouding a large section of the sea water before the swift dragon speedboat. Suddenly, a silver sailboat appeared before these players. This silver sailboat was no smaller than the sailboat 100 Leaves had summoned with the magic bottle. Moreover, magic runes decorated every inch of the silver sailboat. At first glance, it was obvious that the silver sailboat was a higher rank than the common sailboats Silent Entropy and Identical Summer had summoned. This small sailboat was none other than the bronze-ranked one-horned sailboat he had obtained from the king-class sea monster he previously killed. Impossible! When did small sailboats become so common? Everyone was stupefied. None of them could believe their eyes. Just who is that man? 100 Leaves shifted her gaze to Shifeng when she saw the one-horned sailboat. First, the man had earned himself a bounty from the demon god. Then he revealed a very high-rank speedboat. Now he revealed a small sailboat. If someone claimed that this man wasn't supported by a major power, she wouldn't believe it. "I have really underestimated you, Monarch. I never thought you would recruit such an expert. However, you'll never get to the island. At the end of the day, passing the inner perimeters test depends on one's strength." Identical Summer snorted. He then steered his sailboat towards the Legacy Island to challenge the inner perimeter's sea monsters. Passing Monarch's fleet might have crossed the outer perimeter with some trick, but the inner perimeter required them to face the joint attacks of a Grand Lord-ranked King-class sea monster and 2 Great Lords. Without defeating these monsters, they would not be allowed to dock on the island. Although Passing Monarch's fleet now had a small sailboat, the fleet's disadvantage was still obvious. The fleet lacked manpower. The Third Fleet was only allowed to bring 90 members to the secret land, while Identical Summer, Silent Entropy, and 100 Leaves' fleets each had over 100 people. Not only could they employ their small sailboats, which could accommodate 100 passengers, to their fullest potential, but they also had extra men to control multiple bronze speedboats. On the other hand, Passing Monarch's fleet did not even have enough players to exert its small sailboat to its full potential. How could Passing Monarch's fleet possibly defeat a king-class sea monster? At the same time, the members of Third Fleet gazed at Shifeng with admiration. "Brother Yifeng, thank you, truly. However, I still intend to give up on this grotto." Passing Monarch was extremely grateful to Shifeng. In reality, Shifeng could have easily decided not to help him. After all, both had already agreed that they would determine each other's harvest based on time. However, when Passing Monarch had seen the distant king-class sea monster, he had decided to relent. Magic Whale, Marine King Creature, King-class Sea Monster, Grand Lord, Level 55, HP 200, 000, 000/200, 000, 000, Razor Shark, Marine King Creature, Sea Monster, Great Lord, Level 55, HP 80, 000, 000/80, 000, 000. Seeing these sea monster statistics, Even a naval expert like Passing Monarch felt powerless. Just one Great Lord-ranked razor shark was already a difficult foe, not to mention two and the magic whale. Without dozens of speedboats attacking at the same time, it was practically impossible to defeat all three sea monsters. Meanwhile, the fleet's silent entropy, identical summer, and 100 Leaves commanded had some hope of victory as they each had around 7 or 8 bronze speedboats to assist them. For example, Silent Entropy's small sailboat was currently tanking the magic whale while 2 other bronze speedboats dealt with the razor sharks. As for the remaining speedboats, they focused their fire on the razor sharks. Although each bronze speedboat only inflicted around -200,000 damage, the total damage from 6 or 7 bronze speedboats still surpassed the sea monster's battle recovery. It was only a matter of time before the speedboats dealt with the 2 razor sharks. Once those 2 sea monsters had been dealt with, Silent Entropy's fleet would slowly, but surely whittle down the magic whale's HP. On the other hand, they couldn't even exert the maximum combat power of their small sailboat. How were they going to whittle away the sea monster's HP? Hence, rather than waste time here, exploring the other grottos would be more beneficial. With their fleet's strength, they wouldn't have any issues obtaining 2 legacies. Brother Monarch, since you wish to give up, why don't you let me command the fleet for the first 4 hours? Shi Feng asked. Passing Monarch's decision hadn't particularly surprised him. After all, assessing an opponent's combat power was the basics of being an expert. If Passing Monarch couldn't even do that much, he would not have become an expert at all. Only Passing Monarch's assessment was slightly different from his. Brother Yifeng, is there really a reason to waste time here? Passing Monarch could not figure out what was going through Shi Feng's mind. It was already clear that they had no hope of victory, yet this swordsman insisted on jumping into the jaws of death. However, when Passing Monarch saw the determination in Shi Feng's eyes, he had no choice but to nod, saying, "All right, then, we'll follow your command for the next 4 hours. Once these 4 hours are up, we'll leave immediately." Following which, both sides renewed their contract yet again. From the next 4 hours, the Third Fleet would be under Shi Feng's command. After finding nothing wrong with the contract, Shi Feng stored it away in satisfaction. "Let's go." Shi Feng smiled at the distant magic whale. Others might not know the one-horned sailboats might, but he did. While King-class sea monsters were quite powerful, a bronze sailboat could not be underestimated either. Following which, Shi Feng allocated tasks to the Third Fleet's members. The Swift Dragon speedboat and one of the bronze speedboats had a 20-man crew each, while each of the remaining 3 bronze speedboats had a party of 6. The remaining fleet members would board the one-horned sailboat and deal with the magic whale. This is nuts. We'll only have 32 people on our strongest ship? How are we going to hold back the magic whale? When Passing Monarch and the others saw Shi Feng's distribution, they were confused. The other fleets had 3 full MT parties each, splitting the magic whale's damage. Those fleets also had the other crew members on their small sailboats sharing the damage. Only then could they minimize the damage to their sailboats. Otherwise, before their respective fleets even finished off one razor shark, their sailboats would be reporting for duty in Davy Jones' locker. However, Shi Feng insisted on this setup, and Passing Monarch had no choice but to agree. After all, Shi Feng now held authority over the fleet. Moreover, the sailboat belonged to Shi Feng. As the one-horned sailboat approached the island, a magic whale and 2 razor sharks emerged from the water. Their massive frames resembled large mountains, blocking the legacy island from view. "Begin!" Shi Feng fired the thunder cannon at the magic whale. "Leaves, this magic whale's attack range is too wide. We won't hold at this rate. We need to use magic scrolls," the cloaked woman from the sacred temple said, frowning at their sailboats' remaining durability. The razor sharks were only great lords. Moreover, their skills were monotonous, making their attacks easy to dodge. Bronze speedboats were more than enough to cope with the razor sharks. The problem was the magic whale. Although the Grand Lord was clumsy and slow, and its attack patterns were not particularly complex, it was still a powerful foe. Aside from ruthless headbutts, the magic whale's main attacks were Ice Meteor and Icicle Rain. When casting Ice Meteor, the magic whale would call down a massive globe of ice. Even with 6 MTs sharing the attack's damage, all 6 would lose over 2/3 of their HPs. Furthermore, the Grand Lord used Ice Meteor frequently. Only when all 18 MTs took turns blocking could they keep up with the attacks. The burden on the healers was also massive, as one mistake could spell the end for a party of MTs. However, this was not the team's greatest challenge. The magic whale's icicle rain was what left everyone speechless. When the magic whale cast icicle rain, countless icicles would rain down from the sky. Although each icicle only dealt around -10,000 damage and could easily be blocked by any player, they could not keep up with how many icicles bombarded their ships. One could say that this skill specifically targeted ships. By the time Icicle Rain's duration ended, their small sailboat would have lost roughly 3 or 4 points of durability. If they continued this battle of attrition, their small sailboat's 700 durability would have long since bottomed out before they could shave away the magic whale's 200 million HP. Sure enough, a king-class sea monster is not an easy foe. 100 Leaves frowned as she watched another batch of icicles form in the sky. She then said to the cloaked woman, "Use the Tier 3 summoning scroll. Have the summoned creature share part of Icicle Rain's damage." The cloaked woman nodded before retrieving a Tier 3 summoning scroll and chanting the incantation. With a Tier 3 summoned creature sharing the damage, the small sailboat only lost 1 point of durability by the time the skill ended. At the same time, the cloaked woman redirected a portion of the sailboat's cannon attacks towards one of the distant razor sharks, assisting the bronze speedboats in whittling down the Great Lord's HP. As a result, the razor shark's 80 million HP decreased at a visible rate. 95%, 94%, 93%. Leaves, Passing Monarch, and the others seemed to be taking action. As the cloaked woman controlled the summoned creature, she noticed the one-horned sailboat moving deeper into the inner perimeter, and an odd feeling rose in her chest. Passing Monarch's fleet only had 90 members. Even with a small sailboat, such a small team was not enough to defeat the magic whale. Any expert worth his salt should know this, much less a fleet commander like Passing Monarch. They're actually pushing forward? 100 Leaves glanced at Feng, who stood aboard the one-horned sailboat. Smiling, she muttered, "What an interesting person." She was very familiar with Passing Monarch. While Passing Monarch's individual combat standards were not particularly high, his leadership abilities and assessment for monster strengths were first class. He would never take such a risk. The only possibility was that Feng had persuaded him to do so. Silent Entropy and Identical Summer had also noticed the one-horned sailboat's approach. "They're not giving up?" Identical Summer asked contemptuously. "I want to see just how long they can last." Currently, his fleet barely held its ground against the 3 guardian monsters. He still didn't know if his team could kill the magic whale. In the case of Passing Monarch's fleet, however, just killing the 2 razor sharks would be a huge challenge. As such thoughts ran through the various commanders' minds, a golden beam exploded from the one-horned sailboat's bow, slamming into the magic whale's thick hide. Boom! As it struck, the golden beam carved out a small wound from the magic whale's side, blue blood spilling into the water. How can it possess such power? 100 Leaves was shocked. No matter how many times her small sailboat attacked the magic whale, they had only taken a fraction of the Grand Lord's HP. The sailboat's attacks could not cause any substantial injuries to the Grand Lord. How can this sailboat possess such a high-rank cannon? Could it have been modified? As Identical Summer stared at the wound on the magic whale's body. In God's domain, no ship was static. They could all be modified. Only, there was a limit to how much a ship could be modified and strengthened, as the ship's construction materials were a limiting factor. Furthermore, it was very difficult to modify and strengthen a ship. The task required lifestyle players of considerably high rank. To modify a ship, one also had to risk reducing the ship's quality or destroying it altogether. Hence, even now, nobody actually dared to modify their precious ships. Aoru! Enraged, the magic whale beat its tail fin violently and propelled itself towards the one-horned sailboat. The 2 razor sharks followed after the magic whale. A bronze small sailboat's cannon fire is really quite impressive. Feng was very satisfied with this outcome. Seeing the magic whale and razor sharks swimming closer, he activated Thunder Blast, the one-horned sailboat's strongest move. This attack was many times stronger than the Swift Dragon speedboat's dragon cannon. Immediately, several snakes of golden lightning surged forward, dealing devastating damage to the area 500 by 30 yards ahead of the one-horned sailboat. As the golden lightning snakes slithered towards the magic whale and razor sharks, the three sea monsters revealed a hint of fear, trying to avoid the incoming attack. Unfortunately, Thunder Blast was not cannon fire. Rather, it was a magical attack channeled from a magic array. It was many times faster than cannon fire. The arcs of golden lightning had crossed several hundred yards in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 When the golden lightning streaked past the magic whale and razor sharks, all three sea monsters screamed in agonizing unity. The magic whale and razor sharks were all in a miserable state. The magic whale was covered with wounds with fresh, blue blood coloring the water. A damage of over -900,000 had appeared above its head. As for the razor sharks, many areas of their bodies had scorched black. The two great lords had clearly suffered serious injuries, significantly affecting their combat powers. Each had lost over 2 million HP in the attack. Thunder blasts might stupefied everyone present. This is impossible. The watching players instinctively refused to accept this reality. They had lived in Sea's End throughout their career in God's domain. They had lost count of how many times they had fought sea monsters. Hence, their naval understanding ranked at the peak of God's domain. However, the one-horned sailboat's attacks were unbelievable. Brother Yifeng, just, what rank is your sailboat? Passing Monarch gulped audibly as he looked at the heavily injured razor sharks. Only now did he understand why Feng was so confident. With such firepower, it was no wonder why Feng wasn't worried about killing the magic whale. What do you think? Feng smiled mysteriously, not offering a concrete answer. Players still assumed that small sailboats were similar to speedboats, which had only a small gap in power between each rank. They had not yet realized how vast the divide was between a common ranked small sailboat and a bronze rank. In terms of firepower, a bronze small sailboat could rival a fine gold speedboat. This was the reason that passing Monarch's assessment of each side's combat power was incorrect. Brother Monarch, you guys deal with the razor sharks. Make sure you lure them away from each other. Leave the magic whale to me. Feng instructed after noticing the magic whale and razor sharks approach. You're going to deal with that thing with only one ship? This? Won't we be cutting it a little too close? Feng's commands confused passing Monarch and the others. The one-horned sailboat might possess frightening killing power, but when all was said and done, the magic whale was still a king-class sea monster. It was still a terrifying foe. Although Silent Entropy and the other fleets relied on their small sailboats to tank the magic whale, they constantly had 2 or 3 bronze sailboats assisting from the side. The speedboats occasionally shared some of the magic whale's damage, giving the small sailboats a break. Furthermore, the one-horned sailboat only had a 32-man crew on board. In terms of endurance, it was far weaker than Silent Entropy and the other small sailboats. Without a doubt, sending the one-horned sailboat to deal with the magic whale alone was mad. If it were up to passing Monarch and the others, they would have refused the idea. After all, it was nothing more than gambling with a small sailboat. A small sailboat's value went without saying. One wouldn't even necessarily trade such a ship for a fragmented legendary item. However, it was too late for passing Monarch and the others to argue as Feng had steered the one-horned sailboat directly towards the massive magic whale. Meanwhile, the 2 razor sharks had swum around to launch a pincer attack against the one-horned sailboat from the sides. Commander, are we really not going to help him? Blue Joy asked passing Monarch worriedly. He is the commander now. We'll only stop him if it truly seems impossible. Passing Monarch could not help but sigh. He did not know what was going through Feng's mind. Normally, anyone who obtained a small sailboat would treat it like a priceless treasure, avoiding anything reckless that might destroy it. Feng, however, pitted his small sailboat in a dogfight against a Grand Lord-ranked king-class sea monster. Looking at this situation, Passing Monarch could not help but feel sorry for the one-horned sailboat. Following which, under Passing Monarch's command, all speedboats took action. With the 4 basic mana pulse bombs Sherfong had provided them, they fired 2 bombs at each of the Razor Sharks, each bomb dealing over -1 million damage. Instantly, the Razor Sharks aggro split between the one-horned sailboat, the Swift Dragon speedboat, and 1 bronze speedboat. As the Razor Sharks were about to reach the one-horned sailboat, the MTs on board the Swift Dragon speedboat and bronze speedboat used Crowd Mock, securing the Great Lord's aggro. Immediately, the 2 speedboats split up and moved away from the Magic Whale, the Razor Sharks following closely after them. The timing of Passing Monarch's commands was extremely accurate. Meanwhile, the Magic Whale bellowed when it noticed the one-horned sailboat approaching. 3 ice meteors then appeared in the air. "Ha ha ha! Now you've done it. I want to see how you intend to clean up this mess." Identical Summer smirked when he saw the 3 ice meteors. When his and the other fleet's magic whales used Ice Meteor, they only summoned 2 attacks. Thunder Blast has surprised him. He was even somewhat jealous. However, it was obvious that this frightening firepower had angered the magic whale. Even his fleet would suffer against 3 ice meteors at the once, not to mention the one-horned sailboat, which faced the magic whale one-on-one. "Leaves, look at the small sailboat in Passing Monarch's fleet." The cloaked woman from the sacred temple called out in surprise and pointed at the one-horned sailboat. "There are less than 50 people on board." "Less than 50? 100 Leaves, who commanded her own battle, turned to look at the one-horned sailboat upon hearing this, her brows rising in surprise. They actually did something like that? This was ludicrous. She had a 100-man crew aboard her sailboat to deal with the magic whale's attacks. Yet her sailboat still lost a significant amount of durability. If the one-horned sailboat had less than 50 players on board, its durability would fall several times faster. The sailboat would likely sink to the bottom of the ocean before the 2 Razor Sharks were dealt with. "Ayer-roo!" the magic whale bellowed as it controlled the ice meteors, aiming for the one-horned sailboat's blind spots and making its attacks difficult to dodge. In terms of speed and angle of attack, this magic whale used faster and more accurate ice meteors than the others. When the 3 ice meteors were less than 30 yards away from the one-horned sailboat, Sherfong activated Mana Drive, increasing the sailboat's speed by 30%. This allowed the sailboat to dart out of the magic whale's attack trajectory in the nick of time. After dodging the ice meteors, the one-horned sailboat's 4 thunder cannons rang out simultaneously. For golden beams struck the magic whale, tearing a pained cry from the Grand Lord's throat as a series of damages appeared above its head. -471,847. -482,187. -471,974. -472,079. The 4 cannons instantly devoured nearly 2 million of the magic whale's HP. Sure enough, it won't be possible to kill it with the one-horned sailboat's firepower alone. Sherfong felt a headache brew as he looked at the magic whale's HP. It seems we'll have to kill the Razor Sharks first and then focus fire on the magic whale. Although the one-horned sailboat was quite powerful, the magic whale could recover 2 million HP every 5 seconds. With the thunder cannon's long cooldown, it was impossible to kill the magic whale without help. Following which, Sherfong readjusted the one-horned sailboat's course, circling the magic whale while waiting for the thunder cannon's cooldown to finish. When the enraged magic whale saw that its first wave of attacks had failed to land, it used its AoE attack, Icicle Rain. Even with the one-horned sailboat's increased speed, it couldn't avoid this attack. "All members, prepare to block the icicles," Sherfong shouted. Although Sherfong had issued the command, he knew it was unrealistic to expect 32 people to block so many icicles. As the icicles began to descend, Sherfong took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from his bag. Immediately, a massive golden gorilla appeared, joining the defense. Dang, dang, dang. Under Sherfang's control, the golden gorilla executed Sword's Orbit, using its arms in place of swords. This was another method of utilizing combat techniques. Only doing so required considerably fine control and a great understanding of a combat technique. Although Sherfong could not execute Sword's orbit through the Golden Gorilla as freely as with his own body, with the summoned creature's massive frame and wide attack range, it easily protected over half the one-horned sailboat from the icicle attacks. The players blocked the majority of the icicles, protecting the remaining half. Overall, less than 1/10 of the icicles had actually struck the sailboat. This outcome was on par with 100 Leaves and the others. How did he do that? The players watching from afar were flabbergasted. Despite having similarly summoned Tier 3 summon creatures, their summon creatures could only block around 1/3 of the Magic Whale's icicle rain. Their summoned creatures even lost over 1,500,000 HP with each wave of attacks, yet the Golden Gorilla had blocked half of the icicle rain, losing less than 500,000 HP. This was simply inconceivable. It wasn't just the Golden Gorilla that had received less damage than expected. Even the players on the one-horned sailboat had only lost around 7,000 HP when struck, 3,000 less HP than their players. This allowed the one-horned sailboat's crew to endure many more attacks. However, what everyone did not know was that bronze small sailboats had a hidden effect. The runes lining the hull weren't just for decoration. They possessed a damage mitigation ability. The runes could reduce an attack's damage by 10% to 30% based on the attack's might. Although the icicle rain was a powerful skill, the individual icicles did not pack a lot of power. Hence, their damage was reduced by 30%. In addition, a bronze small sailboat's defense was superior to that of a common small sailboat. Despite receiving roughly the same amount of attacks, the one-horned sailboat had not lost a single point of durability after the last wave of attacks. This was also the reason that Sherfong dared to challenge the Magic Whale with a crew of fewer than 50 people. Time passed quickly. While keeping the Magic Whale distracted, the one-horned sailboat launched attacks at the distant Razor Sharks. In less than 15 minutes, both Razor Sharks were dead, fueling the team's EXP bars. In contrast, each of the other fleets had only dealt with one Razor Shark so far. The difference between them was obvious instantly. Now that only the Magic Whale remained, Sherfeng's side had a much easier time. Although it took a long time just to reduce the Magic Whale's HP by 1%, they slowly, but surely, depleted the Grand Lord's HP, when the Magic Whale's HP fell to 10%, it spread its colossal jaws, and a frightening amount of mana began to concentrate in its mouth. All speedboats, hide behind the sailboat, Sherfong shouted hurriedly. All King-class sea monsters possessed powerful team-wipe moves. The Magic Whale was no exception. The King-class sea monsters inside secret lands might not be as powerful as those elsewhere, which possessed second lives, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. Hararu! An evil glint appeared in the Magic Whale's eyes. The Magic Whale snapped its mouth shut. Its body then began to release dark blue beams of light that directly devoured Sherfong and the others. As the light show ended, the sea around the one-horned sailboat and the Magic Whale had transformed into a frosty world. Everyone gasped at this sight. The Magic Whale was simply too fierce. This last move could rival the power of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. As a result of the spell, the Magic Whale had lost 5% of its HP. As the icy fog surrounding the one-horned sailboat dissipated, it received significant damage as the blue barrier protecting the ship crumbled and disappeared. This was none other than the one-horned sailboat's life-saving skill, Magic Shield. When activated, it would create a barrier capable of absorbing up to 1 million damage for 5 minutes. Although the barrier couldn't mitigate all of the damage, at the very least, it had prevented many of the crew's deaths. After sharing the damage, 19 people were still alive on the one-horned sailboat. As for the speedboats behind the one-horned sailboat, only the Swift Dragon speedboat and the Bronze speedboat with a full crew had half their original crew members. The other Bronze speedboats had lost their entire crews, leaving behind ghost ships. The Magic Whale has entered a weakened state. Throw everything you have at it. Sherfong had less than half of his HP remaining. Although he had prepared for this, the move had shocked him. Even after activating Magic Shield, everyone on board had still received so much damage. Although only the one-horned sailboat, Swift Dragon speedboat, and one Bronze speedboat remained, the Magic Whale's defense was crippled. Moreover, it had lost its ability to recover in battle. It was nothing more than a living target for Shifeng and his crew now. For percent, 3%, 2%, 1%, die. Shifeng activated Divine Blessing and used Thunder Blast. Countless arcs of golden lightning devoured the magic whale's remaining HP. In the end, the magic whale released an agonized cry as its body disintegrated into particles of light. Immediately after, a large group of golden dots descended towards the water. It's dead. Silent Entropy, Identical Summer, and 100 Leaves' crews were dazed for a long time after watching Shifeng and his team kill the magic whale. Even now, they had only whittled down their respective magic whales to 30% HP, and both their small sailboats and their member count had suffered significant losses. Their healers, in particular, were nearly out of mana. They were barely holding on by relying on mana recovery potions and special tools. Needless to say, the longer they continued this battle, the greater their losses would become. Damn it! Why are they the ones to kill the monsters first? Identical Summer's eyes were bloodshot when he saw the golden orbs of light floating above the water's surface. When he noticed that only a few members remained on passing Monarch's fleet, he smiled coldly as he said, "Change our course. As long as we get the item to dock, we can get to the island without killing the magic whale." At this moment, passing Monarch's fleet was a remnant of its past glory. On the other hand, his fleet was still in considerably good shape. With the numerical advantage, they should have no problems stealing the magic whale's loot. As Identical Summer's fleet took action, Silent Entropy commanded his fleet to charge at passing Monarch and the others as well. The Freedom Alliance had not set any rules or signed any contracts forbidding them from attack each other in the secret land. After all, with so many legacies, it wasn't very likely that two fleets would find the same legacy. "Leaves, should we go as well?" the cloaked woman asked 100 Leaves. "Not only can we steal the item to dock on the Legacy Island, but we can also kill that person and finish the quest." The fact that passing Monarch's fleet had managed to kill the magic whale first had given it an advantage over the other fleets. Unfortunately, the nail that stuck out was usually hammered down first. None of these players were good people. Why would they let this opportunity escape? 100 Leaves did not reply immediately. Instead, she looked towards Shifeng, who stood aboard the one-horned sailboat, various emotions flashing in her eyes. After giving the matter some thought, 100 Leaves said, "Let's wait." If it were only passing Monarch, she would have joined in the fray without hesitation. Now, however, there was the unknown factor named Shifeng. Although Shifeng was only one person, she felt that something was off. Silent Entropy and Identical Summer did not know Shifeng's secret. The soul orb was important enough to drive even the demon god frantic, and Shifeng currently carried this item. He had also revealed priceless treasures like the Swift Dragon speedboat and one-horned sailboat. Moreover, Shifeng had displayed his skills in controlling a summoned creature, allowing the beast to exert extraordinary combat power. Most likely, not even the Sacred Temple's old monsters could accomplish such a feat no matter how she looked at it. Shifeng wasn't a simple character. It was unwise to take action against him right now. But the cloaked woman grew anxious as she watched Identical Summer's and Silent Entropy's fleets sail closer to the magic whale's loot. "Enough. I've made my decision. Let's concentrate on dealing with our own magic whale. If there is an opportunity, I won't let it get away." 100 Leaves commanded indifferently. Meanwhile, as soon as the magic whale had died, Shifeng steered the one-horned sailboat towards the dropped item's location, completely ignoring the fact that the magic whale had provided enough EXP to net him one whole level. Currently, he was at 24% of level 51. Meanwhile, passing Monarch and the other members of the Third Fleet had leveled up twice, reaching level 45. Perhaps due to divine providence, the magic whale had dropped over 30 items. This was a considerable harvest for a monster in a secret land. The monsters in secret lands were mainly there to test players' worthiness of the final treasure. Hence, while they provided higher EXP than normal, their drop rate was generally low. Take the two razor sharks, for example. Both had only dropped 4 items in total. Although the magic whale's 30-plus items were scattered, Identical Summers and Silent Entropy's fleets were too far away. Even if they sailed at full speed, it would be quite some time before they arrived. Shifeng had more than enough time to pick up all of the loot. Hand over the loot, and I'll let you all off the hook. Identical Summer, who arrived first, shouted at Shifeng and Passing Monarch. If you don't hand it over, none of you will leave this place alive. I'll have my men kill you until you drop all of the loot. Summer, you're too shameless. Didn't we agree to rely on our own skills once we enter the secret land? We killed this magic whale. Passing Monarch surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Identical Summer's fleet had already surrounded them. They would have to fight their way out now. After entering the Sea Dragon's secret land, players couldn't leave the secret land during the first 6 hours. So far, only 1 hour or so had passed. With the number of players in Identical Summer's fleet, he definitely had the power to kill them multiple times. Ha ha ha! Monarch, while we did agree to rely on our own capabilities, we never said that we aren't allowed to plunder each other's ships. Identical Summer sneered. I don't have that much patience right now. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand the loot over, don't blame me for being ruthless. 1, 2. Both he and Silent Entropy intended to plunder Passing Monarch's loot. As his fleet was closer to the one-horned sailboat, he got there first. However, if Silent Entropy joined the battle, the situation would become even more complicated. If there was going to be a battle, he needed to end it quickly. Passing Monarch also understood that Identical Summer was fully capable of acting on his words. He had no way of buying more time. He turned to Shifeng and said quietly, Brother Yifeng, rest assured. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I won't let Identical Summer get away with this. Later, I'll distract Identical Summer while you get to the island. Once you've entered the island, he won't be able to touch you. Hearing this, Shifeng was moved. Even in such a dire situation, Passing Monarch placed friendship above all else. If it were anyone else, they would have long since advised him to hand over the loot. After all, according to their contract, the magic whale's loot belonged entirely to him, not Passing Monarch. It's fine. I'll fight with you. Worst case scenario, it'll just be 1 death, Shifeng said, laughing. While Passing Monarch was also moved by Shifeng's response, he sternly insisted, Don't be stupid. The island houses the strongest legacy in the Sea Dragon's secret land. If you clash with Identical Summer, you might even lose your small sailboat. Since you have no intentions of abandoning me and are treating me like a brother, I, Yifeng, will treat you as a brother as well. I would never abandon a brother. Shifeng shook his head as he glanced at Passing Monarch. Besides, if it really comes down to a fight, we don't know who will win or lose. 3. Identical Summer's expression twisted as Shifeng and Passing Monarch showed no signs of giving up. Annihilate them. Don't let a single person get away. As Identical Summer issued his command, numerous cannons rang, all of them bombarding the one-horned sailboat. To Identical Summer's fleet, speedboats were no threat. As long as the players on board the one-horned sailboat were annihilated, the battle would be over. Since you want a fight, come. Shifeng simply smiled as he watched cannonballs fill the sky. He then rapidly leveled up the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was the best epic ring Shifeng had seen thus far. It provided immense help to any player that wore it. Shifeng hadn't leveled the ring for quite some time. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring high demand for EXP, he hadn't bothered doing so until now. Now that he was level 51, he could start leveling the ring once again. Immediately, Shifeng upgraded the Aura of Fire, Aura of Wind, and Aura of Earth to Tier 1, which in turn upgraded Firestorm, Windrider, and Absolute Defense to Tier 1. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng fell to 2% of level 50. Sure enough, the skills have grown significantly stronger after reaching Tier 1. Shifeng smiled faintly as he looked at the newly improved 7 Luminaries ring. The instant the 3 skills reached Tier 1, they had undergone massive changes. Originally, Absolute Defense only granted immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. After reaching Tier 1, it also gave immunity to all allies within 15 yards for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the skill now had a cooldown of 1 minute 30 seconds. As for Windrider, The movement speed increase it provided had risen from 220% to 300%. The skill also increased the damage of his next attack by 500%. As for the duration, it increased from 24 seconds to 30 seconds. The cooldown hadn't changed, remaining at 2 minutes. Lastly, Firestorm, which had dealt 1,200% damage to an area of 45 by 45 yards for 6 seconds, now dealt 1,500% damage to an area of 50 by 50 yards for 6 seconds. As for its cooldown, it still lasted 5 minutes. After Shurfeng finished upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he steered the one-horned sailboat towards the incoming cannonballs. At the same time, he activated Absolute Defense. Boom! 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 Although the cannonballs were fast, the one-horned sailboat had still dodged a portion of them, while Absolute Defense blocked the remaining attacks. The sailboat itself did not receive any damage whatsoever. They dare make their way over here. They must want to die. Identical Summer sneered. All speedboats scatter and attack. Don't let them get away. If Shurfeng and the others gave it their all to escape to the outer perimeter, they had some faint hope of getting away. Now, however, they charged straight for his small sailboat. He had several times more players than Shurfeng. Moreover, every one of them was extraordinarily skilled. The one-horned sailboat took only 3 seconds to cross the distance of 150 yards. When it arrived before Identical Summer's small sailboat, before it sailed past, Shurfeng jumped to the other ship's deck. What is he trying to do? Passing Monarch, who watched from a distance, was stupefied. Shurfeng had safely arrived before Identical Summer's sailboat. As long as he continued forward, he could have shaken off the enemy sailboat and docked on Legacy Island. Yet the swordsman had boarded the enemy sailboat alone for a melee battle. This was insane. Unlike the fight on Demon Island, they still bore the damage from the fighting the magic whale for so long. In fact, Shurfeng's HP bar was not even half full right now. On the other hand, Identical Summer's crew was only slightly battered. You've arrived just in time. In any case, I had thought of taking your sailboat for myself. Seeing Shurfeng board his sailboat, Identical Summer looked to the 15 cloaked players around him and said, "Get rid of him. Everyone else, collect the sailboat." Nodding, these 15 cloaked players slowly approached Shurfeng. Although these 15 players' footsteps were casual, their positioning was far from it, as they had sealed off Shurfeng's path of retreat. "Brat, you really are unlucky to have crossed us. But don't you worry. We won't come at you together." At this moment, a man that was as robust as an ox stepped away from the formation and said, "I'll be your opponent now." As soon as this man said so, he threw off his black cloak and revealed his steel-like muscles and the 2 short swords hanging from his waist. Both swords bore a delicate flame engraving, the marks giving off a light blue flame. The weapons were clearly a pair. Although the robust man's figure was abnormal for his assassin class, when everyone present saw this man's face and game ID, they realized that it was only natural. "Why is Mad Beast here?" Passing Monarch was surprised when he saw the robust assassin. The assassin's name was Residual Innocence. Although not many people were familiar with this name, the assassin had another name that was famous throughout Sea's End: Mad Beast. Mad Beast was known as one of the top 5 assassin experts in Sea's End. Aside from his robust form, Residual Innocence had earned the title Mad Beast in Sea's End due to a fight in which he had overwhelmed the 7th-rank Berserker with his strength alone. Mad Beast was not a guild player, but an independent player. He was also a member of the House of Seas, the #1 adventurer team in Sea's End. There were countless adventurer teams in Sea's End, yet the House of Seas had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 adventurer team in the area. Not only did the adventurer team possess many experts, but it also operated several popular shops. Passing Monarch and his fleet members weren't the only ones surprised. 100 Leaves and the others hadn't expected to see Mad Beast either. They had never imagined that Identical Summer would join hands with the House of Seas. This makes things a bit tricky. If Identical Summer has joined hands with the House of Seas, it could cause some trouble for our plans to take over the Freedom Alliance, the cloaked woman from the Sacred Temple said, frowning. Although the House of Seas was merely an adventurer team, it was backed by an extraordinary power. During the Sacred Temple's investigation, It discovered that the House of Seas had secured the support of a certain major corporation from overseas. If the Sacred Temple wanted a hand in the Freedom Alliance's first fleet, it would likely have to compete with that corporation in the future. The Freedom Alliance's top-ranked fleet commanders cannot be underestimated. Let's get ready. We cannot let Identical Summer monopolize the loot, 100 Leaves said, smiling. Originally, she had worried that Identical Summer would not be a match for Shurfeng. However, it would seem that both sides were equally matched. It was likely that they would enter a stalemate. If that happened, she would have a golden opportunity to rake in a fortune. However, as 100 Leaves considered such thoughts, Shurfeng exploded into action. Instant strike. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng appeared before Madbeast and executed Sword's orbit. Instant strike increased his attack speed by 500% and damage by 400%. Even someone like Madbeast was caught off guard. Before the assassin could even activate Vanish, Shurfeng's sword bit into him. Only after Shurfeng's second slash descended did he successfully activate Vanish. However, it was too late. Minus 39,486. A terrifying damage devoured all of Madbeast's 30,000 HP. Even after his death, Madbeast could not figure out how a normal attack had taken his life. How is he so fast? Madbeast's companions suddenly wore serious expressions. Madbeast had literally died in the blink of an eye. This had to be a joke. Madbeast could rank third among their group of 15. Although there were players who could defeat Madbeast in Sea's End, his survivability was incredible due to his assassin class. If he focused on escape, very few could kill him. There wasn't even one expert in Sea's End who could kill him instantly. Yet now, Madbeast lost. This can't be possible. Identical Summer's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw this. While he had considered the possibility of Shurfeng defeating Madbeast, he had never expected Madbeast to die instantly. Who is that man? 100 Leaves was stunned as she stared at Madbeast's lifeless body. Based on her investigation, Madbeast was a flowing water realm expert. Although he was no match for her guard, Scorpion, he wasn't an easy target. Who's next? Shurfeng licked his lips as he glanced at the remaining experts from the House of Seas. Shurfeng's taunt instantly enraged his enemies. However, due to Shurfeng's frightening performance and chilling killing intent, nobody dared to rush at him casually, either. We've got ourselves a tough one. Melees, distract him. Ranged players, assist from the sides. I refuse to believe that we can't take him down. A thin elementalist behind the group shouted. The heavy pressure these players felt from Shurfeng vanished the moment the elementalist finished speaking. 5 melee players then charged at Shurfeng. A Guardian Knight used Justice Roar. A Berserker used Flame Slash. A Shield Warrior used Shield Bash. A Swordsman used Windblade, and an Assassin used Stealth and circled to Shurfeng's back. All 5 were level 43 and equipped with dark gold weapons and equipment. In terms of weapons and equipment, they were not the least bit inferior to Madbeast. Moreover, these 5 had excellent coordination. While the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior were distracting Shurfeng, the other 3 launched attacks from Shurfeng's blind spots. Even peak experts would have to retreat temporarily in the face of such an attack. After all, if hit, Shurfeng would definitely be at a disadvantage. At the same time, the slim elementalist waved his staff and double-cast, sealing off Shurfeng's only path of retreat with an ice wall, as well as sending 5 great fireballs following the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior. Amazing! Identical Summer was inwardly impressed by the timing and execution the House of Seas experts displayed. Whether Shurfeng tried to run or fight after repelling the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior, the 5 great fireballs would strike the instant he pushed the 2 MTs back. If Identical Summer had to face such a well-planned assault, he would die. Contrary to expectation, however, Shurfeng smiled as the 5 melee players moved towards him. Immediately, he used silent steps and vanished. He reappeared behind the slim elementalist and swung down his sword. Dang! However, before Shurfeng's killing ray could strike the elementalist, a layer of ice stopped it in mid-swing. Impressive reaction time. The ice barrier before him surprised Shurfeng slightly. He would not underestimate Mad Beast and the other House of C's experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used instant strike right from the start. The House of C's had been one of the 6 major maritime trading firms in the past. The wealth it amassed was unimaginable. Meanwhile, to grow one's business to such an extent, one first needed enough strength to protect it. In fact, Mad Beast and the others represented the House of C's strength. They were all incredibly strong, and everyone had been an apex expert that had reached Tier 5. Even on land, the House of C's had been strong enough to challenge super guilds. After Shurfeng's attack met the Elementalist's ice barrier, the other House of C's members reacted and bombarded Shurfeng with attacks. Dozens of arrows and spells flew at Shurfeng, giving the swordsman no other choice but to retreat momentarily. Be careful. This bastard has quite a few instantaneous movement skills. The Elementalist warned his companions. Don't hold back. If not for Shurfeng's previous display against Mad Beast, even he would have been slow to react. He was second in command in the House of C's, nicknamed the Frost Saint. He had also been born with faster reactions than most ordinary people. Even so, Shurfeng had nearly caught him off guard and killed him. This proved that Shurfeng's basic attributes and combat standards were extraordinary. I really never imagined that we would one day meet an opponent that could force all of us to activate our berserk skills and work together. The shield warrior sighed as he looked at Shurfeng, who remained unharmed. However, he did not take the situation lightly as he activated his berserk skill. Immediately, his HP doubled, soaring past the 70,000 threshold. His strength and agility attributes had also improved significantly. Charge. This guy's too nimble. I'll try to restrain him, a distant ranger announced as he took 5 silver arrows from his bag. Savage, you're so generous. The shield warrior chuckled as he glanced at the silver arrows. The ranger named Savage treasured these silver arrows, each worth 10 gold coins. Crafting the arrows required many rare materials. Aside from dealing with Grand Lords, he had never seen Savage use the arrows on anything. Just one of those silver arrows packed enough power to injure a Grand Lord, not to mention 5 of them. Even if he activated a life-saving skill, he couldn't avoid the ranger's treasures. He should be proud to die under my arrows, Savage boasted as he activated his berserk skill and released his bowstring. Show! All 5 silver arrows flew towards Shurfeng simultaneously. As the silver arrows sliced through the air, they twisted the space around them. Gravity arrows? Shurfeng frowned when he saw the incoming arrows. Originally, he had intended to preserve some of his skills, but he scrapped that idea. Without hesitation, he activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed 150%, damage by 50%, and decreasing all damage received by 50% for 30 seconds. He then charged straight at the shield warrior and 5 gravity arrows. As Shur tightened his grips on his 2 swords and brandished them, starlight sparkled around him. Swords orbit. Bang, bang, bang. Shurfeng's blades repulsed the shield warrior instantly, forcing the man to take several steps back. As for Shurfeng himself, he was knocked back by roughly 8 yards, his blades emitting a low hum. He blocked them? Savage's mouth twitched. Sure enough, fighting so many refinement realm and above experts is taxing. Shurfeng revealed a bitter smile as he glanced at his trembling hands. He had lost 10,000 HP when he had blocked the 5 gravity arrows. Without Thunder God's Descent, he would have lost double that. He only had around 10,000 HP remaining. Normally, killing any one of these players in a one-on-one would be a piece of cake with his level, weapons, and equipment. However, even he couldn't end this battle in a short time with these 14 players working together. His best option was a battle of attrition, slowly wearing down his opposition. Unfortunately, it was obvious that he didn't have that luxury. Currently, identical Summer's men had already begun to clash with Passing Monarch and the others. It was only a matter of time before so many enemies annihilated Passing Monarch and his fleet. It seems that I don't have the option of holding back any longer. Shurfeng sighed. He then activated Heavenly Dragon's power. He had yet to reach the Legacy Island. Nobody knew what would happen once they docked. In addition to the time limit, Feng had wanted to conserve some of his strength in case of emergency. However, now that the House of C's experts had already their berserk skills, he had lost his advantage of higher basic attributes. The slim elementalist felt a chill crawl down his spine when he saw this situation. He immediately shouted, "Careful! He has used his berserk skill. Damn it! How is he so strong?" Frost, find an opportunity to use a Tier 3 magic scroll. We'll pay for this trade. The House of C's members wore serious expressions. They glared at Feng was as if he were their greatest enemy, focusing on the swordman's every move. Meanwhile, Feng no longer held back. Wind Rider. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared before the slim elementalist, who had been 16 yards away. He swung down his sword. It was a simple and straightforward slash. However, despite such a simple attack, the elementalist couldn't dodge in time. He was forced to use Blink, instantly appearing 15 yards away. Too close. Although Feng's sudden appearance had shaken the slim elementalist, he had used Blink in time. With this, Feng couldn't close in on him again so easily. Be careful. As the elementalist refocused his attention on Feng, he heard his companion's warning. Unfortunately, the warning came too late as Feng already stood before him. The upgraded Wind Rider increased Feng's movement speed by 300%. With the movement speed and agility buff from the aura of wind, Feng could easily cross a dozen yards or so in the blink of an eye. His speed might not be comparable to blink or instantaneous movement, but in such close quarters he was not very far behind. How? Although the elementalist tried to retaliate, Killing Ray had already sliced open his neck, draining all of his HP. So fast! Everyone on the sailboat glared at Feng as if he were a powerful enemy. Despite Feng being alone and having less than 25% of his total HP, they somehow felt as if they were at a disadvantage. However, Feng did not plan to give the crowd around him time to react. Advancing, he dashed towards his next target. "Everyone attack! Do not let him leave here alive!" Identical Summer shouted. "Summer, if everyone attacks him, who will deal with passing Monarch's fleet?" Heavenly Spider asked as he watched their fleet members currently engage passing Monarch's fleet. "Ignore them. This brat is our most important target." Identical Summer snapped, rolling his eyes at Heavenly Spider. Passing Monarch was but a fish on a chopping block. Feng was different. If they didn't stop him quickly, his frightening combat power would cost them dearly. Under Identical Summer's command, his fleet members shifted their focus to Feng. Only a small number of players remained to distract passing Monarch and the other Third Fleet members. Identical Summer's assumptions were correct. Even a peak expert would be hard-pressed to avoid every attack if surrounded by plate armor classes and over 100 melee players. More melee players waited on the side as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even an assassin with high survivability would not escape death. Unfortunately, Feng wasn't what they expected. With Wind Rider's movement speed increase, it would be very difficult for ranged classes to get a lock on the Swordsman. Moreover, Feng's range wasn't limited to the ship's deck. He could also fly through the air. He could easily throw off his opponents and dodge attacks with abrupt turns and stops mid-air. Furthermore, fighting on the small sailboat was convenient for Feng. In the cramped space, he didn't need to chase his enemies. He could easily arrive before another player with a few steps. Feng slaughtered one player after another. Every time he swung one of his swords, one of Identical Summer's fleet would lose their life. The shield warriors with over 35,000 HP were no exception. There was already a massive gap between their levels. After Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength had also increased by 150%. In addition, he had Angry Tyrant's passive skill, Blood Frenzy, which increased his strength by another 20%, attack speed by 30%, and reduced damage received by 20% when his HP was below 50%. He could even kill shield warriors with high HP and defense instantly if the latter did not activate shield wall in time. In 10 short seconds, Feng had killed 11 people, yet his HP had not decreased. Rather, it had begun to recover, Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP by 500% and defense by 300%. This put his maximum HP at over 210,000. With his battle recovery, he could regenerate 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. When normal arrows struck, Shurfeng only took around -400 damage. In the case of frost arrows or fireballs, due to Shurfeng's high magic resistance, they dealt even less, with each attack dealing around -200 to -300 damage. During the 10 seconds of combat, Shurfeng had been struck 3 times. However, these 3 hits had been extremely expensive. Each attack had cost the House of Seas a Refinement Realm expert. How is this possible? How is his HP increasing without a healer? Identical Summer felt his skin grow cold as he watched Shurfeng eliminate his fleet members. What kind of monster is he? Every member of his fleet that he had brought with him to the secret land was an expert. Yet against Shurfeng's blades, they were no little more than thin sheets of paper. This transaction has cost us. Morning, help me pin that guy down. I'll use the space-shattering arrow to finish him off. The ranger named Savage whispered to the guardian knight before him. 1 second. I just need him to stay still for 1 second. 1 second. The guardian knight, first morning, hesitated. He could hold down any other expert for 10 seconds easily, much less one. However, Shurfeng was simply too strong. Even with his berserk skill, he was not confident in holding Shurfeng down for that long. I'll give it a try. Savage did not say anything in response. Instead, he retrieved a crimson arrow from his bag, removing the seal placed upon it. The ranger class wasn't like other classes. Aside from the player's attributes and bow, their arrows played a major role in how much damage they dealt. With a powerful arrow, a ranger could even display several times more combat power than usual. I refuse to believe that you can block this space-shattering arrow. Savage smiled confidently after removing the seal. The space-shattering arrow was not a craftable item. Rather, he had obtained it from an ancient ruin. It was the strongest arrow he had ever seen. As soon as he removed the seal, the arrow exuded a pressure on par with that of a great lord. Even injuring a grand lord wouldn't be an issue with his bow's effects. Savage now? First Morning shouted. The instant he noticed Shurfeng kill one of his companions, he launched himself forward and tackled the swordsman. Even if Shurfeng used a control removal skill, there was no escape. Shurfeng could only break free with brute force. Nice job! Savage released the space-shattering arrow. Show! The crimson arrow flew towards Shurfeng. Space itself cracked as the arrow passed. Even a Tier 4 skill paled in comparison to the space-shattering arrow's power. Shurfeng's expression darkened when he noticed the rapidly approaching crimson arrow. If he were struck, even with Heavenly Dragon's power active, he would sustain heavy injuries. Shurfeng took a deep breath and used Dragon Breath on the arrow. A silver beam of light clashed with the space-shattering arrow. Unfortunately, Dragon Breath had only delayed it for a brief moment before the space-shattering arrow shattered the counterattack. However, the brief moment was just enough time for Shurfeng to break free from First Morning's hold. Almost instinctively, he executed a complicated, mystical footwork technique before vanishing. Void steps. He disappeared? First Morning cried out in confusion. Although he searched for Shurfeng, the space-shattering arrow had already pierced his heavy armor. Not only had the arrow killed the Guardian Knight instantly, but it had also punched a hole in the small sailboat. How is this possible? Savage couldn't believe his eyes. The space-shattering arrow was extremely fast. While Shurfeng's speed was frightening, he shouldn't be able to dodge the arrow. Yet, Shurfeng had used Dragon Breath to stop the space-shattering arrow temporarily. He had then used the brief delay to break free from First Morning's hold and dodge the ranger's attack. This was the first time he had ever seen such a fine, bold strategy. Where is he? Identical Summer muttered in confusion. Even after searching the deck, he didn't catch a glimpse of Shurfeng. However, after Identical Summer had finished his 3 words, a blue long sword emerged from his chest. You? Identical Summer tried to turn his head. Before he had noticed, Shurfeng had stood right behind him. Although he couldn't see Shurfeng's appearance due to the black cloak, he could somehow tell that Shurfeng had flashed him a ridiculing smile. All this time he had thought himself the hunter, but in reality he was the prey. Only after Identical Summer's HP reached 0 did he finally realize that he had fallen into a monster's den without knowing it. Identical Summer's death had frozen every member of his fleet in shock. Despite an assault from so many people at once, not only hadn't Shurfeng's HP dropped in the slightest, but the man had also taken their commander's life. How were they supposed to defeat such a monster? Retreat! No one knew who had shouted this word, but everyone instinctively followed the command. You want to escape? Do you think it'll be that easy? Following which, Shurfeng raised Killing Ray high and activated Lightning Edge against the fleeing players. As Lightning Edge had a 0.5-second channeling time, it had limited effects against expert players. As he had previously stood in the center of the deck, he wouldn't have been able to hit as many players. Now, however, he stood at the tip of the stern. Lightning Edge's range was more than enough to cover the entire small sailboat. In addition, as these players turned their backs to him and fled, they had lowered their guard against the attack. Countless arcs of lightning shot forth from Killing Ray. Although some experts reacted quickly and dodged in time, over half of the team, consisting of over 100 players, died instantly. As for those who survived the attack, they had already jumped ship. Let's go! After Identical Summer, the small sailboat's captain, had died. Shurfeng smiled in satisfaction. Now, even without Identical Summer's permission, any player could simply steer the sailboat away, following which Shurfeng sailed towards the Legacy Island. As for Passing Monarch and the others, they followed closely after on the One-Horn sailboat and Swift Dragon sailboat. Only now did Silent Entropy's fleet arrive. Commander, are we going to chase after them? An indifferent man in blue mage robes asked as the fleet commander. Forget it. The battle is over. If we fight that person, we'll likely let that little girl take advantage of us. Let's head back and finish off the magic whale. Silent Entropy shook his head as he watched the distant Shurfeng. It's over. Disappointment flashed in 100 Leaves' eyes when she saw Silent Entropy's fleet turn back. Originally, she had thought that she could get to understand Shurfeng more through Silent Entropy and the others. In the end, however, the outcome wasn't what she had hoped for. After watching Shurfeng's battle with Identical Summer's fleet, she ended up with even more questions than before. Leaves, your prediction was quite accurate. Fortunately, we didn't intervene. Otherwise, we would have suffered severe losses as well, the cloaked woman said as she watched Shurfeng's departing figure in shock. Not only had Shurfeng wiped out over half of Identical Summer's fleet by himself, but he had also taken a small sailboat from his enemies. Even in the Sacred Temple, there were only a few people capable of such a feat when Shurfeng had dodged the Crimson Arrow. In particular, he had displayed perfect timing and skill usage. Had his aim with the skill been off, he would have lost his life then and there. Could he be a domain realm expert? The cloaked woman suddenly thought of this possibility and shuddered. Domain realm experts were peak existences even in the Sacred Temple. The guild would host an all-day celebration if such an expert joined. The cloaked woman also knew how fearsome a domain realm expert was, as she had once fought one. Despite both parties having the same level and attributes, the battle had been completely one-sided. She had not even injured her opponent before her HP dropped to nothing. The fact that Shurfeng had kept up with the Crimson Arrow was already impressive, not to mention counterattacking the arrow with a skill of his own. Without sufficient understanding and perception of physics, the feat would have been impossible. She was a Void Realm expert the Sacred Temple had nurtured. Although she had only recently reached the Void Realm, she knew that she was not capable of using a skill to strike an incoming arrow. A Domain Realm expert? 100 Leaves fell into deep thought. She felt both fortunate and frustrated. If Shurfeng really was a Domain Realm expert, then it would be impossible to kill him with their forces. After all, the previous fight had shown her that Shurfeng was a true monster when it came to basic attributes. With both the advantage in basic attributes and combat standards, how were they supposed to defeat him? Currently, there were only two known methods to deal with Domain Realm experts. The first method was to catch the Domain Realm expert in an ambush and supplement the lack of quality combat standards with quantity of experts. However, for this method to work, certain conditions, such as the expert being unable to escape, needed to be met. The second method was to use a special tool to catch the other party off guard. Similarly, however, certain conditions needed to be met for this to work. Dealing with domain realm experts gave the various superpowers headaches. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also very hard to kill. Hence, the various superpowers normally avoided provoking domain realm experts, trying to recruit and befriend them as much as possible. Understanding 100 Leaves' worries, the cloaked woman suggested, "Leaves? Why don't I use that?" They had the full support of the sacred temple for their operation. Hence, the sacred temple had provided a considerable amount of assistance. Aside from experts, the temple had supplied extremely powerful tools. This was also why they were so confident in obtaining the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon secret land. Forget it. Even if they dock, it won't be that easy to obtain the legacy. Sighing, 100 Leaves said, "Let's get rid of the magic whale for now." Feng and the others rested on Legacy Island's shore. After the battle with the magic whale and identical Summer's fleet, the team members were badly battered. Meanwhile, dangers plagued the island. They had to recuperate before searching for the legacy. What a huge harvest. Feng was ecstatic as he smiled at the crystal bottle in his bag. This crystal bottle contained none other than identical Summer's small sailboat. Although it was only a common small sailboat, its value far outstripped that of epic items. With the addition of this small sailboat, Zero Wing's naval power would increase significantly. Moreover, the magic whale had dropped a plethora of relatively valuable items. Although its loot could not compare to that of king-class sea monsters in the outside world, every item among the 30+ that had dropped was a treasure in its own right. The magic whale skin, in particular, could strengthen ships. Feng even regretted not killing a few more magic whales. Magic whale skin, Dark Gold rank tool, improves a ship's defense by 10%, movement speed by 3%, and durability by 10 points. A maximum of 3 magic whale skins can be used to strengthen a ship. While players could modify their ships in God's domain, the risk was quite high. A single mistake could ruin the ship entirely. However, there was also a risk-free method to strengthen a ship by using certain precious tools. In the past, the best ship-strengthening tool Feng had seen was only Secret Silver rank. Said tool was only capable of increasing a ship's defense by 5% and durability by 3 points. Even then, it could have easily sold for 500 gold on the market. One might consider the price steep, but many had fought over the item like crazy. If one used a ship-strengthening tool on an advanced speedboat, it wouldn't be worth the 500 gold. However, if used on a bronze speedboat or above, one could easily earn back their investment. Now, a total of 8 magic whale skins had dropped. Just looking at them excited Feng. The magic whale had also dropped 2 items that Feng valued above the rest. One of them was a growth-type support tool called the Alchemy Pot. The Alchemy Pot could increase a player's alchemy success rate. To alchemist players, this item was worth no less than an epic item. As for the other, it was the map of Sea God's Island, which was the name of the legacy island they rested on. The map recorded all of the island's secrets, and it allowed players to reach the legacy without wasting a lot of time with exploration. Is this the benefit of getting the first kill of a magic whale? Feng smiled at the Sea God's Island map in his hands. No one would have imagined that getting the first kill on the magic whale would offer such a benefit. Otherwise, Silent Entropy and the others would have used everything they had to kill their magic whales first. Brother Yifeng, you are incredible. You wiped out so many experts all by yourself. You are the strongest player I've ever seen. Reverence filled Blue Joy's eyes as she praised Feng. The Third Fleet had clashed with identical Summer's Second Fleet in the outside world frequently. She knew full well how powerful identical Summer and his subordinates were. Yet Feng had not only defeated them so easily, but he had also killed the House of Sea's Mad Beast with a single hit. Finally, Feng had even stolen Identical Summer's small sailboat. Identical Summer was most likely dying inside right now. Blue, don't just praise Brother Yifeng. Didn't you see my heroic performance? I faced Heavenly Spider and 3 of his experts at the same time. Passing Monarch boasted. Commander, Brother Yifeng only used one move to annihilate over half of identical Summers experts. When you can defeat dozens of experts of identical Summers caliber by yourself, I'll praise you as well, Blue Joy retorted, giggling. This passing monarch fell silent. While he wished that he could accomplish such a feat, he was not a monster like Shifeng. Now that we've rested, let's set out. Shifeng simply smiled in response. In reality, his performance was average at best. In the past, the experts that had become legends in God's domain were the truly amazing players. One expert had defended an entire city by himself. Moreover, said expert's opponent had not been an ordinary guild, but a super guild. Watching the expert face off against hundreds of the super guild's top forces had been spectacular. There was also one instance where an expert had held their ground against 3 god-ranked players. That battle had been truly breathtaking. Blue Joy and Passing Monarch had experienced too few battles in God's domain, particularly between famous experts. While the Legacy Island seemed small from afar, in reality, it was massive. The size could rival a regional map. The island was also home to many powerful monsters, the weakest of which were chieftain rank, while the strongest were Grand Lords. Fortunately, the maximum level was level 55. However, the most troublesome part about getting through the island would be the many fatal traps that waited for them. Fortunately, under Shifeng's lead, the group had managed to reach the heart of the island after only 2 hours, the Tower of Falling Stars. This should be where the legacy is. Excitement flashed in Passing Monarch's eyes as he looked at the tower hidden in the gorge. He was impressed by how fast Shifeng had found the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon. On his last visit to the Secret Land, the Third Fleet had taken over 4 hours to clear the trials. Afterward, they spent the remaining time searching Legacy Island. However, they failed to find the legacy and lost some of their members to the island's various traps. Yet, Shifeng had located the legacy in less than 3 hours. It was a miracle. Although Passing Monarch was a little frustrated that Shifeng would be the one to obtain the greatest legacy, after giving the matter some thought, it was much better than letting it fall into Silent Entropy or the other's hands. Moreover, if he had Shifeng's help later, he should have no problems obtaining the legacies in the 50-yard grottos. He could then stabilize his fleet's position as Third Fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Had he not cooperated with Shifeng, his fleet would have likely fallen to 7th or 8th Fleet after this expedition. If that happened, his fleet would no longer qualify to use the Freedom Alliance's large shipyard. When Shifeng saw the Tower of Falling Stars, although he was slightly excited, he did not hurry to approach the tower. Rather, he turned to Passing Monarch calmly and quietly asked, "Brother Monarch, are you interested in a trade?" At this point, he practically had the Sea God's legacy in the bag, fulfilling his initial goal in coming here. However, Zero Wing currently lacked both money and resources to develop. The Candlelight trading firm's income was not enough to sustain Zero Wing. If he wanted to increase the Candlelight trading firm's income, he needed to expand. Meanwhile, the Freedom Alliance occupied 3 of the 12 major cities in the sea's end. If he could set a shop up in each of these 3 cities, the trading firm's income would skyrocket. However, setting up shop in these major cities would not be as easy as it was on land, where all he needed was a sufficient amount of reputation in coins. When purchasing a shop in Sea's End's NPC cities, one did not require any reputation. Instead, a player needed the approval of the city's manager. This was similar to how player-constructed towns and cities operated. Due to this, Sea's End's businesses hadn't developed over much. After all, to get the city manager's approval, one normally needed to sign a profit-sharing agreement. While some kind-hearted managers only asked for 30% of the profits, some black-hearted managers went as far as to ask for 50%. This was why most players in Blue Jade City had opted to set up street stalls to sell their items, as that method did not require them to split profits. They only needed to pay a small fee. "A trade? What do you have in mind, Brother Yifeng?" Passing Monarch asked, curiosity gripping his heart. "Are you interested in becoming First Fleet's commander?" Shifeng asked, laughing. "First Fleet's commander? Brother Yifeng, are you joking? You know what kind of foundations Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves possess. Even if I obtain a legacy this time, I'd be lucky to keep the third seat, Passing Monarch said, shaking his head. That's why I'm offering a trade. Suddenly, Sure Feng grew serious as he said, You've seen my strength. You also know that I have the Zero Wing Guild behind me. If you have Zero Wing's full support, how confident are you in becoming the First Fleet's commander? Sure Feng's words rendered Passing Monarch speechless. If not for Sure Feng's help, the Third Fleet would have suffered in this operation. Although I don't know exactly how strong Zero Wing is, in my opinion, I'd be lucky to have a 20% chance of becoming the First Fleet's commander. Silent Entropy is not as simple as you assume, Passing Monarch answered. 20%. Sure Feng chuckled. Not bad. At the very least, it's more than nothing. If I help you become the First Fleet's commander, I want management rights for the city under your rule. We'll split the profits evenly. What do you think? The Freedom Alliance was not a guild. Becoming the First Fleet's commander did not mean that one would gain control over all 3 major cities under the Freedom Alliance. However, one could gain control over Heavenly Ocean City, which had the largest player population out of the 3. The commanders of the remaining 10 fleets commanded the 2 other cities. This was also why the Sacred Temple meddled in the Freedom Alliance's affairs. By becoming the First Fleet's commander, one could monopolize a major NPC city. If managed properly, the riches one could obtain would be staggering. The city's management rights? After giving the matter some thought, Passing Monarch said, All right, I agree to your conditions. I can deal with that as long as I become the First Fleet's commander. An adventurer team had formed the Third Fleet. To them, a city's management rights were of little importance. As long as they received sufficient resources and coins, they'd be satisfied. However, contesting for the position of First Fleet will be difficult. The sea monster invasions we have to deal with test a fleet's overall strength. It isn't something that can be handled with just 2 small sailboats and several high-quality speedboats. Passing Monarch understood that Sure Feng was in possession of powerful ships. However, those ships would not be of significant help when contesting for the position of First Fleet. Once a month, a competition would be held for the management rights of Sea's End's various cities. During these competitions, sea monsters would invade these cities. The fleet that defended the most locations in a particular city would become said city's manager. The Freedom Alliance's fleets also used this competition to compete for the various seats in the alliance. Silent Entropy was able to hold the First Fleet position due to the scope of his unmatched defense. Although Sure Feng appeared confident about the situation, Passing Monarch was not. I understand. I will think of a way to increase your overall strength, Sure Feng said, chuckling. Let's sign a contract. He more or less understood the Freedom Alliance's seating competition. After all, the Freedom Alliance had been one of the overlords at sea in the past. Following which, Sure Feng established a contract with Passing Monarch. The contents were very simple. Sure Feng would help Passing Monarch become the commander of First Fleet. In return, Passing Monarch would hand over all management rights of the city he controlled to Sure Feng. As for the Prophet City's profits, they would split them equally. While Sure Feng managed the city, Passing Monarch also had to provide assistance in maintaining it. After they signed the contract, Sure Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then led Passing Monarch and the others towards the Tower of Falling Stars. The tower had a total of 3 floors. According to the Sea God's Island map, the rewards on the first floor were available to all players that reached this place. Players would have to fight for the rewards on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Moreover, the rewards on the 2nd and 3rd floor were unique. Only the first player to clear the floor could walk away with them. Any players that cleared the floor afterward would obtain nothing. As Sure Feng and the others arrived before the Tower of Falling Stars, Sure Feng stopped the team abruptly. This confused Passing Monarch and his sailors. A moment later, however, a familiar voice reached everyone's ears. We've been discovered already? Several figures suddenly emerged from the nearby forest. The person speaking was none other than 100 Leaves. Silent Entropy stood by her side casually. How did you guys get here so quickly? Passing Monarch was shocked to find 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy here. The Magic Whale was not an easy opponent. The final, team wipe move was particularly threatening. Even if 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy defeated their respective Magic Whales, it should take their fleets quite some time to do so, yet they were here as soon as his group had reached the Legacy's location. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Understanding Passing Monarch's thoughts, 100 Leaves chuckled and said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. I simply formed a temporary alliance with Commander Entropy and established a 200-man team. We then sacrificed my small sailboat and Commander Entropy's 2 bronze speedboats to get here quickly. Although we sacrificed a lot, fortunately we caught up to you. Otherwise, the Legacy really would have fallen into your hands." Passing Monarch could not help his astonishment. He had never dreamed that 100 Leaves would sacrifice even a small sailboat. "Commander Leaves, your subordinate is truly amazing. Even in such a situation, he managed to track us." Shi Feng offered his admiration as he glanced at the cloaked assassin beside 100 Leaves. On their way here, he had tried to hide their tracks as much as possible. To track them, one needed to have leveled their tracker subclass to master rank at the very least. "Well, enough talk. Since we're here, we should conclude this matter." 100 Leaves smiled at Shi Feng and the others. Hearing this, Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he prepared for an attack. He had less than 30 people. In contrast, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy had a force of over 150. Aside from the numerical disadvantage, his men had already used their berserk skills to deal with identical Summersmen. Without their berserk skills, they were even less of a match for 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy's people. However, what Passing Monarch had not realized was that 100 Leaves' subordinates had long since taken action. Suddenly, a crimson barrier appeared around Shi Feng's group, enveloping them. "Commander Monarch, I'll have to ask you and your crew to wait here while we go ahead," 100 Leaves said, giggling as she glanced at Shi Feng, who stood beside Passing Monarch. There was no limit to the number of people that could enter the Legacy's location. However, the sooner one entered, the higher their chances were of obtaining it. If not for witnessing Shi Feng's combat power personally, she would have killed Passing Monarch and the others instead of wasting a magic barrier. 100 Leaves, you're despicable." Blue Joy gnashed her teeth, glaring at the female commander. If the other party had simply wanted to fight, they could have accepted that. After all, they could have found an opportunity to escape into the Tower of Falling Stars. Once inside, they would enter a separate space. By then, 100 Leaves and the others would not be able to touch them, and they could compete for the Legacy fairly. However, they wouldn't escape this trap for some time. If they were stuck in the barrier for too long, 100 Leaves and the others might secure the Legacy before they broke free. "Don't worry, I have a Tier 3 magic scroll. It should not be difficult to break this magic array." Passing Monarch shot 100 Leaves a glare. He hadn't expected the woman to waste a magic array willingly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he turned to Shi Feng. After saying so, Passing Monarch took out his only Tier 3 magic scroll, Storm Spear. As Passing Monarch activated the magic scroll, a blue magic array appeared behind him. Several spears, shaped like tornadoes, bombarded the crimson barrier. The attack struck the barrier 6 times. However, after trembling slightly, it quickly returned to its original state. Meanwhile, the 15 players maintaining the magic array only lost 1% of their mana. Don't bother. Although this is only a basic magic array, it is among the best. Even Grand Lords of the same level need some time to break out, 100 Leaves explained when she saw the grim look on Passing Monarch's face. In reality, she had been reluctant to use the magic array. However, with the possibility that Shi Feng might be a domain realm expert, she could not afford to be careless. Silent Entropy glanced at Shi Feng as well, before chuckling and said, "Commander Leaves, our agreement ends here. Once we enter the Legacy location, we'll compete with our own abilities." As the first person to have obtained a legacy from the Sea Dragon Secret Land, he was familiar with how these locations operated. Everyone believed that obtaining a legacy upon reaching the location was easy. In reality, that was not true. One first needed to pass the location's trials. Now that they had trapped Shi Feng, who possessed frightening combat power, they had one less serious competitor. Now, he only had to worry about 100 Leaves. After speaking, Silent Entropy led his men into the Tower of Falling Stars. That old fox really moves quickly. 100 Leaves clicked her tongue. She commanded, "Let's go in. We can't let that old fox get ahead of us." After Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves entered the Tower of Falling Stars with their subordinates, only Shurfeng's group and the players maintaining the magic array remained outside. However, shortly after Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves left, Shurfeng, who had been silent all this time, grinned. "Brother Yifeng, you're still in the mood to smile. If we don't get out of here quickly, they will get the legacy." Passing Monarch complained anxiously. Despite their efforts to take down the magic barrier, the players maintaining the array hadn't lost much mana. At this rate, they would need an hour of constant attacks before they could escape. "Relax. We'll be able to get out of here quickly," Shurfeng consoled, chuckling. "With just you? Maybe in another 100 years. One of the elementalists maintaining the array laughed when he heard Shurfeng's boast. "This magic array is a 6-star Crimson World, an extremely rare basic magic array. It can even hold Grand Lords for a short time. Am I right?" Shurfeng chuckled as he asked the elementalist. "How do you know this array?" The elementalist cried out in surprise. Before 100 Leaves had given them this magic array, they had neither heard of it nor seen one before. "What do you think?" Shurfeng did not bother answering. Instead, he offered a sophisticated smile. In the past, the 6-star Crimson World had been the Sacred Temple's trademark magic array. The temple had frequently sold the magic array for a steep price. Just one magic array scroll had cost 5 gold coins. To complete the set, one needed 15 scrolls. The magic array had been used in dungeon raids specifically. As players progressed to the game, encountering 2 bosses at once in large-scale team dungeons became common. To cope, players had normally trapped one boss while dealing with the other. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had purchased the magic array in the past. "So what if you know about it? Do you think you can escape just because you know its name?" The elementalist asked contemptuously. The other players maintaining the array nodded in agreement. They considered Shurfeng's words to be nothing more than baseless arrogance. "You guys, attack the 6 corners." Immediately, Shurfeng commanded his group. In God's domain, all magic arrays had weak points. Only players didn't usually know them. Had his enemies used a relatively rare magic array to trap him, he wouldn't have known how to break it. However, he was very familiar with the 6-star Crimson World. If 100 Leaves had to blame anyone, she should blame the Sacred Temple for selling so many basic magic arrays in the past. Following which, under Shurfeng's command, the team ruthlessly attacked the array's 6 corners. The magic barrier, which had been unshakable, began to tremble violently. Their combined efforts were even more effective than passing Monarch's Tier 3 magic scroll. Meanwhile, the players maintaining the array watched their mana deplete rapidly. Each wave of attacks stole 2% of their mana. After several dozen waves, the 15 magical class players' mana fell below 50%. "Brother Yifeng, you're too amazing!" Blue Joy and the other members of Third Fleet gushed. They had already been impressed after watching Shurfeng slaughter so many experts. Now, he had dealt with a powerful magic barrier with a single sentence. How is this possible? The players maintaining the magic array were going mad as they watched their mana plummet. The 6-star Crimson World was even capable of trapping a Grand Lord. Yet it faltered in the face of a small team of Tier 1 players. Here's the final hit. As Shurfeng made the announcement, he activated Firestorm. After reaching Tier 1, Firestorm's might had become extraordinary. In the next moment, little butterflies of fire landed on the magic barrier's corners. When these little butterflies touched the barrier, the resulting impact resembled that of a high-speed truck crashing into a wall. After a mere 3 seconds, the 6-star Crimson World crumbled as the players maintaining it ran out of mana. Without mana, magical class players were little more than berserkers without weapons. Very quickly, passing Monarch and the others massacred them. "Let's hurry inside," passing Monarch ordered. Although they had been only stuck inside the magic barrier for several minutes, Those minutes might give 100 leaves and the others a lead in the race for the legacy. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Falling Stars, 100 Leaves received a notification from a subordinate, which included a video of Shurfeng breaking the magic array. Just who is this guy? Confusion swirled in 100 Leaves' mind as she stared at Shurfeng in the video. After 100 Leaves watched the video of Shurfeng taking command, her expression grew grim. The 6-star Crimson World was unique to the Sacred Temple as they had the only magic array design. Even now, they had never announced this to the public. No matter how she looked at it, Shurfeng couldn't have located the 6-star Crimson World's weak points coincidentally. It seems I'll have to report this to the guild leader. 100 Leaves' gaze remained fixed on Shurfeng in the video. Originally, the guild had planned to make a fortune with the 6-star Crimson World. The fact that someone had discovered the array's weak points was no trivial matter. 100 Leaves immediately contacted her superior. Interesting. There's actually someone capable of locating the 6-star Crimson World's weak points. The handsome man wearing exquisite blue robes in the video replied, a faint smile appearing on his face. This person is a problem. We need to teach him some humility. I'll send Uncle Lee and the others over. Keep an eye on that player. You're sending Uncle Lee? 100 Leaves could not help her growing joy. This is great. With Uncle Lee's help, this guy is doomed. The Sacred Temple was a super guild that recruited a large number of new talent every year. Various outstanding players rose within the guild each year as well. However, those who truly withstood the test of time and became the Sacred Temple's mainstays were the guild elders. Uncle Lee was one of these guild elders. He was an old monster that had grasped a domain many years ago. Even if Shurfeng were a monster that had reached the domain realm, he was no match for Uncle Lee. Furthermore, Uncle Lee wasn't coming alone. His party members would be joining him. Following which, 100 Leaves notified her security party and had a few of them split up and head towards the rest area. As long as Shurfeng appeared, they would keep a close eye on him. Inside the Sea Dragon secret land, whether one obtained a legacy or not, they would be automatically transferred to a rest area once their time in the secret land was up. Players were then required to return to the starting point to leave the secret land. Otherwise, they'd be stuck here. Not even return scrolls could be used to escape. At that time, even if Shurfeng wore a cloak, they could simply use a tracking tool to mark Shurfeng. For a certain amount of time, they'd be able to find him even if he ran to the ends of the world. And here I thought I wouldn't get the chance to kill you. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too much. 100 Leaves smiled after disconnecting the call. She then took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag as she shifted her gaze to the Great Lord that had appeared on the second floor. Now, all I have to do is obtain the legacy as quickly as possible. There were only rewards awaiting players on the Tower of Falling Stars' first floor. Only after reaching the second floor would the trial truly begin. The second floor's trial required players to defeat the monsters that appeared before them. They would have to face a total of 3 monsters. The first monster was a chieftain, the second was a lord, and the last was a great lord. All 3 were set at the same level as the challengers, and each one was stronger than the last. However, to experts of her standards, soloing these monsters wouldn't be a problem if they had come prepared. The real problem was how quickly they could defeat these monsters. Although the 6-star Crimson World had not trapped Shurfeng for very long, these several minutes had been long enough to remove him from the competition. This is the space inside the Tower of Falling Stars? Shurfeng quietly examined the tower's interior. Although the Tower of Falling Stars appeared massive on the outside, he found himself in an empty space no larger than a basketball court after he entered the building. Aside from the various carvings on the walls, the room only contained a lone staircase leading to the second floor. So this is the reward. Shurfeng's expression was serious as he investigated the carvings on the walls. The owner of this tower is truly generous. The carvings were none other than the secret technique that many expert players currently sought. Unfortunately, the secret technique was incomplete. With Shurfeng's standards, a single glance was all he needed to tell that this secret technique resembled phantom steps. However, compared to the phantom steps he had seen performed in the past, the version here was more simple and refined. If he could learn this footwork technique, it would definitely benefit him in PvP. Following which, Shurfeng recorded a video of these carvings. This way, his guild members could learn it as well. Phantom steps was not a particularly complex technique. It was simpler than void steps. With enough effort, one could easily grasp the technique to a certain degree. When Shurfeng activated the video recording mode, he noticed that something was amiss. Smiling bitterly, he said, "Sure enough, the main god system won't let players obtain a secret technique so easily." When he tried to record the images on the walls, the video contained nothing but darkness. It was clear that the system did not allow players to record the technique. What a pity! Shurfeng gave the carvings on the walls one last glance before heading reluctantly to the second floor. If given enough time, he could get a general gist of the technique very quickly. However, he didn't have that luxury right now. After all, he had other competitors ahead of him. If he spent several hours trying to learn phantom steps, he would be offering up the legacy on a silver platter. Upon reaching the second floor, Shurfeng noticed that the space here was roughly 3 times larger than the first floor. A 3-meter-tall, muscular, black-skinned orc stood inside the room, waiting for him. The orc wielded a stone cleaver that was as tall as itself. Blackstone Orc, Chieftain, Level 50, HP 4300, 000/4, 300, 000. A magic barrier sealed off the staircase to the 3rd floor. It was obvious that he had to defeat this Blackstone Orc before he could proceed. Shurfeng glanced at the stone monument beside the staircase. The requirement to proceed to the next floor had been recorded on the stone, as well as a list. Although the list didn't name any players, it did display the progress of the top 5 players on the second floor. Currently, the first ranking player was fighting against a Great Lord, which still had 96% of its HP remaining. The second-ranked player was also facing a Great Lord, and the boss still had 97% HP remaining. The third was going up against a Lord with 12% HP remaining. So this is the situation. It seems I'll have to move a bit faster. After reading the introductory text, Shurfeng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 2 battle demon. Shurfeng had also activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash. To ordinary experts, fighting a chieftain of the same level might be very difficult. However, neither he nor the others challenging the second floor trial were ordinary experts. To put it simply, the second floor trial was a contest of damage. With the battle demon tanking, Shurfeng and his doppelganger focused on DPS. In less than 40 seconds, the Blackstone Orc fell. Shurfeng's damage was off the charts. The Blackstone Orc's death only provided a small amount of EXP. It didn't take long before a Lord-ranked Blackstone general appeared before Shurfeng. Elsewhere, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy fought the Great Lord before them frantically. Although neither possessed the Bible of Darkness, both had used Tier 3 summoning scrolls and relied on their summoned creatures to whittle down the enemy Great Lord's HP. "That old fox sure is quick." 100 Leaves smirked as she glanced at the monument beside the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Currently, she still ranked first in terms of progress, with 71% of her Blackstone chieftain's HP remaining. Silent Entropies had 72% HP remaining. There was only a difference of 1% between them. If this continued, she would be the first to clear the second floor. As 100 Leaves thought of a way to finish the Blackstone chieftain off sooner, the 5th place on the progress list changed. Previously, 72 of the Tower of Falling Stars had occupied 5th place, and that player's Great Lord had 94% of its HP remaining. Now, the occupant of the 5th position was entrant number 141, and their Great Lord had 93% HP remaining. When 100 Leaves saw the entry number, she knew it was Shurfeng. However, instead of panicking, she chuckled as she said, "How fast? Unfortunately, you are too late." Had they entered the tower at the same time, Shurfeng would have definitely posed a threat. But before 100 Leaves could use another skill on the Blackstone chieftain before her, the progress list changed once again. This time, 141 had jumped to 3rd place with his Great Lord at 87% HP. Immediately the Great Lord's HP fell from 87% to 82%, its HP decreasing at a frightening rate. What's going on? 100 Leaves couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the progress list on the stone monument. A Great Lord was the equivalent of a Team Dungeon's final boss. Not only did they possess very high defense, but they also possessed potent skills. Take the Blackstone Chieftain for example. 100 Leaves had already seen it use 3 skills. The first was a passive skill called Stone Skin. The lower the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell, the higher its defense and magic resistance would rise. The second was an attack skill called Flame Charge. When activated, the boss would randomly attack one target on the battlefield. During this skill's duration, the boss's movement speed would increase. If not dealt with properly, it could easily kill players instantly. As for the third, it was an AoE skill called Stone Shower. When this skill was activated, players had to deal with falling stones from above. If struck, players would lose at least 10,000 HP. When alone, without the support of a healer, players would have an extremely difficult time fighting the Blackstone Chieftain. Due to these 3 skills, staying alive was a challenge. It was even more difficult to deplete the boss's HP quickly. As such thoughts ran through 100 Leaves' mind, another change occurred to the progress list. This time, no. 141's Great Lord dropped from 82% to 78% of its HP. Shurfeng had nearly caught up to Silent Entropy, whose Great Lord was at 72% HP. Seeing the boss's HP fall so rapidly, he should have used a powerful magic scroll. Silent Entropy had also noticed the change on the progress list. However, he wasn't particularly worried. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "How unfortunate. Young people really are quite brash. The Blackstone Chieftain isn't an easy boss. Wasting your trump card so early in the fight will only make things difficult for you later." He had his own methods of dealing explosive amounts of damage as well. The same could be said for 100 Leaves. Only neither of them had chosen to use those methods yet. The proper way of dealing with a boss like the Blackstone Chieftain, which became harder to deal with as its HP dropped, was to wear it down slowly before finishing it off with a bang. The less time they had to spend fighting the boss in its final phases, the easier clearing the second floor trial would be. However, to quickly catch up to them, Shurfeng had used plenty of precious tools. On the surface, it might seem as if he had made up for the lost time, but in reality, he was doing more harm than good, so much so that he might even fail to kill the boss in the end. After all, practically every boss entered a berserk state when its HP fell to a certain point. If one couldn't cope with the boss then, they would be annihilated. Seconds, then minutes, flew by. Although Shurfeng devoured the Blackstone Chieftain's HP at a staggering rate, the longer the battle continued, the less HP the boss lost. From the initial 4% to 5% decreases, it gradually slowed to 2% decreases before falling to 1% decreases. By the time the boss had 42% HP remaining, its HP no longer fell at a visible rate. Your drive to win has doomed you. 100 Leaves smiled as she glanced at the progress list. Although she was somewhat annoyed that Shurfeng had overtaken her progress, pushing her to second place, when she saw Shurfeng's progress bar grow stagnant, she felt a little gleeful. According to her plan, she would only go all out when the boss's HP fell to 20%. The level 44 Blackstone Chieftain had 36 million HP. After taking into account its later defense and magic resistance, it wasn't time to make her move just yet. Moreover, this was only the second floor. The legacy was on the third floor. She needed to save enough trump cards. This way, she could secure the second floor's reward and the third floor's legacy. As expected of a Guardian boss, its HP has fallen to 40%, yet its defense has increased by 50% and magic resistance by 70%. Shurfeng analyzed the Blackstone Chieftain's defense and magic resistance growth while controlling the battle demon. It's time to make my move. To catch up with Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves, he had used all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 attack-type magic scrolls he had brought with him. He had used the magic scrolls to deal with the boss to buy time while he waited for his skills cooldowns to finish. Following which, Shurfeng activated Power of Darkness, increasing all of his basic attributes by 60%. 9 Dragon Slash. Abyssal Curse. The level 50 Blackstone Chieftain had a total of 44 million HP. It was far more powerful than the Blackstone Chieftain's Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves faced. However, after Shurfeng activated his Berserk skill and taking into account Abyssal Curse, which decreased the Blackstone Chieftain's attributes by 10% for 5 minutes, his strength was on par with the Great Lord's. Die. Shurfeng activated Firestorm. A raging inferno rose from the ground. Immediately, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 150,000 every second, 300,000 if it received a critical hit. The Battle Demon had also used its ultimate move, the Tier 2 skill Purgatory Assault. The demon launched 6 attacks in quick succession, each taking over 120,000 HP from the Great Lord. At the same time, Shurfeng controlled the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms to attack the Blackstone Chieftain, each dealing over -5,000 damage. A wave of the Phantom's attacks easily dealt over -60,000 damage. In 6 short seconds, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 8%. After Firestorm ended, Shurfeng activated Phantom Kill, both he and his doppelganger striking the Great Lord. Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. With the Battle Demon as a shield, Shurfeng rapidly chipped away at the Blackstone Chieftain's HP. Although his current damage output couldn't compare to the magic scrolls, the Great Lord's HP still fell rapidly. After a short moment, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP dropped below 30%. On the other hand, 100 Leaves, who was in second place, had just managed to reduce her boss's HP to 56%. How is he still so fast? 100 Leaves could not help her shock when she saw Shurfeng's progress bar. Does he plan to give up the 3rd floor? This little lunatic. Silent Entropy's anxiety grew when he saw Shurfeng's progress bar. He had to admit that Shurfeng had interrupted his plans. As the Legacy's location in the Sea Dragon Secret Land, the 2nd floor reward should be considerably valuable. If Shurfeng was truly going all out on the 2nd floor, he might really obtain the floor's reward. After all, there was a huge gap between them right now. If this gap continued to grow, Silent Entropy would lose the 2nd floor reward. Silent Entropy hesitated on whether or not he should try to compete with Shurfeng. Damn it! To think you would dare to spoil my plans. Since joining God's domain, this was the first time Silent Entropy had lost control of a situation. His expression turning frosty, he declared, "You're 10 years too early if you think you can compete with me." Saying so, Silent Entropy took out 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls. One was his prized domain-type magic scroll, while the other was a Tier 3 summoning scroll. With 2 Tier 3 summon creatures and a Tier 3 domain attacking the Blackstone Chieftain simultaneously, the boss's HP began to plummet. Shortly, Silent Entropy overtook 100 Leaves and dominated 2nd place. This old bastard must have lost his mind. Since you want to fight, let's see who has a sturdier foundation. 100 Leaves gnashed her teeth. She then retrieved an orange crystal ball and multiple magic scrolls. As 100 Leaves began to chant an incantation, the crystal ball shattered and disappeared. A magic array then formed around the Blackstone Chieftain, rapidly decreasing its attributes. Very quickly, its attributes fell to 70% of their original values. Moreover, its defense and magic resistance had weakened significantly. In the blink of an eye, 10 Tier 2 summon creatures appeared around 100 Leaves, everyone frantically assaulting the level 44 Blackstone Chieftain. Now that neither Silent Entropy nor 100 Leaves were holding back, their progress bars swiftly increased. When Shurfeng's boss had 15% HP remaining, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy's bosses had 25% and 26% HP remaining, respectively. How fast? Shurfeng smiled at the two's progress bars. He then took several basic mana pulse bombs from his bag and tossed them at the Blackstone Chieftain. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. The bombs could even injure a mythic monster. Against a Great Lord, one was enough to inflict heavy injuries. Shurfeng threw 6 basic mana pulse bombs in a row. Before the Blackstone Chieftain had the opportunity to use its ultimate move, its HP fell to 1%. Shurfeng then used silent steps to appear behind the boss, both swords radiating a scorching heat. Flame burst. Of the 15 consecutive strikes, every strike devoured at least 60,000 HP from the Blackstone Chieftain. In the blink of an eye, the Blackstone Chieftain's remaining HP vanished. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves only saw Shurfeng's progress bar jump, his boss's HP reaching 0% instantly. Impossible! How is his boss dead already? Did he hack the game? The Blackstone chieftain's sudden death had stunned Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves momentarily. How did he do it? While 15% HP was not much, it wasn't a small amount either. The Blackstone chieftain's special characteristics made it tougher as its HP decreased. However, Shurfeng had stolen the Great Lord's remaining HP almost instantly. Did he use several Tier 3 magic scrolls at once? 100 Leaves suddenly thought of this possibility. There was no other explanation for how quickly Shurfeng had killed the boss. What a crazy bastard. Does he think the third floor's trial will be easier than the second? Or does he know that he can't get the legacy on the third floor? So he decided to use all of his cards on the second floor? 100 Leaves had only guesses at this point. After all, it was extravagant to use various tools to defeat a great lord of the same level. Such resources were generally difficult to obtain, only dropping after a large number of bosses or several difficult quests. They were precious resources. If not for a particularly important goal or something incredibly profitable, one normally avoided using these tools. However, if Shurfeng understood that he didn't have sufficient foundations and that he could not compete for the legacy on the third floor, he may simply aim for the second floor's rewards. Silent Entropy entertained similar thoughts. Although he was frustrated, he continued to whittle away the Blackstone chieftain's HP, trying to get to the third floor as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, due to soloing the level 50 Blackstone chieftain, Shurfeng's EXP bar had risen significantly. However, the greater harvest was the 3 rewards that had appeared after he had defeated the boss. 3 dazzling crystal balls rested in the center of the second floor room, and each one of these crystals contained 1 item within. System. Congratulations! You have cleared the Tower of Falling Stars second floor trial. You may choose 2 of the 3 items as your reward. Sure enough, the system wouldn't be that generous. Shurfeng quietly clicked his tongue. To kill the Blackstone chieftain as quickly as possible, he had invested a considerable amount of resources, yet he had only been awarded 2 items for his efforts. Shurfeng approached and investigated the items. Amazing! After looking through the items carefully, Shurfeng's eyes shone with excitement. Every one of the 3 rewards was extraordinary. It was no wonder why the system only allowed him to choose 2. The items included the Ancient Weather Book, Time-Space Herb Garden, and Secret Body Technique. Any of the various large guilds would covet each of these items. Even Shurfeng had a hard time choosing which to take and which to abandon. Ancient Weather Book, Epic Rank Item. The Ancient Weather Book allows its wielder to control the weather of an area. However, due to damage during the war between gods, it can only exert a fraction of its original power. Additional active skill 1-Weather Control. Changes the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Cooldown. 10 hours. Additional active skill 2-Reshape Nature. Concentrates the mana within a 200-yard radius, increasing the mana density within a 15-yard radius by 100%. Can be used even if the Ancient Weather Book is stored in a bag space. No cooldown. The Ancient Book has sustained significant damage. Initial restoration will require 100,000 magic crystals. Current absorbed number 0. Spacetime Herb Garden, Epic Rank Item. There is an independent space inside the Spacetime Herb Garden which can be used to cultivate herbs. Current rank, Basic. Upgrading to intermediate rank requires 70,000 magic crystals. Cultivation space. 500 by 500 yards. Flow of time. Twice of that of the outside world. Survival rate increased by 10%. Secret Body Technique. Bronze rank tablet. The Ancient Weather Book's importance went without saying. After all, the Ancient Weather Book was Shurfeng's main goal. Aside from its weather control skill, which could be a significant advantage in naval combat, the book could also be used to train and improve oneself. It was an excellent epic tool. Meanwhile, the Spacetime Herb Garden could help trading firms massively. In God's domain, while scavenging in the fields was most guilds' main herb source, there were other methods players could use to obtain herbs. They could cultivate them themselves. However, having a town of one's own was the prerequisite. It was practically impossible for independent players to cultivate their own herbs. Generally, only guilds could accomplish such a thing. As towns had a limited amount of space, guilds rarely made this a priority. Normally, guilds that wanted to do so would only try it after occupying a considerable number of towns with plenty of space to spare. Moreover, cultivating herbs was not an easy task. Not only was it time-consuming, but it also required a lot of manpower to manage. Most importantly, herbs' survival rate wasn't high. More often than not, the cost of cultivating a herb was higher than its market value. However, the Spacetime Herb Garden was different. Although it didn't offer a lot of space, it could increase the flow of time as well as survival rate. These effects put the Spacetime Herb Garden's value on par with the ancient weather book. Moreover, the Herb Garden was only basic rank right now. Could be improved. If managed properly, it could become a gold mine. Lastly, the secret body technique. According to Shurfeng's current understanding of secret technique tablets, the secret body technique was considerably rare. It was useful to both magical and physical class players. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not possess a single tablet of this type. Despite this secret body technique being only bronze rank, it was no less valuable than a secret silver rank tablet. After considering all three items, Shurfeng realized they were equally valuable to a guild. He wished he could walk away with all three. However, as the system had determined the regulation, he wouldn't get that third item even if he offered to pay a greater price. The ancient weather book indispensable if I wish to develop a naval force. I have to choose that one no matter what. Then, there is the Spacetime Herb Garden and secret body technique. Shurfeng's gaze moved back and forth between the two items. The Herb Garden can earn more money for the guild, whereas the secret body technique can increase the combat power of the guild's experts. Should I go for money or combat power? The seconds passed by as Shurfeng fell into deep thought. Forget it. I'll choose this one. After much contemplation, Shurfeng eventually chose the ancient weather book and Spacetime Herb Garden. While improving the combat power was important, developing the guild's financial strength was a priority right now. Zero Wing needed to invest funds in several aspects. Some of the candlelight trading firm's potions, in particular, required rare herbs. Purchasing these herbs in bulk was difficult as doing so would inflate their prices. Rather than give others the profits, it was more beneficial to cultivate the necessary herbs themselves. Now that players were inched ever closer to level 50, they would experience severe environments in future maps. Players would need more potions as they explored and leveled up. If he prepared for that eventuality properly, he could make a fortune. Most importantly, Shurfeng recalled a certain matter. In the past, the Freedom Alliance's trading firm had risen to an impressive height. This was especially for its potions. Despite not having any outstanding master alchemists, the Freedom Alliance's trading firm had contended with many powerful maritime trading firms. Now that Shurfeng looked at it, the Freedom Alliance's success had resulted from Silent Entropy obtaining the Spacetime Herb Garden. Although many resources were available at sea, there was a severe shortage of herbs. With the Spacetime Herb Garden, one could easily compensate for this. Following which, the system placed both items into Shurfeng's bag space. At the same time, the barrier surrounding the staircase to the third floor dissipated. This is the third floor? After Shurfeng emerged from the staircase, he was stunned by what he saw. He stood at the top of a large mountain, a sea of clouds drifting below. A middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the center of this room. After taking a close look, Shurfeng discovered that the middle-aged man was actually a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, the man had the peak class Dragon Knight. The trial can't be a duel against this NPC, right? Shurfeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the silver-armored Dragon Knight. As a peak class, the Dragon Knight's defense and strength were superior to both the Guardian Knight and Berserker classes. Furthermore, the NPC before him was a Tier 4 class, on par with a mythic monster. Even if he had a bag full of powerful tools, he was no match for the NPC in a one-on-one fight. Unlike monsters, NPCs possessed very high intellect. Their ability to deal with tools was beyond any monster. A group of ordinary players using special tools might be able to challenge, and even defeat, a mythic monster. If these players' opponent were a Tier 4 NPC, however, they wouldn't even have a shred of hope. This was also why some players might be capable of defeating mythic monsters in dungeons, but were helpless if a Tier 4 NPC decided to rob them in broad daylight. The Dragon Knight class was no ordinary class either. Reinbeck, Vice Knight Commander of the Sea God's Temple. Human, Tier 4 Dragon Knight, Level 50, HP 19, 000, 000/19, 000, 000. In God's domain, divine temples such as the War God's Temple and Sea God's Temple normally had their own knight divisions. Even these divisions' normal members would be highly influential people in a kingdom, not to mention a vice commander. Even the king had to show respect to these individuals. Following which, Shifeng began to search for clues relating to the third floor's trial. Yet, even after examining the room for a long time, he couldn't find an introductory monument like the one on the second floor. There was no progress bar either. There was only a massive magic array carved into the ground and Reinbeck standing in the middle of it. It seems that I'll have to take this one step at a time. Failing to find any hints, Shifeng decided to face off against Reinbeck. The instant Shifeng stepped into the magic array, a powerful aura washed over him, making it difficult to take another step forward. He felt as if he had stepped into a muddy swamp, his advance slowing to a crawl. When Shifeng was within 20 yards of Reinbeck, the NPC finally turned his gaze towards Shifeng, a faint killing intent flashing in the man's eyes. Suddenly, Shifeng found it even more difficult to move. "Adventurer, you should not have come to this place. If you do not wish to die, turn back," Reinbeck said sternly. "Not just anyone can obtain the Sea God's legacy. Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to take the challenge even if I cannot succeed," Shifeng replied earnestly. He had come so far. How could he leave after just a few words? "Are you sure you wish to take the challenge?" Reinbeck said, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will have to pay the price in blood for failure. You won't get away with a single death. Think this through carefully. This legacy is extraordinary. Luck will not help you obtain it. You are not permitted to use any external factors to assist you, either. You must rely on your own strength. Are you sure you wish to take the challenge? There's another price to pay for failure?" Shifeng was slightly surprised. He hadn't heard any of this in his past life. According to Passing Monarch, players only had one chance to obtain the legacies in the Sea Dragon's secret land, and failure had only resulted in a single death. Moreover, as they were in a secret land, the death penalty was considerably light. However, based on Reinbeck's warning, it would seem that he would have to pay a high price if he failed the challenge. "Enough! Adventurer, turn back. Those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy." As Reinbeck waved his hand lightly, Shifeng felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Before he could react, he had been sent flying out of the magic array. What amazing control over his domain! Shifeng was shocked as he stared at Reinbeck, who returned to his motionless vigil. It was common knowledge that Tier 4 was a colossal turning point in God's domain. The biggest difference that separated a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 class was their ability to control a domain. However, Tier 4 NPCs could, at most, suppress their enemies with their domains, making it difficult for their enemies to move, yet Reinbeck had sent Shifeng, a player who was very close to obtaining their Tier 2 class, flying with a wave of his hand. Reinbeck's control over his domain could already rival that of the ancient abyssal monsters in the fallen Arkansas. Even the weakest among those ancient abyssal monsters had reached Tier 5 during their prime. Their tiers had only fallen due to their severe injuries. Determined, Shifeng approached Reinbeck once more. The consequences for failure might be severe, but he needed to know the truth Reinbeck had mentioned. What did the NPC mean by, "Those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy"? No matter what, he had to try. "Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to continue with the challenge," Shifeng declared. "Young adventurer, since you are so determined, I will not stop you," Reinbeck said, smiling. "Don't you wish to obtain the legacy?" Shifeng nodded. Why was he here if not for the legacy? "I shall be your opponent. As long as you defeat me, you will obtain the legacy tablet. If you lose, not only will you die, but you will also receive the sea god's curse. However, you should rejoice. As you are so weak, I will not use all of my strength against you. As long as you are able to walk up to me, you will be victorious. Once Reinbeck finished explaining the rules of this challenge, the magic array's atmosphere changed. It was as if space itself had frozen, and Sherfong even struggled to breathe. Suddenly, wind blades flew at Sherfong, one after another, moving nearly too fast for Sherfong to dodge. Seeing this, Sherfong had no choice but to unsheath his swords and defend himself. Dang, dang, dang. After a series of metal clangs, Sherfong was forced to take 5 steps back. He had almost been forced to the edge of the magic array. So, this is how it works. Sherfong suddenly understood how challenging the trial was after experiencing the wind blades. The attacks inside a domain were omnipresent. Moreover, Reinbeck had proper control of his own strength. These wind blades were just slightly stronger than Sherfong. Every time Sherfong blocked a wind blade, he was forced to take a step back. Of course, if he were struck directly, the attack would throw him from the magic array. Moreover, he couldn't use any of his skills or tools. He couldn't rely on any external factors. He had to use his own strength to approach Reinbeck. In the next moment, a new wave of wind blades bombarded him. This time, however, Sherfong moved towards the wind blades. Swords orbit. While his skills and tools were unavailable, his combat techniques were not. The wind blades vanished, one after another, as they collided with Swords orbit. This time, Sherfong didn't retreat by a single step, following which Sherfong slowly advanced. The closer Sherfong got to Reinbeck, the more pressure he felt. Similarly, more wind blades flew towards him. From the initial 5, Sherfong began to face 6 and 7 with each wave. By the time Sherfong was halfway there, he had to protect himself from 10 wind blades at once. However, this still wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Not bad. Unfortunately, your movements are too rigid and mechanical. You are still far from comprehending the truth. You should return and train more. Reinbeck chuckled. With a light wave of his hand, the attacking wind blades increased from 10 to 15. Moreover, these wind blades were much faster and more powerful than before. The instant a wind blade encountered Sword's orbit, Sherfong felt as if his hands had been struck by a steel hammer, the vibrations aching to the bone. With each wind blade Sherfong deflected, he moved ever closer to the edge of the magic array. What precise control over his attacks! The more wind blades Sherfong blocked with Sword's orbit, the more he understood how amazing Reinbeck was. As soon as he had started executing Sword's orbit, he had become capable of executing more attacks containing more strength. Yet Reinbeck had responded with more wind blades containing more of his own strength. He attacked with just slightly more than Sherfong could endure, forcing the swordsman to retreat. So this is the 3rd floor trial. It really is a mystery how Silent Entropy had managed to walk away with the legacy in the past. Sherfong glanced at the outer edge of the magic array. He would be forced out of the magic array in a dozen steps at most. Yet the wind blades showed no signs of letting up. When Silent Entropy had obtained the sea god's legacy in the past, the man had only been at the flowing water realm. In terms of combat techniques, Silent Entropy was far weaker than the current Sherfong, yet he had succeeded where Sherfong was about to be blasted out of the magic array. Sherfong simply could not wrap his mind around it. Could the so-called truth be unrelated to a player's combat standards? Sherfong guessed. Just as Sherfong was about to be blasted out of the magic array, he executed void steps and vanished from Reinbeck's sight. An interesting footwork technique. A small smile graced Reinbeck's face. He then turned to look at Sherfong, who had appeared elsewhere, and said, "How long can you keep that up?" Saying so, Reinbeck launched another 15 wind blades, while Sherfong executed void steps once more to avoid them. A domain is truly impressive. Void steps effect is limited against him. Although Sherfong dodged the incoming wind blades, he couldn't move beyond the array's border and approach Reinbeck. He could only move along the edge. Void steps was a special footwork technique that forced others to actively ignore the user's presence. Although Void Steps was effective against Reinbeck, the technique only distracted the NPC for a brief moment to determine Shurfeng's exact location, preventing the NPC from sealing Shurfeng's movements completely. Suddenly, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves ascended to the third floor as well. The moment the two players reached the third floor, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Unlike the first and second floors of the Tower of Falling Stars, all challengers converged on the same location upon reaching the final floor. Hence, they had been greeted by the sight of Shurfeng appearing and disappearing in the magic array, dodging countless wind blades. They then turned to Shurfeng's opponent, but when they realized that his opponent was a Tier 4 NPC, their expressions soured. We're required to fight that Tier 4 NPC for the third floor's trial? Seeing Reinbeck standing proudly in the array's center, 100 Leaves demanded furiously, "How are we supposed to clear this?" "No, I don't think we're required to defeat the NPC. Otherwise, that brat would have died already," Silent Entropy said as he shook his head. Fear filled his eyes as he stared at Reinbeck. Tier 4 NPCs were top-class existences even in Sea's End's 12 major cities. Reinbeck was also the vice-commander of the Sea God's Temple's Night Division. "I don't think we'll be passing the trial this time. It is impossible for magical class players like us to dodge so many wind blades at a time. Moreover, it seems that we can't cast spells or use tools here." As 100 Leaves watched Shurfeng struggle, she relaxed. "However, this is acceptable. Although we won't get the legacy, he won't either." However, as 100 Leaves tried to reassure the other commander, Silent Entropy approached the magic array. The instant Silent Entropy entered the magic array, Reinbeck turned his gaze towards the man. "Another one that doesn't fear death?" Reinbeck chuckled. "Are you sure you wish to face the challenge?" Stealing another glance at Shurfeng, Silent Entropy turned towards Reinbeck and nodded seriously. "Very good. However, as you are so weak, I won't go all out against you. You'll pass so long as you arrive before me," Reinbeck explained. As soon as he finished his explanation, 2 wind blades shot towards Silent Entropy, giving the elementalist no time to prepare. Unlike the wind blades Shurfeng faced, the 2 wind blades Silent Entropy faced were much slower. In response, Silent Entropy began to double cast, countering the wind blades with 2 ice arrows. Boom! After a brief pause, the wind blades shattered the ice arrows and continued towards Silent Entropy. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy took the opportunity to move out of the wind blades' attack trajectory, taking 2 steps towards Reinbeck. "That old fox." Realization immediately dawned on 100 Leaves. As the first person to obtain a legacy from the Sea Dragon's secret land, Silent Entropy knew far more secrets than she did. Clearly, the trial before her didn't treat all challengers equally. Rather, it varied depending on the player's strength. Magical classes had an advantage in this trial. After all, a physical class like Shurfeng had to counter 15 powerful wind blades at once, whereas magical classes only had to face 2. Moreover, after Silent Entropy entered the magic array, he could still use spells. If that were the case, blocking 2 wind blades would be a piece of cake. Sure enough, Silent Entropy approached Reinbeck, step by step, by blocking the wind blades with his spells. After realizing the nature of the trial, 100 Leaves dashed into the magic array to challenge the trial. However, despite 100 Leaves also defending herself with spells, she couldn't proceed. She could only move left or right to dodge the incoming wind blades. What's going on? 100 Leaves was confused as she glanced at Silent Entropy, who had already taken over a dozen steps forward. Are my wind blades stronger? She had similarly grasped double casting and assaulted the wind blades with her spells, yet she was forced to dodge left and right, not forward. If she advanced recklessly, both wind blades would strike her. Seeing Shurfeng and 100 Leaves, Silent Entropy smiled as he said, "You youngsters are impressive. It's a pity that you've experienced too few hardships. I'll accept the legacy on your behalves." Silent Entropy took another step forward and finally reached the halfway point. "Not bad. It seems you have an initial understanding of the truth, adventurer. What shall you do with this, then?" Saying so, Reinbeck smiled and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, Silent Entropy had to face 3 wind blades rather than 2. The wind blades had also grown slightly faster. Damn it! They've gotten stronger. Silent Entropy's expression darkened. Hurriedly, he used 2 ice arrows to block 2 of the wind blades. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to dodge to the right to avoid the third. He was no longer able to advance. 100 Leaves could not hide her grin. She had worried that Silent Entropy would really snatch the legacy. It seems that none of us will get the legacy this time. Since that is the case, I won't waste my time here. After seeing this outcome, 100 Leaves lost interest. However, as 100 Leaves was about to give up and leave, Feng, who had quietly observed the other 2 from the side, made his move. I see. It's no wonder why I couldn't get through them before. Feng muttered in a self-mocking tone. Have you learned something? 100 Leaves asked when she noticed Feng laugh for no obvious reason. However, Feng did not bother with answering her. Instead, he moved forward to welcome the oncoming wind blades before executing Sword's orbit. Dang, dang, dang. After a series of clangs, he leaped forward, rather than being knocked back. How is this possible? 100 Leaves was astonished, unable to understand what had just happened. Impossible! Silent Entropy was similarly shocked. How could you have grasped it so quickly? I have you to thank for that. I wouldn't have figured this out without you. At this moment, Feng felt exhilarated. He finally understood why Reinbeck had said his movements were rigid and mechanical. He hadn't been thinking outside the box. Both his combat style and his technique utilization had been stiff and clumsy. He only knew how to learn the techniques, not how to make the techniques his own. Silent Entropy could both defend and advance because he hadn't stopped moving while he had cast his ice arrows. On the other hand, 100 Leaves had only moved after she finished casting her spells. As she started moving later, it was only natural that she hadn't had enough time to advance. Now that Feng understood this truth, he could block the wind blades far more easily. In the blink of an eye, Feng crossed the halfway point. At the same time, Reinbeck increased the number of wind blades he sent at Feng. However, the NPC had only added 1 wind blade this time. To Feng, who had already reached the Void Realm, this minor increase was no problem. By deflecting the attacks while moving, he had broken through the wind blade's blockade. Upon seeing Feng cross the halfway mark, Silent Entropy muttered incredulously, "Is he a monster?" After a short moment, Feng stood before Reinbeck. Good. Excellent. A hint of praise flashed in Reinbeck's eyes as he looked at Feng. Unlike the previous indifference, he looked down at Feng as if he were an excellent junior. Who is he? Silent Entropy wore an incredulous expression as he watched Feng, unable to calm his pounding heart. He had learned to make a combat technique his own after clearing a legacy trial the last time. However, achieving that was easier said than done. Many of the techniques in God's domain were extreme and contrary to humans' natural movements. The brain programs fixed signals to manipulate the body's muscles based on a person's habits, which allows them to perform actions faster and more efficiently. If one wished to execute God's domain's extreme combat techniques swiftly, they needed to alter their brain signals. Silent Entropy had spent an entire month reshaping his habits to get to where he was now. Yet, after watching his performance for a few moments, Feng had executed the same to a skillful degree. Since someone has passed the trial, the rest can leave, Reinbeck announced, waving his hand once more. Suddenly, both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were teleported out of the Tower of Falling Stars. In the blink of an eye, both players appeared in the rest area. Commander, why are you out so earlier? Scorpion, who had stood guard by the Resurrection Temple, asked in surprise when 100 Leaves appeared. 100 Leaves had just completed the second-floor trial. With the third-floor trial's difficulty, logically, it should take her even longer to clear, yet she had only reached the third floor a few minutes ago and was out already. That person has already obtained the legacy, 100 Leaves said, frowning. When she thought about Feng's performance in the magic array, she warned her subordinate. It won't be long before he comes out. Keep a close eye on him once he does. He isn't an ordinary player. Commander, rest assured. I'll use the soul lock scroll on him the moment he appears. Even if he is more powerful, he won't escape my tracking for 5 hours, Scorpion said, laughing. In God's domain, there were many methods of tracking a player. However, there were only a handful of expert trackers like himself. Not only was his tracker subclass at master rank, but he had also obtained the design to produce the soul lock scroll in an ancient ruin. The soul lock scroll allowed the user to keep a lock on a player's soul. No matter where the targeted player went, he could find them on the system map. Its only flaw was its low accuracy. The map would only tell him the target's general location. However, he could easily deal with this flaw with his master tracker subclass. I'll leave this to you. I have to head to the other locations and obtain the legacies there as quickly as possible. 100 Leaves nodded, considering that she worried a little too much. No matter what was said or done, Scorpion was one of the Sacred Temple's peak assassins. With his skills and the various tools, it was impossible for anyone to escape his pursuit. When Uncle Lee and the others eventually arrived, it would be very difficult for Shifeng to get away, even if he could grow wings and fly. Following which, 100 Leaves led her subordinates to another cavern. Silent Entropy's fleet did the same. After all, the Sea Dragon's secret land had more than one legacy. As long as they still had time, they could obtain as many legacies as they wanted. Back on the Tower of Falling Stars' 3rd floor, after Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves teleported out of the tower, Reinbeck led Shifeng through the magic array to a dazzling, golden temple. Numerous crystal pillars had been situated around the temple, and every pillar had an item on top of it. Every item, whether they be tools, weapons, or equipment, was top tier in the current God's domain. Shifeng even saw the secret body technique, which he had not taken from the 2nd floor. As expected of the Freedom Alliance's lifeline, the Sea Dragon's secret land is really extraordinary. Shifeng's eyes shone as he looked at the various items before him. If he could take everything here with him, Zero Wing's strength would skyrocket. Reinbeck led Shifeng to a stone monument inside the temple. All sorts of divine runes and images had been carved into the stone, depicting ancient history. The entire monument radiated divine might, so Shifeng knew it was extraordinary with a single glance. You have passed the legacy trial, so you can now obtain the Sea God's legacy. However, whether or not you inherit the legacy will depend on your own abilities, Reinbeck said. He then began to chant an incantation, which caused the massive stone monument to shrink. Eventually, it became a tablet that was only the size of a palm. This is the Sea God's legacy item. How you use it depends on you. Aside from this legacy tablet, you will be awarded 10,000 Sea God's temple points. You may use these points to trade for items in any Sea God's temple. Likewise, you can trade for items here. However, once you leave this temple, you will not have access to these items in the future. You can only use your points in the Sea God's temples elsewhere. You may now choose. If you wish to leave this place, step into the magic array. After saying so, Reinbeck transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. What a pity. If I knew something like this would happen, I would have earned some Sea God's temple points before coming. Like the War God's temple, the Sea God's temple had a point system that allowed players to earn points. Take the runic crystal, for example. Each crystal could be traded for 10 points. It was one of the fastest means of earning Sea God's temple points. The only other method of earning points was to complete special quests from the Sea God's temple. The reward of 10,000 points was a huge windfall. He would have to spend 1,000 runic crystals to obtain so many. Forget it. Let's see what items are available first. Shifeng walked up to each of the crystal pillars, one after another, investigating the items. There were 88 crystal pillars in the temple. Unfortunately, some were empty. Currently, there were only 82 items available for trade. The cheapest item among them cost 5,000 points. A mysterious iron pick that would make it easier to mine ores. The pick also increased the chances of obtaining high-ranking ores. If auctioned off, it could easily fetch over 100 gold. The most expensive item cost 111,000 points. Naturally, Shifeng wanted this item more than any of the others as it was a fragmented legendary item. It was the sole fragmented legendary item in the temple. The item was called the Sea God's Shield. Could also be restored to legendary rank. An excellent shield's value to a team went without saying. Without a powerful MT, defeating a powerful boss would be very challenging. If an MT used a fragmented legendary shield, killing powerful bosses would become a lot easier. However, Shurfeng could only drool over the shield. He didn't have nearly enough points to obtain it. Let's go with the secret body technique first. Shurfeng immediately retrieved the secret body technique, which he had failed to obtain before, from its pillar. The secret body technique cost 3,600 points. With how valuable the technique was, it was definitely worth the price. The secret spellcasting technique had sold for several 100,000 magic crystals, yet this technique, which was more valuable, only cost 360 runic crystals. What should I pick with my remaining points? After obtaining the secret body technique, Shurfeng considered his options. Every item here was powerful. There was no lack of epic weapons or equipment. He could even trade for rare intermediate magic array designs. Unfortunately, with his remaining points, he could only choose 3 more items. Of the 3 items that caught Shurfeng's eye, every one of them was worth as much as the Spacetime Herb Garden he obtained. The 3 items were the Mystic's Necklace, the basic enchantment design, and the arcane lightning design. Although he could also choose an epic weapon, at the end of the day, an epic weapon could help improve only one player's strength. On the other hand, the 3 aforementioned items could increase the overall strength of an entire guild. The Mystic's Necklace, which cost 6,150 points, was a dark gold necklace. It did not possess any level restrictions and was not meant for combat. Instead, it was a necklace for lifestyle players. Upon equipping the Mystic's Necklace, a lifestyle player would receive a 5% increase to their production success rate as well as a 30% increase to production speed. Setting aside the 5% higher success rate, the 30% increase to production speed could enable Burning Abyss to produce advanced transport carriages at a much faster pace. In turn, this would allow Stone Forest Town to develop much more quickly. Moreover, the Mystic's Necklace would come in handy when manufacturing advanced speedboats in the future. Meanwhile, the basic enchantment design, which cost 6,000 points, allowed enchanters to learn how to produce runestones. Similar to armor kits produced by forgers, runestones strengthen weapons and equipment. However, unlike armor kits, they were consumable items. Like potions, they had effectivity periods. Moreover, players could only strengthen one item at a time with them. Even so, runestones were still highly sought-after items and had been one of the must-have items when raiding dungeons in his past life. Back then, a basic runestone sold for 20 silver. Nevertheless, players had still fought to purchase them. After all, a basic runestone could strengthen an item by 10% for 10 hours. If used on a player's weapon or an MT shield, it would bring about considerable results. As for the arcane lightning design, it was similarly extraordinary. It cost 6,300 points and was an extremely rare item that required an alchemist and an engineer. Arcane lightning possessed extreme destructive power that was superior to even ordinary Tier 2 magic scrolls and had an effective range of 15 by 15 yards. In the past, wealthy players that entered God's domain after the game had been launched for quite some time would frequently use arcane lightning to grind for levels. However, while their levels indeed skyrocketed, the amount of money they spent was also ridiculous, as a single arcane lightning was even more expensive than an advanced frost grenade. Each one sold for roughly 6 gold. Moreover, even if one made the arcane lightning themselves, the expenditure remained considerably high. Just the materials needed to produce one cost 1 gold. Depending on the people producing them, each arcane lightning could cost anywhere from 2 to 4 gold. All 3 items could make guilds drool over them. Even Shurfeng found it difficult to choose between them. If I have to pick one, it will have to be something that can help the guild in the near future. While the arcane lightning is a nice item to grind monsters and do PvP with, it's a pity that it takes too much time and money to make. Moreover, producing it would require a master engineer and a master alchemist for it to be cost-efficient. Shurfeng shook his head as he looked at the arcane lightning design. After deciding to give up on it, he shifted his gaze to the Mystic's Necklace and basic enchantment design. The Mystic's Necklace will be of great help to only one lifestyle player, and within the short term, its usefulness would be limited to accelerating the production of the advanced transport carriage. In the end, It seems the basic enchantment design is the better choice. The basic runestone would be a boon to both ordinary and elite players. It was a very beneficial item for large guilds. Currently, the various large guilds in God's domain should not have obtained the basic enchantment design yet. If he could mass-produce basic runestones, they would definitely sell like hotcakes. Moreover, the cost of making the basic runestone was not very high, only around 7 silver. Its production difficulty and production time were also relatively low. Even advanced enchanters could produce them at a reliable rate. This was a good opportunity to extend the candlelight trading firm's fame further. Moreover, the basic enchantment design was different from regular production designs, where each design normally allowed only one player to learn it. Up to 5 enchanters could learn the basic enchantment design. Hence, there was no need to worry about the production volume being too low. Following which, Shifeng chose to exchange for the basic enchantment design. His remaining points immediately fell to just 400. Now that I've already obtained everything that I should get, it's about time I leave this place. Shifeng stored the basic enchantment design with satisfaction before turning around and walking to the teleportation magic array. At the rest area of the Sea God's Legacy, Passing Monarch and the other members of Third Fleet were currently lingering on the island. Although they had not cleared the second-floor trial of the Tower of Falling Stars, they had gained a considerable harvest from the secret footwork technique taught on the first floor. Even though they hadn't managed to master the footwork, they could still use it for reference. Unlike players on land, players at the sea's end focused mainly on naval battles. Players had never attempted to incorporate personal combat techniques into naval battles. However, after learning the secret footwork technique, they realized that such a thing was possible. Commander, look at Identical Summer's side. They don't seem to be showing signs of leaving at all. Do you think they're planning to steal the legacy? Blue Joy asked worriedly as she looked at Identical Summer's group, who were currently resting at a distance. In the previous naval battle, Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider had both suffered grievous losses. Particularly, Identical Summer had forfeited his small sailboat to Shifeng. Only a gullible fool would believe that he did not have any ulterior motives right now. Ignore him. If they couldn't take advantage of us before, it is even more impossible for them to do so now. Rather than camping here, it would be much better for them to simply search for legacies in the other caverns. Passing Monarch said, chuckling. He did not mind Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider's actions at all. Once Yifeng returns, we'll immediately head for another cavern. Previously, their battle against the magic whale had lost them over half their members. The survivors had also been in a battered state. Even then, they had still managed to win against Identical Summer's and Heavenly Spider's fleets. Now that everyone from Third Fleet had regrouped and recovered back to their peak state, with the inclusion of an expert like Shifeng, what could Identical Summer and the others possibly hope to achieve? On the other side, Identical Summer was currently glaring at Passing Monarch and his crew. Enjoy it while you can. You all will get to feel complacent for only a little bit longer. Identical Summer sneered. Brother Summer, are you really going to sever all pretenses with Passing Monarch? Heavenly Spider asked worriedly. You've already seen that person's strength for yourself. Even Mad Beast and the other House of Seas experts were no match for him. If we continue fighting against him, we might end up not getting a single legacy at all this time. What are you worried about? I have naturally taken this point into consideration. While Mad Beast and the others aren't a match for them, even if Passing Monarch and the others are more powerful, do you think they can overpower every fleet in the Freedom Alliance? Identical Summer asked, a crazed look in his eyes. You couldn't have. Heavenly Spider suddenly thought of a possibility, and he couldn't help but shudder. That's right. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I notified the other fleets regarding Passing Monarch obtaining the greatest legacy as well as 2 small sailboats. Identical Summer said, laughing. The other fleet commanders have already agreed to cooperate with us for the sole purpose of preventing Passing Monarch from ruling over the Freedom Alliance with an iron fist in the future. Whether it is the 2 small sailboats or the strongest legacy of the Sea Dragon Secret Land, Passing Monarch should not even think of keeping either one. Out at sea, we might not be able to do anything against Passing Monarch now that he has 2 small sailboats. However, on land, only death awaits them. The experts of the other fleets have long since hidden themselves on the island. Once that person comes out, it will be doomsday for Passing Monarch and his crew, Identical Summer said, laughing maniacally. The operation this time involved not only the 2nd and 4th fleets but also every other fleet aside from 3rd Fleet. Even Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves had dispatched some of their subordinates to help out. Even if Passing Monarch doubled his fleet's member count, he would have no chance of victory at all. At this moment, an assassin, who was sneaking around the Resurrection Temple, suddenly reported, "Commander, that person just came out from the Resurrection Temple."